Chapter 51, Is it successful to intercept who when I have the opportunity to intercept who? Super Giant Sand Snail Python. Please order all. After the onion rovers returned to the shore, they sat on the ground to rest. The battle in the quicksand continues. If it is just about strength, the level of these circle bears is at the elite level, which is 30 to 40 levels. With the strength of big-jawed ants and swamp fish, they are basically no match for them. Only the sand snail python can completely suppress the circle bear. But the number of opponents has reached dozens. Letting sand spiral python 1 to 10 may not win this group battle. The quicksand trapped this group of circle bears very well. In addition, the mud shooting of the swamp leaping fish made the group of circle bears lose sight again, making this 3 for 10 battle a stable advantage. On the other side, the battle between Megabagoose animals and Scar circle bears is in a balanced manner, and no one can gain an advantage. The two elves fought fiercely. Seeing this, Shi Yi was about to speed up the battle in the quicksand, but he saw the silver opportunity on the data panel, showing that the intercept of the Who was successful. Oh! Sure enough, the Gular green onion duck evolved into a green onion. Is it the key to completing the silver opportunity to cut off the beard? Shi Yi analyzed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully intercepting Hu Chenling's silver opportunity. Reward, Life Orb? Pearl of Life. Hearing the name of this prop, Shi Yi couldn't help but lit up his eyes. The life bead is a good thing. The power of the elves carrying the life bead will increase by 30% when using their skills. This increase is the largest increase among all props. Certainly. Life beads also have side effects, which are to lose 10% of the user's health. It is equivalent to using your own health to exchange for higher damage. Isn't this thing invincible when used with leftovers? After all, in reality, the battle is not as good as the game. It's not that every elf can only carry one prop. As long as you have money and can afford props, your elf can take them, you can do whatever props you bring. Certainly. Only for ordinary matches, field matches, small matches. In the highest sized leagues, including the King of Heaven, there are prop restrictions. Otherwise, the rich second generation and the kings have long been competing for financial resources in the battle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a flash sale opportunity. Extreme Wristband *1. 1 yuan flash sale, limited time, 11 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Just when Shi Yi was still feeling joyful for obtaining the life bead, I saw another $1 instant kill. It seems that just as I guessed before, as long as it is a silver opportunity or a golden opportunity, there will definitely be a 1 yuan instant kill. Shi Yi said excitedly. Second kill. Next moment. In addition to the super wristband inlaid with keystones that Shi Yi wristband was worn before, there was an extremely giant wristband. Shi Yi checked the information about the extremely giant wristband. Extreme giant wristband, the wishing star with infinite energy is embedded inside, and the elves can make the elves extremely giant at any location. Note, the cooldown time of each elves is 24 hours, and only one elves can perform magnification at a time. After seeing the instructions for using the extremely giant wristband, Shi Yi's eyes showed a hint of joy. Can the elves be greatly enormous without limiting the location? You must know. In anime, only the Gular region can achieve super, extreme maturity. But this huge wristband has no regional restrictions and can be extremely huge at any time. Come and try it. Thinking of this, Shi Yi activated the huge wristband and retracted the sand spiral python that was freely shuttled through the quicksand into the elf ball. The sand spiral python was startled by Shi Yi's sudden action. I thought to myself, what is going on? Before the battle ended, it was taken back? Is it not necessary to fight? Or, the owner saw it running and working hard for a day, and his conscience found it, so let it go back and rest first? However, As soon as this thought flashed, it found that its body suddenly changed. In Shi Yi's hand, the elf ball of the sand spiral python suddenly became larger. After becoming as big as a basketball, Shi Yi threw the elf ball out. The sand snail python appeared again. This time, sand snail python is not just as simple as sand snail python, but, like a gyro, standing on the ground, the snake's body curled up, the sandbag became huge, and many flowing sands sprinkled out. The entire body size has increased by more than 5 times. The sand snail python, with the help of the extremely giant wristband, completed its first supergiant. The supergiant sand snail python looked confused. Some people don't understand what's going on now, including why they become like this. But it is clear that there is a steady stream of energy coming up in the body. Haha! The snail python roared hoarsely. Next moment, the entire huge body began to rotate. Shi Yi saw this scene. Immediately retract the jawed ants and scorpion in the quicksand, as well as the onion rangers who have recovered their combat capabilities on the shore to the elf ball. I was afraid that they would be affected. Then he ordered, sand snail python, super huge sand and dust filled the sky. Hearing the instructions given by Shi Yi, the supergiant sand snail python was confused again. How could it be like this? The supergiant sand and dust are everywhere? However, as the supergiant sand snail python continues to rotate, the entire quicksand pit was filled with huge sand. Including the huge sandbag of the supergiant snail python, it is also constantly spreading sand. In an instant, the nearby forests all became sandstorms and storms. At the same time, the circle bears in the quicksand were all hurt by the supergiant sand snail python. And it was rolled together by the supergiant sand snail python with its tail. While enduring the restraint damage caused by the curled pan, the raging damage caused by the wild sand, these bears all started to wail in discomfort. Seeing this, Shi Yi did not intend to let them go. Continue to attack, sand spiral python, use extremely huge land. After the supergiant, the elves' skills will also become extremely giant moves. In addition to the supergiant moves exclusive to some elves, the power of ordinary supergiant moves will also double. Under the raging tremendous land, the circle bears bound by the giant snake tail can no longer resist can't hold on anymore. One by one, they all fell into a state of dying. Relax them, sand snail python. With Shi Yi's order, the supergiant snail python threw the group of bears into the forest like a spicy chicken. There is another chance to attack. Sand spiral python, help the bamboo mom and use the huge bully. This is an extremely evil move evolved from the evil skill that the sand spiral python itself knows. The supergiant sand snail python immediately launched a surprise attack on the scarring bear. The giant bully attacked and fell on the scar circle bear, causing its body to retreat unconsciously. After launching the attack of the huge bully, the supergiant sand snail python suddenly shrank. It changed back to the size of the original sand snail python. The snail python swung the snake's body, and was a little anxious. Depend on. I finally got so handsome, why did I change back so quickly? It's a pity when the sand snail python is still in secret. The mother and the sack beast in the battle ran towards the scar circle bear. Taking advantage of the injury of the scar circle bear, the mother of the sack beast and the sack beast used the slashing tiles together. Double splitting tiles fell on the scar circle bear at the same time. Fighting moves are fatal to ordinary scarring bears. These two attacks, coupled with the damage it suffered in the battle just now, and the impact of the sandstorm and the attacks of the extremely giant sand snail python. Finally, as strong as a scar circle bear, he could not withstand the damage and slowly fell to the ground. Pong! Shi Yi saw the scar circle bear defeated. Hurry up and go forward, not caring about the traces of the battle here. He took out an elf ball and smashed it at the scarring bear lying on the ground. Dong! The elf ball touched the Scar Circle Bear and collected it into the ball. The elf ball swayed violently. Scar Circle Bear tries to break free from the shackles of the Pokémon. However, in the end it failed. With the sound of the elf ball dang, the Scar Circle Bear was conquered by Shi Yi. Hey! It's really thrilling. Shi Yi seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Although this battle was as expected, it won. But if there is no silver opportunity to give rewards in time, Shi Yi would not win so lightly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully intercepting Hu Lin King I's purple opportunity. Reward, Genpin Pete Block? Genpin Pete Block. Shi Yi was a little puzzled. Shi Yi knew about Pete Blocks. It can allow the Circle Bear to evolve into a Moon Bear when the moon is full. But this exquisite Pete Block. Shi Yi glanced at the data information. Genpin Pete Block, it can allow the Circle Bear to evolve into a special form of Moon Bear with only one Moon Bear in the world at the full moon? After seeing the information about Genpin Pete Blocks, Shi Yi said happily, no wonder it is a Genpin Pete Block. It turns out that it is the Pete Block that has transformed the Circle Bear into the Heya Bear. Based on Shi Yi's understanding of the discovery of the elves in this world, Heya Bear is the evolutionary form of the Circle Bear that has only been discovered in recent years. As for the Heya Bear in the Heya form, there is no case yet. Apart from Kanjie Yubing, I didn't expect that Heyuxiang's first discoverer was also me. Now it seems that it is unreasonable to not give me an honorary researcher dang dang. Shi Yi said to himself. Garu. After the battle, in addition to the sand spiral python that changed back to its original form, the sackfish mother and the sackfish also evolved from Mega and returned to its original form. Shi Yi looked at the elves in front of him and suddenly realized that his level had been improved. The level of the Bag Baby Mom has been upgraded to level 44. Please flowers. The level of the sand spiral python has been upgraded to level 47. The levels of the big-jawed ants, scorpion leaping fish that participated in the battle, and the onion raids that evolved during the battle were greatly improved. The jaw ant has been upgraded to level 29. The leap fish has been upgraded to level 26. The onion ranger was promoted to level 29. In addition, the two quasi-spirits who did not participate in the battle also gained a lot of experience points and each increased by 1 level. That's great. The team experience you get after defeating a group is too much, right? Shi Yi said in surprise. It's just a pity that the two quasi-spirits have high experience values required for upgrading. In addition, they don't have to participate in the battle in person, so there is not so much experience values they get. If this continues, the levels of the two quasi-spirits, Hakron and Metal Monster, will sooner or later be surpassed by the large-jawed ant, the scorpion, and the onion ranger. It seems that I have to practice them a little more. Shi Yi suddenly thought of the information he saw in Lin King I's purple opportunity. After she escapes today, she will challenge other ethnic elves in the central area of the wilderness forest tomorrow to enhance the strength of her elves. It seems that I not only want to intercept the king-level potential elf Scar Circle Bear that you would have conquered, but also the races that you are going to challenge tomorrow. A smile appeared at the corner of Shi Yi's mouth. Just treat it, it's me save your compensation. Shi Yi murmured. Immediately, Shi Yi released the defeated Scar Circle Bear from the elf ball. Gum! Even though he was conquered by Shi Yi, the scarring bear still roared at Shi Yi with a hostile look on his face. The sand spiral python doesn't like the most is this kind of thorn head, which slams the snake's tail and hits the back of the Scar Circle Bear's head. The Scar Circle Bear felt pain and turned around and stared at the sand snail python, as if he wanted to fight again. Cloud Bear, are there any injuries on your body? Shi Yi interrupted the upcoming battle between the two elves in time. When the Scar Circle Bear looked at Shi Yi again, he still looked disdainful. Yo? Are you still very hostile to me? Shi Yi shook his head and took out something from his pocket. You should know this thing, right? Scar Circle Bear half squinted his healthy right eye and glanced at the thing in Shi Yi's hand. Seeing that it was a piece of peat, the Scar Circle Bear's eyes changed slightly. The Circle Bears of the Circle Bears family all love peat blocks. What's more, it is the fine peat block in Shi Yi's hand. It has a natural attraction to the scarring bear in front of you. Shi Yi saw that the Scar Circle Bear's interest was attracted, so he hurriedly packed the Genpin peat block. Seeing that the Genpin peat block disappeared, the Scar Circle Bear became a little anxious. Gum! The Scar Circle Bear seemed to be asking Shi Yi for this fine peat piece. Stretch your hand out. Shi Yisha said. Go. The Scar Circle Bear looked puzzled, but when he thought of the pure peat piece, he still did it. Shi Yi stretched out his hand and touched the bear's palm of the Scar Circle Bear. Next moment, a gentle force poured into the body of the Scar Circle Bear. The Scar Circle Bear, who was about to retract his bear's paw, changed his mood after feeling this gentle force. For some reason, it always feels that the human in front of it is its trustworthy and dependent companion. As that gentle force continued to pour in, the injuries on the Scar Circle Bear also began to recover slowly. The injuries suffered in the battle just now, including the lost health and physical strength, gradually began to recover. After a while, the Scar Circle Bear is healed. At this time, when the Scar Circle Bear looked at Shi Yi again, he always felt, the human in front of him seemed to its boss. It really wants to hang out with the human in front of it. But for the sake of face, the bear pretended to be annoyed by the keel and did not move. Okay, Circle Bear, you have healed all the injuries you suffered just now. As Shi Yi said, he took out the piece of Zhenqian peat block and placed it on the bear's paw that was stretched out from the scarring bear. This exquisite peat piece is regarded as my gift for you, and compensation for attacking your tribe. Scar Circle Bear held the fine peat block in his hand. For a moment, thousands of ripples appeared in my heart. Subconsciously shouted, Gum! Boss! Through Chongpan's sensing ability, Shi Yi can roughly understand Pokémon's mood. After reading about the scarring bear willing to recognize his master, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, the affinity of Chongpan's power is invincible. Even if it is as irritable as a scarring bear, it can still stretch its intimacy. Let's have sex with me in the future, Circle Bear. You don't have to worry that your tribe members can't survive in the center of the wilderness forest. Tomorrow, I will take you to beat up all the other tribes. Hearing this, Scar Circle Bear was completely impressed by Shi Yi's charm. Dry. Chapter 52, A large cleaning of ethnic groups in the center of the wilderness forest. Lots of gains. Please order all. As an elf who loves fighting, I met a boss who said he would beat up all other ethnic groups. There is no doubt that Scar Circle Bear recognizes Shi Yi. After Shi Yi cleaned up the endgame here, take back both the sack beast mother and the scarring bear into the elf's living space. Hiss. The sand snail python seemed to be asking, why did it fall down again? Go back to the camp. The sand snail python was about to cry, but what was flowing down was sand. After returning to the camp, Shi Yi checked the time nodes of the lunar calendar. The circle bear evolved into a moon bear, and it had to wait until the full moon night. There is no moon in the secret realm. Only by going outside can the circle bear evolve. Is it a full moon 3 days later? After Shi Yi found the date, he calculated the time. Tomorrow we will go to fight those ethnic groups in the center of the wilderness forest. The day after tomorrow, I went to the north of the wilderness forest and caught a family of rats from 3 families. The day after tomorrow, he left the secret realm of the wilderness, and went to the Elf Bounty Hunter Guild to submit the mission. By the way, the circle bears have evolved. After completing the plan list for the next 3 days, Shi Yi asked the sack beast mother to watch the night and crawled into the camp to sleep. The next morning, Shi Yi woke up when the sky was grey and dawn. Follow yesterday like the sky, I was awakened by the sound of insects in the forest. It's true that camping in the forest is really a grievance. Shi couldn't help but complain. Then I washed up next to the tent. I simply ate some quick food and fed it to the elves. Cloud Bear, tell me the specific locations of the elves of other ethnic groups in the central area of the wilderness forest. Gum. Hearing Shi, the boss's words, the Scar Circle Bear immediately became excited. On weekdays, it also always takes its own circle of bears to conduct ethnic competitions with other elves. They won and lost each other, but they never completely invaded the territory of those elves. Nowadays, with the support of the boss, in the eyes of Scar Circle Bear, those elves of those ethnic groups will undoubtedly fail. Gum. The Scar Circle Bear leads the way, while Shi rides the sand snail python that is not yet awake and is still yawning, and is moving towards the first tribe territory. About half an hour later, under the leadership of Scar Circle Bear, Shi came to the territory of King Nido. Nika. King Nido, the leader of the Nido clan, has a bad temper on weekdays. Especially when seeing this guy, Scar Circle Bear, King Nido was even more angry. The two elves had already fought before they evolved. After fighting, Nidoran evolved into Nidolino and then evolved into Nido King. The two elves were still fighting. Today, the record between Scar Circle Bear and Nido King is 50 wins and 50 losses. The two elves had a draw. Gum. Faced with King Nido's clamor, the Scar Circle Bear choked back. At the same time, the elves in the Nido royal family also woke up one after another under the roar of King Nido. Shi looked at it at a glance. There are 3 Nido Kings in total, 8 Nidolino and 20 Nidolang. The Nido King in the lead, the Nido King who was quarreling with the Scar Circle Bear, is the strongest in this tribe. Elf, King Nido. Level 46, Senior Medium. Attributes, Poison System, Ground System. Characteristics, Fighting Heart. Faced with opponents of the same gender, it will ignite the fighting heart and become stronger. But when facing opponents of different genders, it will become weaker. Individual value, HP, 30, Attack, 31, Defense, 28, Special Attack, 29, Special Defense, 27, Speed, 29. Skills, Super Horn Strike, Poison Needle, Peck, Gathering Chi, Random Strike, Poisonous Rhombus, Second Consecutive Kick, Horn Strike, Severe Poison, Poisonous Attack, Earth Force, Earthquake, Tiles Splitting, Venom Impact, Stomping Feet. Carrying Objects, Moonstone, High Quality. Potential, Gym Level. You actually carry high quality moonstone. For Shi, this moonstone was a complete surprise. This should be what I saw from Lin King I's Purple Opportunity, fighting with the Scar Circle Bear to the defeated King Nido, and then was benefited by this girl and fisherman, and the two elves were conquered together. After seeing the message from King Nido, Shi made a judgment. It's a pity. This Nido King is only at the gym level potential, and Shi does not have an elf qualification enhancer. Otherwise, you can conquer it. Shi suddenly thought that he couldn't be convinced. Isn't it enough to sell it on the black market? It's a good idea. The other 2 Nido Kings are a bit inferior. They only have elite strength and potential. Even if they are placed in the black market, they probably won't be sold for a lot of money. Nidolino and Nidolang are the same, their potential is below the elite level, and Shi looks down on them a little. Cloud Bear, that Nido King, I'll hand you over it. It should be no problem, right? Gum. The Scar Circle Bear was full of fighting spirit and rushed directly towards the Overlord King Nido. The same is true for that Nido King. As the 2 Overlord level elves of the wilderness forest started fighting, Shi also took out 2 elf balls. Come out, Hakran, Metal Monster. While there was no one around, Shi Yi asked the two quasi-spirited spirits to come out to play and fight a good fight. Today, Shi Yi came to challenge these tribes in the center of the wilderness forest to raise the level of these two quasi-spirits. Furo. Ambiguous. The rules are very simple. Today, if you two defeat more elves, you can eat the top energy block for dinner. Shi Yi snapped his fingers and signaled the two elves to start. Little did they know that the two elves had already been ready for the competition. Before Shi Yi finished speaking, he rushed up to attack the elves of the Nido Wang family. It's really, you're too anxious, aren't you? Shi Yi scratched his head and stood by and waited for the battle to end. About 10 minutes later. In addition to the Scar Circle Bear and the clan leader Nido King who are still fighting, the other two Nido Kings, 8 Nido Lino and 20 Nido Lang were all on the verge of death. You two are so cruel. Shi Yi looked at the ground in a mess. At the same time, Shi Yi also walked forward and counted the elves on the ground and said, Hakran defeated a Nido King, 4 Nido Lino and 11 Nido Lang. The metal monster defeated a Nido King, 4 Nido Lino and 10 Nidoran. As for now, Hakran is ahead, and the metal monster needs to continue to work hard. Furo. Hakran flew in the air, proudly lifting the dragon's tail, as if saying, it won. Ambiguous. The metal monster looked dissatisfied. Ha ha ha, don't worry, this is just the first ethnic group. There are still several ethnic groups later. Let's see the final result tonight. Shi Yi told the two elves, and then continued to watch the battle between Scar Circle Bear and King Nido. The two elves have reached the white-hot stage. With the bombardment of an elf and a punch. Finally, Scar Circle Bear still narrowly defeated the Patriarch Nido King. Beautiful job, Circle Bear. Gum. The Scar Circle Bear let out a howl of victory. The sound sounded very refreshing, as if he had been holding it in for a long time, and it was all scattered. Perhaps, it also knew that today was the last battle between itself and the Patriarch, King Nido. But after this battle, the Scar Circle Bear will always win one more game than the Patriarch Nido King, which also declares that it is the stronger one. Shi Yi took the opportunity and threw an elf ball over. The elf ball hit the heavily injured clan leader of the Nido and put him into the ball. Soon, the Pokemon ball showed that it was successfully conquered. Shi Yi released King Nido again, took off the high-quality moonstone it carried on, and took it back into the ball. Shi Yi stroked the moonstone in his hand and felt a mysterious moon-hidden energy. Is this the moonstone? This is the first time Shi Yi has seen the real moonstone. This texture makes it really good to touch. It's a pity that I don't have an elf who can evolve with the moonstone. Shi Yi said a little disappointed. But even if you sell this moonstone, you can exchange it for a lot of money. After all, this is a high-quality moonstone. Cloud Bear, thank you for your hard work in the battle just now. Shi Yi walked to the side of the Scar Circle Bear and used the healing ability of Changpan's power to heal it. Feeling the injury gradually recovered. The Scar Circle Bear's admiration for Shi Yi further increased. Gum. A roar seemed to express its mood at the moment. Okay, the treatment is over. Circle Bears, take us to the location of the next elves. Gum. Scar Circle Bear nodded and led the way in front. Shi Yi temporarily took back Hakran and the metal monster, rode the half-sleeping sand spiral python, and continued to move forward. After more than half an hour of action, finally arrived at another tribe of ethnic group. This time, the elf tribe that Scar Circle Bear brought Shi Yi to was the Abo monster tribe. Compared with the previous Nido King tribe, this Abo monster tribe seems a bit bad. The geographical location is on the edge of the center of the wilderness forest, near a small mountain range. These group of Abo monsters and Abo snakes have built a snake nest here. The Abo monster in the lead is not as strong as the early stage of seniority. I think it is because of my lack of strength, I cannot compete for the center of the wilderness forest, and I can only occupy one territory on the center edge. You don't need to take action this time, Circle Bear. Shi Yi waved his hand and signaled that the Scar Circle Bear and Sand Snail Python would both rest aside. After sending out Hakron and the metal monster, Shi Yi quietly waited for the results of the battle. Another 10 minutes passed. The entire snake nest was destroyed. The ABO monster and the ABO snake are all on the verge of death. You two are so cruel. Shi Yi frowned. Furo. Ambiguous. Hakron and the metal monster, but they didn't care. They only care about their competition, and who defeated more elves. Okay. After Shi Yi shook his head, he asked the Scar Circle Bear to lead the way to the next elf tribe. In this way, it continued until the sunset. Shi Yi looted all the elves in the central area of the wilderness forest and the central edge. The battle situation is as follows. A total of 8 elves tribes were wiped out, including the Nidoking tribe, the ABO monster tribe, the Speaker Cricket tribe, the Ancient Giant Fly tribe, the Cool Leopard tribe, the Electric Spider tribe, the Jihui Seeing and Throwing Monkey tribe, and the Frozen Wood Demon tribe. It is worth mentioning that Jihuixing and the 2 patriarchs of the monkey tribe, Jihuixing and the monkey tribe, both have the potential of the gods, and the strength is in the middle of the senior stage. It is not much different from the Scar Circle Bear and the patriarch Nidoking. After defeating them, Shi Yi conquered the 2 elves. I'm going to put it at the night market to exchange for money. In addition, during the cleaning process, Shi Yi found some extreme ore, armor ore, a medium quality thunderstone, some stored crystal honey, and some star fragments. It can be said that wherever Shi Yi goes, no grass will grow. At the same time, after experiencing today's ethnic war, the levels of Hakron and Metal Monster have been greatly improved. Hakron's level has been upgraded to level 42. The level of the Metal Monster has been upgraded to level 38, in addition. Shi Yi's other elves also gained corresponding improvements after taking advantage of their experience points. The level of the Bag Baby Mom has been upgraded to level 47. The level of the Sand Spiral Python has been increased to level 49. The level of the Marsh Fish has been increased by level 31. The level of the Jaw Ant has been increased to level 34. The level of the Onion Ranger was increased to level 34. The level of Scar Circle Bear has been increased to level 48. There are all fat people directly. The harvest today is still very good. Shi Yi said happily. Furo. Ambiguous. As the evening approached, the 2 protagonists who had fought for a day, Hakron and the Metal Monster, seemed to be asking for rewards from Shi Yi. Shi Yi thought about it and took out 2 top energy blocks and handed them. I roughly estimated that your 2 of you have tied today, so, each got a top energy block. 2.5 original. The 2 elves were a little dissatisfied with the draw. Both of them think that they defeated more wild elves. But why, the top energy block is so delicious. For a moment, they made them forget about this. Okay, everyone, you're all out camping. Shi Yi released all the elves, set up tents, and prepared to camp. At this time, the sound of, oh, at came from a distance. Hey? Is there any movement? Shi Yi opened his eye of appreciation and checked the situation in the distance. Is it discovered that a wonderful frog flower is approaching? This wonderful frog flower, Shi Yi seems to have an impression. Isn't this the elf who was intercepted by Shi Yi and the unlucky male Lin King Ai who intercepted today's tribe battle? Thinking of this, Shi Yi hurriedly took Hakron, Metal Monster, and Onion Rangers back into the elf's living space. Other elves are fine. These 3 elves are 2 quasi-gods, and 1 is just an elf species that have not been discovered yet. Shi Yi does not want to be exposed yet. Until the wonderful frog flower appeared, the single pony-tailed girl Lin King Ai also slowly walked out of the bushes. Seeing that there was a camp here, she subconsciously wanted to say hello. Result: the person in front of her was actually familiar with her. After thinking for a few seconds, Lin King I blurted out, "It's you. Are you the benefactor who saved me yesterday?" Lin King I hurriedly ran to Shi Yi and bowed deeply to thank him. "Ayo, is it you?" Shi Yi pretended to be cold and said indifferently. "When you are away, there is no need to be enthusiastic about everyone. Especially when you don't know the other party's background. This is the first rule of survival." Chapter 53, About the Island of Heart. Why do Lin King I have so many opportunities? Please order all. My benefactor, it's me. Last night, I really thank you for saving me. You asked me to leave quickly, but I didn't dare to stay for a long time, so I ran away first. Later, I went back again, but my benefactor's battle was over. I had been wandering around for a long time, but I couldn't find you. Until now, I haven't had time to thank you." Lin King I's words were a lot of continuous. Just as she was talking, she suddenly saw the scarring bear picking up firewood. Gee! Lin King I was so scared that she hurriedly hid behind Meow-Ahua, pointed at the scar circle bear with her index finger and said, It's it. Don't be nervous, the circle bear is now my elf." Shi Yi waved his hand and asked the scar circle bear to say hello to the young woman in front of him. Gum! Scar circle bear put down the firewood in his hand, slapped the circle of his chest with both fists, and roared loudly. Lin King I, who was scared in front of her, grabbed the flower of Meow Frog flower tightly and did not dare to move. "Really, you scared people?" Shi Yi pretended to teach Scar Circle Bear a lesson. Gum! The Scar Circle Bear touched his head and went to the back of the camp to help the sand snail python cut down the tree. Seeing the Scar Circle Bear walking away, Lin King I dared to approach Shi Yi and continued to speak. Has it really become your elf? Yes, if you want to change it. This Circle Bear was the leader of the group Circle Bears last night. Shi Yi shrugged and said with a relaxed look on his face. This. Lin King I took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Then he said, I didn't expect that such a strong Circle Bear can be conquered by you. Your strength must be super strong, right? Speaking of this, Lin King I seemed to have noticed the elves near the camp again. Ah! By the way, are these your elves? Lin King I looked at the elves working in front of her. Swamp fish, weird-colored large-jawed ants, a sand snail python cutting trees, and a sack beast mother playing with sack beasts? Well, they are all my partners. While answering Lin King I's question, Shi Yi threw the firewood into the fire. Next, he was preparing to cook supper. Dinner is still a fast food cooker. Everyone looks so strong. 11 Lin King I nodded while making a judgment, then suddenly seemed to think of something, and said, By the way, my name is Lin King I am a trainer from the Island of Heart. Where are you? Lin Feng. Shi Yi's answer is surprisingly simple short. Article 2 of the Law of Survival. When you are out, try not to reveal your real name. Especially when you are not familiar with the other person, it is best to report someone else's name if you can report someone else's name. In this way, even if any sentence or action offends others, they will not be able to find you when they come to you. Lin Feng? I didn't expect that we had the same surname. Lin King I seemed to have found something in common and began to talk endlessly. In just a few minutes, Shi Yi had already determined that Lin King I was a chatterbox. With the fragrance of a pot of hodgepodge overflowing. Lin King I looked like a little greedy cat, looking at Shi Yi with a pity. Lin Feng, can I eat a bowl? No. Ah. This is obviously the answer that Lin King I did not expect. When I go out, especially in the secret realm, any food is a rare resource, and I have no obligation to share food for those who are not familiar with me. After saying this, Shi Yi scooped a bowl of soup and made a delicious tisk-tisk sound. After noticing Lin King I in front of her, her greedy saliva flowed down. Shi Yi said lightly, It's not that I can't give it to you. Lin King Ai blinked her big eyes and looked at Shi Yi, as if waiting for Shi Yi to speak. There is no free dinner in the world. You have to pay for today's dinner with the corresponding reward. Hearing this, Lin King Ai's beautiful eyes moved. She took out the backpack behind her and pounded her inside. I only have money. Lin King Ai took out 3 stacks of money, 1 stack of 10,000 yuan alliance coins. Shi Yi saw Lin King Ai so generously. I couldn't help but smile and said, "You can eat as much as you want." Immediately, Shi Yi took away all 3 stacks of money from Lin King Ai's hands. Lin King Ai didn't care about the 30,000 alliance coins. Her eyes were filled with the hodgepodge in the cooking pot in front of her. After picking up the disposable bowl that Shi Yi handed over, Lin King Ai started to taste the food directly. That's so delicious. If you like it, eat more, you can add more if you don't have enough. There are also a lot of instant food stored in Shi Yi's space storage cabinet. The reward of 30,000 yuan from Lin King Ai can buy 300 pots of food. In the dining room of the two, Shi Yi asked in a hurry, "Lin King Ai, where is the island of heart you mentioned?" This is actually a question Shi Yi wanted to ask yesterday. In Lin King Ai's purple opportunity, Shi Yi saw that this girl was going to challenge the island of heart. But today I learned from her words that she was originally from the island of heart. So, what's going on to challenge the Heart Island? Hey? You don't know about Heart Island? After eating a piece of fish tofu, Lin King Ai seemed to be scalded and hissed for a long time. Then he explained slowly, the island of Heart is considered an archipelago on the sea in the East China Sea, and consists of hundreds of small islands in total. But there are 5 major islands. The island of the mind, the island of wisdom, the island of courage, the island of strength, and the island of bondage. I was born from the island of wisdom on the island of heart. As the name suggests, the residents of the island of wisdom are very smart. After hearing Lin King Ai's words, Shi Yi was full of questions. Are all the people on the island of wisdom very smart? You? Clever? Shi Yi didn't think that Lin King Ai in front of him could match the word smart. You keep talking. Yet. Lin King Ai swallowed a bite of shrimp slip and continued, according to the elders of Heart Island, trainers who can complete the test of the 5 islands of Heart Island at the same time can receive the blessing of the sea god, and at the same time, they can enter the sealed sea god ruins. Our trainers born in Heart Island will have the motivation to complete the test of Heart Island and go to the ruins of the sea god. The reason why I came to the secret realm of the wilderness is to train my strength, conquer my strong partners, and go to the challenge of carrying island together. Hearing this, Shi Yi has a rough understanding of the island of heart. 5 islands, that is, they have to complete 5 tests at the same time to obtain the blessing of the sea god and go to the sea god ruins. Yes, that's what my grandma told me. Lin King Ai nodded and said. Your grandma? Well, she is the island guardian of the island of wisdom and one of the 5 elders of the island of heart. Hearing this, Shi Yi couldn't help but look at Lin King Ai in front of him again. No wonder he took out 30,000 alliance coins at will. He is a rich 2nd generation. Although Shi Yi was not sure about the economic situation of Heart Island. But as one of the 5 elders of Heart Island, she thinks her grandmother should be fine. Can I participate in this challenge? Shi Yi asked again. Hey? You're going to participate in the test of Heart Island, too? Lin King Ai said inexplicably. What? No. No, it's not, it's okay. Lin King Ai shook her head and continued, however, Heart Island has regulations. If trainers outside the island want to participate in the test of Heart Island, they must first be above senior trainers, and then they need the recommendation of the indigenous people on the island to participate. Speaking of this, Lin King Ai suddenly thought of something and hurriedly added, of course, Lin Feng, you can solve so many circle bears. It can be seen that your strength should be of a senior trainer, and now you need the recommendation of an indigenous person. After saying this, Lin King I found that Shi Yi's eyes were still on Lin King I. Gee? You don't want me to be your referee, right? What? Are you a fake resident of the Island of Heart? Shi Yi raised his eyebrows and asked back. Of course not. But... Lin King I hesitated and said, if I recommend you to participate in the test of Heart Island, I will not be able to participate. What's the meaning? The test of Heart Island, every residents of Heart Island have a chance to participate, but if they recommend others, they will be gone. Lin King I said seriously. Is there any more to this? Shi Yi did not expect that the regulations on this Heart Island were quite strict. However, there is a way. What's the solution? Shi Yi asked. Each challenger can find up to 2 companions to participate in the challenge of Heart Island. Lin King I looked at Shi Yi and tried to invite him, would you like to participate in the test of Heart Island with me? Add to join you. Shi Yi stroked his chin for a moment. After thinking about it, he responded, it's not impossible, but I need to know that if we pass the assessment of Heart Island together, will the ruins of the sea god go in together? How to distribute the rewards? You can have both the blessings of the sea god and the opportunity to go to the sea god ruins. As for the rewards, I haven't learned any rewards yet. But I can share them equally with you. It's okay to share them with 300 points, I'll be 3 or 7. Compared to rewards, Lin King I actually pays more attention to the test of passing the Heart Island. Shi Yi stretched out his hands, raised his 28 gesture and said, 28, you 2, me, you 8. You also know that there is a gap in strength between us. At that time, I will definitely put in more effort than you. I will get 80% of it, which is also worth it. Make a deal. Lin King I smiled and stretched out her hand and slapped Shi Yubi on the left hand. Next. Continue to eat the food in the cooking pot. Shi Yi looked at the harmless girl in front of him. Suddenly I felt something strange. How do you feel like you are on a trap? No, I feel like I'm still missing, I should have a share of 19. Dinner is over. Lin King I sat upright next to the camp, looking at the dark sky. I couldn't help but sigh. What's wrong? Shi Yi asked while packing up his things. After all, the girl in front of me can be considered her own, the financial backer? The opportunity gifted? The Island of Heart experience opportunity given? No matter which identity you are from, you have to take good care of it. I ran in the wilderness forest today. It's so annoying. When talking about this matter, Lin King I became angry. Lin King I said with an unhappy look, Lin Feng, let me tell you. I originally planned to fight with the elves in the central area of the wilderness forest today. First, to enhance the strength of the Meow Frog Flower and the 2 electric flying squirrels, and second, to see if there are any powerful elves and conquer them to be partners. But whenever I find an elf group, the elves of that group are in a state of dying, and their tribes are destroyed. It's so annoying. I've been running away for a day and I couldn't catch a single elf. Hearing the financial owner's words, Shi Yi coughed and echoed, that's really annoying. It doesn't matter. Tomorrow you follow me to the northern edge of the wilderness forest. Maybe you can meet other elves. At that time, you can see what suitable elves are there and you can conquer them. Good. Lin King I's aura came quickly and left quickly. Before Shi Yi finished packing the tableware, he had already recovered his good mood. No words all night. By the early morning of the next day, Shi Yi was awakened by the annoying cries of insects again. After getting out of the tent, Shi Yi saw Lin King I sleeping leaning beside the sack beast mother. 010 You're really heartless? Can you sleep so peacefully? Shi Yi complained speechlessly. As for, why did Shi Yi sleep in a tent and Lin King I sleep outside? Then there is still a question. There is no idiom like pleasant fragrance and savor jade in Shi Yi's dictionary. I didn't bring a tent, so I just slept in the open air. After some washing up, Shi Yi made 2 breakfasts simply. Lin King Ai woke up naturally when she smelled the fragrance. After the 2 finished their breakfast, then he set out from the center of the wilderness forest and headed north. Shi Yi rode on the sand snail python, while Lin King Ai rode on the wonderful frog flower. After walking for more than 2 hours, finally, we arrived at the northern area of the wilderness forest. Ah! There are so many lily dolls here. After Lin King Ai saw the lily root doll, she was a little unable to walk. Girls generally like these cute and beautiful elves. Shi Yi also expressed understanding. Do you want to conquer one? Shi Yi asked. Yet. I want it conquer one. Lin King Ai just finished saying this. Shi Yi saw a green opportunity appear above Lin King Ai's head. With a curious attitude, Shi Yi checked it out. Name, Lin King Ai. Recent opportunities, green opportunities. Details, after coming to the garden of lily root dolls, Lin King Ai liked these cute lily root dolls very much, so she decided to subdue one. During the battle, Lin King Ai saw a very fast lily root doll, so she became interested in this lily root doll. After defeating all the lily root dolls in the garden, Lin King Ai conquered this lily root doll with chlorophyll characteristics. Unexpectedly, this lily root doll is actually an elf with a gym level potential. And it also carries good quality bulbs. After seeing Lin King Ai's green opportunity, Shi Yi was slightly stunned and thought to himself. Is this okay? What luck is it? I'm afraid that this kind of luck is not only true Lin Feng, the son of heavenly fortune, Sorry, Miss King Ai, I know you like lily dolls very much, but there is no way. I can't resist the temptation of green opportunities. You don't want to have a green opportunity on your head, right? This is unlucky. Shi Yi thought in his heart. Immediately, before Lin King Ai started the battle, he took the lead in sending out large-jawed ants. Big-jawed ant, bite the lily root doll. Through the eyes of appreciation, Shi Yi could see at a glance which lily root doll has a gym level potential. Crack! The speed of the big-jawed ant is not very fast. But that lily doll seems to be absent from enjoying flowers. The movements of the jaw ant were not noticed. When it reacted, its head was bitten by the huge mouth of the jaw ant. Chapter 54, Evolution, Ultrasonic Larva. Dragon's Bone. Please order all. There was a click. The big-jawed ant bit the lily root doll with a gym level potential and fell into a state of dying. Seeing this, Shi Yi immediately took out an elf ball and smashed it at the lily doll. The elf ball accurately hits the root of the lily root doll. Next moment, the lily root doll was put into the ball. The elf ball almost didn't shake much, which showed that it was successful in submission. Shi Yi's set of operations can be said to be flowing. Lin King Ai next to her was stunned. Didn't she agree that she will fight against these lily root dolls and subdue one lily root doll? How did Shi Yi take the lead and conquer a lily root doll first? What are you still standing there? Those lily dolls are all angry. Shi Yi reminded Lin King Ai in a daze and signaled her to deal with the group of lily-rooted dolls in front of her. Ah? Okay. Lin King Ai immediately adjusted her state and ordered Miaohua to attack these lily root dolls. I have to say, once Lin King Ai enters the state of fighting, she is still quite serious. Her wonderful frog flower was also very well bred. So much so that when dealing with these lily root dolls, I seemed to be at ease. Shi Yi asked the big-jawed ant to pick up the elf ball containing the lily root doll. After releasing the lily root doll and taking out the bulb, Shi Yi took the lily root doll back into the elf ball, and he was too lazy to treat it. At the same time, the system prompts the sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully intercepting Lin King Ai's green opportunity. Reward, Secret, Salty Ingredients *1, the share of a secret seasoning is 100 grams, a small amount of experience candy. This is the only reward for seeing the green opportunity for intercepting Hu. Shi Yi shook his head helplessly. It seems that in the future, the opportunity to intercept the Hulu will still have to start with the purple opportunity. The rewards of green opportunities are not very good except for the initial reward. But even though that's it, the price of secret salty ingredients is not cheap on the market. Because it is very difficult to obtain secret seasonings, and the food added with secret seasonings makes it taste excellent. Secret seasonings are something that many professional elf chefs can encounter but are hard to come by. If it is sold on the market, this secret salty 100 grams may be sold at a 5-digit price. After Shi Yi packed up the secret salty ingredients, he handed the small amount of experience candy he had just obtained to the giant for eating. After all, it is rewarded by it to help intercept the opportunity, and it is understandable to give it. Cake. The big giant swallowed Shi Yi's experience candy handed over in one bite. After tasting the delicious food, the level of the giant suddenly increased. The giant eats a small amount of experience candy, and the level is increased to level 35. The giant was detected to reach the evolution level and began to evolve. As the system prompts down, the big-headed elf and big giant in front of Shi Yi's eyes lit up with a blazing white light. Lin King Ai was also attracted by the light and looked over immediately. Lin Feng, is the big giant going to evolve? Lin King Ai asked. Well, you have reached the evolution level. Shi Yi responded to Lin King Ai, and his attention was always on the body of the giant in front of you. As the body of the large giant suddenly changed, an orange dragonfly insect that was 1 meter long appeared in front of Shi Yi's eyes. Don't look like it looks like a bug. But in fact, this is a rare kind of elves with dragon attributes. I. After the ultrasonic larvae evolved, they flapped their wings and flew up. The big giant, who could only dig holes on the ground, finally learned the ability to fly in the air. Ha ha ha, congratulations, ultrasonic larva. I. Elf, ultrasonic larvae. Flash species. Level 35, Elite Medium. Attributes, Ground System, Dragon System. Features, Floating. Individual value, HP, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 31. Skills, Splashing Sand, Scaring, Biting, Throwing Mud, Quicksand Abyss, Heavy Treading, Brute Force, Biting, Ultrasonic Waves, Dragon Tail, Digging, Dragon Breath, Insects, Sandstorms, Harsh Sounds. Genetic Skills, Lightning Flash. Carrying Item, Soft Sand. Potential, Champion Level. After seeing the information about the ultrasonic larvae, Shi Yi nodded with satisfaction. After evolution, the attributes of the dragon system are added, the attribute surface of the ultrasonic larvae is amplified, and the combat methods can also be changed. Unfortunately, physical attack has been reduced. The large giant that can reach 100 points in the initial stage will actually decrease to 70 points after evolution. This should be the only point that has been criticized by the desert dragonfly family. It doesn't matter. Anyway, if you upgrade to level 10, you can evolve into a desert dragonfly. Shi Yi thought to himself. About 5 minutes passed. Lin King Ai's wonderful frog flower defeated all the lily root dolls in the garden. Deal with this group of elves with a maximum level of only 30. Lin King Ai's wonderful frog flower can be said to be a crushing victory. Certainly. Because the level of these lily root dolls is too low, the Meow Frog flower does not obtain much experience value. I failed to take the opportunity to upgrade. Just as Lin King Ai was about to choose a lily root doll to subdue it, Shi Yi stopped her. Here, this lily root doll, you. Shi Yu threw the lily doll he had just subdued to Lin King Ai. Lin King Ai took the lily doll and looked at Shi Yi in confusion. Compared with those lily root dolls, I think the qualifications of this lily root doll should be higher. Ah? How do you know? Lin King Ai said with a puzzled look on her face. Rely on observation. Shi Yi showed an elf expert attitude. There are 3 oval leaves on the head of each lily root doll. These leaves can intuitively show the status of this lily root doll, such as strength, ability, health, etc. The leaves on the top of the head of the lily root doll I just subdued are the best among the group of lily root dolls in the garden. Hearing Shi Yi's words, Lin King Ai immediately released the lily doll. Then observe the leaves on the head of the lily root doll lying on the ground one by one. A few minutes later, Lin King Ai said in surprise, "Really? Lin Feng, you are really amazing." Hearing Lin King Ai's praise, Shi Yi scratched his head to show embarrassment. He didn't expect that what he said was really verified. Then, will this lily root doll really give it to me? Lin King Ai trotted to Shi Yi and asked. Send it. When did I say I gave it to you? Shi Yi retorted. Ah. Lin King Ai was still recalling Shi Yi's words just now. Shi Yi said seriously, first of all, we are now teammates who are going to challenge the Island of Heart. You, a lily doll, are to improve your combat effectiveness. If you don't drag me down, this is considered an early investment. Secondly, the challenge opportunity of Heart Island is yours, so I have to give you some gifts. Let's doll on the market with good potential, the price is about 700,000 to 800,000 league coins. For the sake of our teammates, I will collect you 300,000 league coins. Shi Yi stretched out his hand, as if asking Lin King Ai for debt. Lin King Ai looked dry and said a little aggrievedly, I have no cash. It's okay, after you leave the secret realm, you can transfer the money. There is no internet in the secret realm, and Shi Yi can't let her pay now. Okay, then I agreed, I will only collect 300,000 alliance coins. Lin King Ai looked like she had gotten a bargain. Shi Yi was slightly stunned. Is this girl so easy to cheat? Isn't she a resident of the Island of Wisdom? Why do you look like a resident of the Brainless Island? The shame of the Island of Wisdom. Shi Yi has already judged the girl in front of him. After leaving this garden, Shi Yi took Lin King Ai around the neighborhood again. His purpose was to conquer a family of rats from 3 families. According to the data panel, Jinbo's purple opportunity prompts the location being nearby. However, Shi Yi couldn't find the location of a rat. Lin Feng, are you here looking for some elves? Lin King Ai saw that Shi Yi was looking for something, so she couldn't help asking. Shi Yi nodded and said, look for a rat. A rat? Lin King Ai was a little curious, why was the man in front of her interested in a rat? According to Lin King Ai's knowledge of a family of elves like rats, the combat effectiveness of a rat is not very strong. And once one of these group elves is missing, the remaining elves will lose their vitality. It can be said that it is a very difficult elves to raise. Just when Lin King Ai was still doubting, Shi Yi exclaimed in surprise. Finished. Where is where? Lin King Ai hurriedly looked around and saw nothing. King Ai, stay here and wait for me, and I will go back. Shi Yi finished speaking. Without waiting for Lin King Ai to respond, he ran forward without looking back. Lin Feng. Lin King Ai shouted, and saw Shi Yi ignored her. She originally wanted to catch up, but she still didn't step out. After Shi Yi ran forward for hundreds of meters, he came to the vicinity of an ancient tree. At the root of the ancient tree, a not-so-large hole was dug. About 30 centimeters high and 25 centimeters wide. Obviously, this hole was not formed naturally, but was dug up the day after tomorrow. Shi Yi widened his eyes and looked at the cave. A set of data suddenly appeared in front of Shi Yi's eyes. Elf, a family of rats, 3 families. Level, Level 30, Ordinary Peak. Attribute, General System. Features, Friendly Defense, can reduce our damage. Individual value, HP, 17, Attack, 18, Defense, 15, Special Attack, 14, Special Defense, 19, Speed, 30. Skills, Slap, Look at Me, Round Pupils, Big Cleaning, Echo, Help, Angry Front Teeth, 2 Combos, Seed Machine Gun, Do It Again, Play. Carry items, a variety of items piled up in the cave. Potential, Elite Level. After seeing the overview of the elves in the cave, a smile appeared at the corner of Shi Yi's mouth. Finished. It's true here. Shi Yi said excitedly. But I found it. How can I get them out? Shi Yi looked to the top of the tree, unable to see at first glance. It is estimated that the height of this tree is about 50 meters. Cutting trees is obviously undesirable. By the way, Shi Yi suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He took out the elf ball of the leap fish and released it. Well, today, Shi Yi still feels that he is mocking people when he hears the roar of the fish leaping in the swamp. Rapid fish in the swamp, and use a water gun to face this cave. Well. The marsh fish nodded, walked to the tree hole, and started spraying water. According to Shi Yi's idea, since these rats and mice will not come out on their own initiative, use water to force them out of the tree hole. Sure enough. When the water flows out from the marsh, fishes are spewing more and more, and they are about to flood the tree hole. The rats in the tree hole all ran out one after another. There were 3 rats in total, 2 were big and 1 small, and they ran separately. But it just ran out not long ago. These 3 rats felt very tired. Seeing this, Shi Yi immediately understood. A family of rats are like Dandan, all of which are a group of many elves. If one of them disappears, they will become depressed. Just now, the 3 rats ran in 3 different directions. When this distance is far, I will naturally be listless. It's better to return to your position. Shi Yi said, taking out the metal monster's elf ball. Come out, metal monster, use your mind to gather these 3 rats and rats together. Ambiguous. The metal monster's mental power controlled 3 rats and rats in different directions and sent them from different places to one another. As soon as the 3 rats and rats stood together, they were full of vitality and tried to escape again. Shi Yi said in time, Metal monsters, bullet fist, kill them. Shi Yi is not a great charity. He did not gather them together in order to rejuvenate them. The reason why they are gathered together is to defeat them intact. Ambiguous. With 1 bullet punch, it hits 3 rats and rats accurately. The 3 rats and rats felt dizzy at the same time. Since the level of the metal monster increased, the power of the skill has become stronger, and even the bullet punch has caused high damage. Taking advantage of the fact that the 3 rats and mice were all a little dizzy, Shi Yi threw out an elf ball and hit the mouse. As a whole, even if only 1 mouse hits a mouse, the 3 rats and rats are all taken into the ball at the same time. The elf ball swayed violently. Obviously, the 3 rats and rats resist the constraints of the Pokémon together. But, it didn't take long. The Pokémon stopped shaking. This also shows from the indirection that none of these 3 rats and rats can break free from the shackles of the elf ball. It seems that my strength is really not very good. Shi Yi scratched his head and had a clearer understanding of the elves like the family rat. Although, in Zhu Zi's PvP battle, the early appearance rate of the family rat was pretty good. But in reality, the strength of a family of rats is indeed not very good. After Shi Yi conquered a rat, the system prompt sounded as promised. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully intercepting Hujinbo's purple opportunity. Reward, Dragon Bone, the skull of an elf that can fly freely on the stormy sea. It contains unknown energy. If it is suitable for elves, it can comprehensively increase the elves' values. After seeing the reward given by the system, Shi Yi was stunned for 2 seconds. Then I realized what this prop was. Dragon bone, if I remember correctly, this should be the skull of the fast dragon, right? Shi Yi looked at the dragon-shaped skull in his hand. In addition, the description of the system, the skull of the elves that can soar freely on the stormy sea. Isn't this the description of Kuai Long? Since it is the skull of the Kuai Long and it still contains unknown energy, if it is used by Hakran. After thinking about it, Shi Yi took out Hakran's elf ball directly. Come out, Hakran. Furo. Hakran came out of the elf ball in a daze, floating in the air, shaking the dragon's tail, and in a very arrogant posture. However, after seeing the dragon bone in Shi Yi's hand, Hakran's eyes changed. Furo. Hakran floated directly in front of Shi Yi, staring at the dragon bone, as if he felt some strange energy. Chapter 55, Hakran's Comprehensive Increase. The chosen son of God has become the uncle of the Carp King. Please order all. Shi Yi looked at Hakran's expression and suddenly felt a strange feeling. Hakran, do you recognize this dragon bone? Furo. Hakran shook his head and said he didn't recognize him. But the energy in this dragon bone makes it like it very much. Hakran used his tail to roll up the dragon bone in Shi Yi's hand. Suddenly, a mysterious blue energy emanated from the dragon's bones. The 2 beads at Hakran's tail and the bead at the neck also lit up a blue light at the same time. The blue energy poured into Hakran's body through Hakran's 3 beads. Hakran felt this strange energy, and his whole body was faintly glowing with blue light. Looking at the changes in Hakran's body, Shi Yi couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Including the leap fish and metal monsters on the side, they were also quite curious. They have no dragon attributes, they are not interested in dragon attributes, and they cannot detect the special nature of this dragon bone. By the way, Shi Yu seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly took out another elf ball and released the elf inside. Come out, ultrasonic larvae. Ultrasonic larvae have dragon-type attributes, and I don't know if the energy emitted from this dragon bone is helpful to ultrasonic larvae. I. As soon as the ultrasonic larvae came out, they were attracted by this blue energy. It flapped its wings and flew to Hakran's side. Hakran curls up the dragon's bone with his tail. The energy inside the dragon's bone is mainly absorbed by Hakran. The ultrasonic larvae flew next to Hakran, as if they were rubbing with a wave of energy. Suddenly, Hakran began to molt. The dragon scales fell off, a dragon skin fell off, and the new Hakran emerged from the dragon skin. About 10 minutes later, Hakran's body transformed again, and the dragon skin on its body fell off again. The originally smooth dragon skin becomes clearer after it sheds. The overall length has reached nearly 6 meters long. The same is true for ultrasonic larvae. The icy body and orange wings complete the transformation at the same time. The whole body has become a little longer. Furo. I. Accompanied by 2 dragon roars, Hakran and ultrasonic larvae both floated down from the air and fell to the ground. At the same time, the hard and heavy dragon bone actually turned into powder and drifted away directly with the wind. The mysterious energy originally stored in it was absorbed by Hakran and ultrasonic larvae. Ding! Congratulations to Hakran for successfully absorbing a large amount of dragon energy in the dragon bone, and the 6 attribute values 0-10 are increased at the same time. Health, physical attack, physical defense, special attack, special defense, speed, and increase 30% on the original basis at the same time. The power of dragon skills increases by 30% strength. Ding! Congratulations to Hakran for obtaining the inheritance of his predecessors and learning, Dragon Star Cluster, Anti-Scale, Divine Speed, and 3 skills. After seeing the message that suddenly lights up on the data panel, Shi Yi's eyes lit up. Me? This increase is too big, right? Not only is it all-round enhancement, but also learned the 3 powerful moves of Kui Long. Shi Yi was in a state of excitement and almost broke down, and cheered. And at this time, the information on the data panel is refreshed again. Ding! Congratulations to the ultrasonic larvae for absorbing some energy in the dragon's bones, and the 6 attribute values are increased at the same time. Health, physical attack, physical defense, special attack, special defense, speed, and increase the origin Alton % on the basis. The power of dragon skills increases by 10% strength. Ding! Congratulations to the ultrasonic larvae for obtaining the inheritance of their predecessors and learning the dragon's dive skill. The growth rate of ultrasonic larvae is slightly inferior to that of Hakron. But this is also within the expected range. After all, Hakron is the main source of absorbing the energy of the dragon's bones, and ultrasonic larvae are rubbing. It is completely a waste of money to be able to get so many attribute bonuses, and to learn the dragon's dive skills inherited by the predecessors. I didn't expect that the dragon bone left by the senior is so awesome. When Shi Yi looked at the metal monster again, he suddenly wondered, is there any senior of the giant gold monster leaving an arm to allow the metal monster to absorb energy? Harmful. This kind of good thing should not be more rewarding. Shi Yi shook his head and took all the elves back into the elves' ball with a happy mood. At this time, Shi Yi suddenly thought that when he was reading information about a rat, he saw that there seemed to be something good in the nest of a rat. Shi Yi came to the tree hole again. The water inside gradually flowed out, and the cave was pitch black. Shi Yi took out the searchlight and shines it on it, and saw a lot of golden things in the hole. Come out, Mom Purses! Shi Yi released the sack beast mother from the elf ball. Garu! Mom Bamboo, this time I'm not looking for you, I'm looking for bamboo. Gar! The sack fish immediately emerged from the sack fish's mother's belly bag, staring at Shi Yi with her little eyes blinking. Shi Yi carried the sack fish out, touched its head, and smiled, Patfish, there is something I want you to help. Gar! The sack bag said, please give me instructions. Packard, please get into this tree hole and take out all the things inside. Gar! The sack bag nodded, climbed to the tree hole, and after sniffing it, it fanned with its hands, as if it was disgusting the smell inside the hole. It seems, this rat is a little unattended to be hygienic. Shi Yi took out a rat's elf ball and criticized it. The sack fish crawled into the tree hole and pounded it. Then a golden bead was slowly pushed out. Shi Yi's eyes lit up when he saw it. How? Shi Yi swears directly. He didn't expect that this rat family still hid gold in a tree hole. Such a big golden bead was hidden in the tree hole. No wonder when Shi Yi used a searchlight to illuminate, a golden light flashed out. Gar! After pushing out the big golden bead, the sack fish did not come out of the tree hole and turned back in. A few seconds later, another golden bead was pushed out. But this time, the golden bead is not as big as the big one just now, it is a small golden bead. After 3 golden beads were launched one after another. The sackcloth pushed other things. Generally, pure crystals, light stones, large rhizomes, beautiful empty shells, orange fruits, and 0 surplus fruits. This small tree hole is so hiding something. When the sack fish pushed out the last wild apple, Shi Yi couldn't help but sigh. A pure Z crystal, a large gold bead, 3 gold beads, a light stone, a large rhizome, a beautiful empty shell, plus about 30 tree fruits. Shi Yi looked at the pile of spoils in front of him and suddenly felt like he was making a fortune. According to the gold price on the market, such a big gold bead will have to be sold for more than 100,000 alliance coins, right? There are 3 gold beads, which are also worth a lot of money. The most surprising thing is that there is a general type Z pure crystal. In addition, light stones, large rhizomes, and beautiful empty shells can also be exchanged for some money. Oh, by the way, the big rhizome is very suitable for Lin King I's wonderful frog flower, and you can slaughter a sum of money from her. Thinking of this, a greedy smile appeared on the corner of Shi Yi's mouth. A family of rats, thank you. Shi Yi took out the elf ball from a rat and said gratefully. Then he collected all the spoils and put them into the storage locker in the elf's living space. Let's go, this trip to the B-level secret realm of the wilderness is a great perfection. After getting up, Shi Yi walked towards Lin King Ai with satisfaction. Lin Feng? You're back. Lin King Ai saw Shi Yi coming from a distance and immediately met him. Well, I have conquered a rat. This trip to the B-level secret realm of the wilderness is over. I am about to leave the secret realm, where are you? Shi Yi asked. After all, in the future, I have to go to Xinzi Island with Lin King Ai to participate in the training. Ah? Are you leaving the forest of the wild? Lin King Ai didn't expect that she had just been with Shi Yi for a day and was about to part. She also felt that the things made by Shi Yi were delicious. Yes, there are other things to do after you go out. Shi Yi nodded and asked again, in addition, when will you go to the experience of Heart Island? The experience of Heart Island will be about 10 days left at the beginning of next month. Lin King Ai answered truthfully. There are still 10 days left. Shi Yi stroked his chin and thought for a while. After leaving the forest of the wild, he will first go to the Elf Bounty Hunter Guild to submit the mission. Let's evolve the Circle Bears. In the future, you have to go to the Elf Alliance to advance to the trainer level. After all, to participate in the training of Heart Island, you need the proof of a senior trainer, etc. Shi Yi suddenly thought of something. Looking at Lin King Ai in front of him, he asked, you said, you need to reach the level of a senior trainer when participating in the training of Heart Island. What about you? Have you reached it? Me? No. Lin King Ai shook her head and responded harmlessly with a human and animal expression on her face. Then, how do we participate in the training of Heart Island? Don't worry, I have a solution. Lin King Ai put her hands on her hips, looking prepared. Seeing this, Shi Yi looked suspicious. Okay, let me tell you, in fact, besides Meow-Hua and 2 electric flying squirrels, I have other partners. Other partners? Shi Yi looked at Lin King Ai in confusion. If so, why didn't you send out when facing the Circle Bear? You must know. That's life and death hang in the middle of a thread. On the Island of Wisdom, the elves that have grown up with me since I was a child, I did not conquer them with the elves' balls, but they are my best friends. This time I came out, I didn't bring them out for the sake of experience. When I go back this time, I will conquer them and then take the trainer level exam, which will be basically stable. Hearing Lin King Ai's words, Shi Yi always feels, this girl looks a bit unreliable. But he still pretended to trust and said, okay, I hope that in 10 days, we can successfully challenge the experience of Heart Island. Well, let's go out of the secret realm together. Lin King Ai nodded and urged Shi Yi to say a word. You want to leave the secret realm, too? Yes. I've finished all the food I brought. Lin King Ai stuck out her tongue at Shi Yi playfully. Shi Yi glanced at Lin King Ai's not-so-big backpack and shook his head speechlessly. I brought such a small bag to the secret realm, and there was a lot of cash and some useless things inside. How could I hold anything to eat? You deserve to buy a hot pot for 30,000 yuan. When the two of them walked to the exit of the secret realm, it was almost dark. Out of the secret realm, Shi Yi and Lin King Ai opened a room in a town near Baichuan City. Ao. It's 2 rooms. After taking a shower, Shi Yi lay on the soft bed and slept comfortably. When I woke up the next day, it's almost noon. Shi Yi opened his phone and glanced at it, and found that there was a transfer record. Lin King Ai, I'll transfer 300,000 alliance coins to you, please check them. Crack? This girl actually really transferred 300,000 alliance coins? What a sucker! Ah! What a good person! Shi Yi said with some surprise. Originally, Shi Yi had forgotten about this matter. Yesterday in the secret realm, those words were just casual. Who would have thought that she would actually transfer the money? But there is no reason why Shi Yi doesn't accept the money he picked up for free. Shi Yi directly clicked to confirm the receipt. Then I checked other information. Ranwei, 11. You haven't replied to my message for a long time. Are you in danger? Seeing this message, Shi Yi flipped up and found that Ranwei had sent dozens of messages. Basically, they are all daily, say hello. Later, I found out that Shi Yi had not replied to the news, so I was a little worried about Shi Yi's safety. Shi Yi, oh, she replied with a safe emoticon. Reply. Shi Yi, in the secret realm, my phone has no signal. I've left the secret realm now. Don't worry, I haven't encountered any dangers, and I've even gained a lot. I'll tell you when I go back to school next time. After replying to Ranwei's message, Shi Yi looked at the other people's information again. Fat Dunner and Qin Xiang called their adoptive father to help and beat up the arrogant classmates in the next class. Since Shi Yi left the school, Class 1 of the Battle Department has completely lost to Class 2, 3, 4, and 5 of the Battle Department. It was clearly the champion class of the Freshman Cup, but after Shi Yi left the school, he became a shame in the Battle Department. This made the students in Class 1 of the Battle Department very angry. Shi Yi opened the class group chat again and took a look. He originally wanted to see if there was any new news or gossip information recently. But unexpectedly, I really saw it for him. The cause of the incident was naturally that Class 1 of the Battle Department lost to the other 4 classes after lacking Shi Yi's leadership. Then Lin Feng started to show off. Let everyone wait, don't worry. When the elf egg he bought hatched, he will beat the classmates from the other 4 classes at that time. Whoever thought? A not-so-smart Carp King hatched out of Lin Feng's elf egg. Now, the students in Class 1 of the Battle Department were very happy. Lin Feng conquered a Carp King in the secret realm of Zixi Wetland and went to buy an elf egg, which was the Carp King again. He is simply a Carp King enthusiast. This matter soon came from the Battle Department 1-The class spread and became a joke in the Battle Department. It spread from the Battle Department and became a joke for the whole school of Linhai University. Lin Feng was so angry that he dropped out of school for this matter. Puchi! Lin Feng, he's really laughing. Shi Yi couldn't help but laughed in the hotel room. Suddenly I thought of Lin King Ai's identity as Lin Feng. No, I have to tell her the details later. It's unlucky to be Lin Feng. Tui. Shi Yi spitted out a mouthful of phlegm to remove the evil spirit. After turning off the chat software, Shi Yi checked the date again. Is it a full moon night tonight? Shi Yi took out the elves of the Circle Bear's elf ball, wiped it and said, tonight is the highlight of your evolution. Chapter 56, Evolution. The only Heya bear in the world. The golden legend reappears. Subscribe for a full subscription. 1 p.m. After Lin King Ai woke up, Shi Yi and Lin King Ai had a meal in the hotel lobby. Lin Feng, I will go back to Xinzi Island later. I bought a high-speed rail ticket at 3 p.m. and arrived on the East China Sea coast. Lin King Ai said. Oh, okay. Shi Yi nodded and continued to eat the noodles in the bowl. If you come to Xinzi Island at that time, you must first go to the coast of the East China Sea and then take a fishing boat to come to Xinzi Island. However, you can also contact me in advance and I will tell you the specific way to land on the island. Hearing Lin King Ai's words, Shi Yi thought about it and there were still 10 days left. Maybe, you may not have to take a boat in 10 days. As long as ultrasonic larvae evolves into desert dragonflies, or metal monsters evolve into giant gold monsters, Shi Yi will have a flying means of transportation. At that time, when Hakran evolves into a fatter country, Shi Yi will have 3 types of flying transportation. On land, the sand snail python will naturally continue to do it. It's a pity that the city's roads cannot be dug at will, and you can only ride a sand snail python in secret realms or some valleys. Oh, right. Shi also has unevolved leap fish. Riding on the giant swamp monster to surf is also a good choice. Lin Feng. Are you listening to me? Seeing Shi absent-minded, Lin Qing'ai felt a little uneasy. Ayo. Something is listening. Oh, by the way. There is something I have always wanted to tell you. What? Lin Qing'ai stared at Shi with beautiful eyes, looking puzzled. My name is not Lin Feng, my name is Shi. Hearing this, Lin Qing'ai was stunned for 2 seconds before realizing that Shi had been guarding against her during this period. Lin Qing'ai is clearly making friends with Shi so sincerely. All the important experiences of Liangzhen Island have been told to Shi. But Shi didn't even say his real name? After all, I was really wrong. Humph. Lin Qing'ai suddenly felt a little emotional and started eating noodles with her head down. Shi saw this. Instead of coaxing, he took out a prop, placed it on the dining table, and pushed it towards Lin Qing'ai. What's this? Lin Qing'ai glanced at the prop and looked a little ugly. The HP value recovered by large rhizomes is increased by 30% by sucking moves. Hearing this, Lin Qing'ai put the bowl in her hand directly, looked at the ugly prop, and looked full of joy. The anger that had just happened to Shi disappeared in an instant. This prop is perfectly matched with my wonderful frog flower. Lin Qing'ai said in surprise. Large rhizomes can not only increase the recovery of blood for absorption moves, but also increase the recovery of skills such as parasitic seeds, water flow rings, and rooting. For Meow Frog Flower, it is indeed a perfect prop. Lin Feng, no. You should call you Shi now, Shi. Can this prop really be given to me? Lin Qing'ai said excitedly. Hey! I didn't say I gave you it. I just thought this prop was very suitable for your elf, so I decided to sell it to you first. Shi corrected the way. You. Lin Qing'ai pouted, looking like Shi was too cunning. Shi raised his hand and grabbed the big rhizome and said seriously, if you don't buy it, I'll take it back. Purchase. Lin Qing'ai directly pulled over the big rhizome, took out her cell phone, and asked, how much? According to the market price, the price of this prop should be in the range of 150,000 to 200,000 alliance coins. Shi thought for a while and said, in our relationship, I will give you 200,000 alliance coins. Okay. Lin Qing'ai immediately agreed when she heard Shi say the words using our relationship. But when she was preparing to transfer money, she suddenly came to her senses. You. Shi. With our relationship, you still want to cheat me? Lin Qing'ai pointed at Shi, looking angry. Ha ha ha. It's just a joke, miss. After hiding a smile, Shi added, it's 100,000 yuan alliance coin that means something. Okay, don't regret it. Lin Qing'ai stared at Shi, afraid that Shi would regret it again. After Shi transferred 100,000 alliance coins, Lin Qing'ai happily released the wonderful frog flower and asked it to carry this prop. With the help of large rhizomes, Meowflora's combat power can be said to have increased at least 20%. I finally finished the meal until almost 2 o'clock. After Lin Qing'ai packed her luggage, she told Shi apart and headed to the high-speed rail station in Baichuan City. Shi stayed in the hotel room, waiting for the night to come. 9 o'clock in the evening. Shi left the hotel room and walked towards the outskirts of Baichuan City. After walking to the unmanned heights, Shi stopped. In order to ensure the smooth evolution of scarring bears, Shi specially found a high place where he could see the full moon. Immediately, Shi took out the Scar Circle Bear's elf ball and released it. Come out, Circle Bear. Gum. The Scar Circle Bear appeared on the gravel road with full fighting spirit. After seeing that there are no enemies everywhere, the Scar Circle Bear looked at Shi Yi with some confusion, as if asking Shi Yi, the boss, why he sent it out? Cloud Bear, do you want to evolve? Go! Hearing the word evolution, thousands of ripples appeared in the heart of the Scar Circle Bear. When you see that the elves of other ethnic groups in the secret realm of the wild forest can evolve again after evolution. To be honest, the Scar Circle Bear is full of envy. Especially the previous competitor, Nidoking, evolved from Nidoran to Nidolino, and then evolved into Nidoking. This has always made Scar Circle Bear a little resentful. Why can this guy evolve twice, but it can only evolve once? Now is the time for you to evolve. Circle Bear, take out the pure peat block I gave you before, look at the full moon in the sky, and absorb the pure peat block. Shi Yi informed it of the way the Scar Circle Bear evolved. Scar Circle Bear has unconditional trust in Shi Yi. It immediately took out the piece of exquisite peat and held it in the palm of its hand with some cherishment. He looked up again at the full moon in the night. The moonlight tonight is a bit strange. It was clearly a full moon, but there were clouds and mists. At the same time, the color of the moon is not golden or obo white. But there was a slight scarlet redness. It's like a blood moon coming. The Scar Circle Bear looked at the red moon in the dark, and the injured left eye seemed to have a faint sense of pain. Next moment, Scar Circle Bear raised his hand and stuffed the Genpin peat block into his mouth. Chewing on some dry peat blocks, the scarlet in the bear's eyes became even more obvious. Until the Genpin peat block was completely absorbed by the Scar Circle Bear. A white light lit up on the Scar Circle Bear. In the dark night, this blazing white light on the gravel road looked very dazzling. Some elves living nearby at night, such as super bats, rolling bats, etc., subconsciously flew away after seeing this dazzling white light. In the white light, the body of the Circle Bear becomes curved. From the original standing, it has become a lying shape. Next moment, the lying Circle Bear stood up again. Shi Yi knew very well that this was a process from the evolution of the Circle Bear to the Yuyu Bear, and then to the Heiyu form. Yuyu Bear is lying on his lie, but Heiyu Bear is standing in the form of Heiyu. As the white light dissipates, a huge giant bear with a height of nearly 3 meters and 5 meters appeared in front of Shi Yi. The silver-gray upper body wrapped in rock armor, the brown lower body, the body is burly and sharp claws. On the forehead, there is also a unique Heiyu. The scars in the left eye, which originally had a scar, remained the same, but after evolution, the eye opened. The black eyes seemed to be able to see through all the darkness. Go! The evolution of Heiyu Xiang howled fiercely, as if venting his inner joy. After waiting for a long time, it was finally its turn to evolve. After howling for a moment, Heiyu Xiang lowered his head and stared at Shi Yi with gratitude on his face. Heiyu Xiang, congratulations on completing your evolution and becoming the unique Heiyu Xiang form Yuxiang Bear in the world. Shi Yi congratulated him. At the same time, open the eye of appreciation and check the information about Heiyu Xiang. Elf, Yuyu Bear, Heiyu form. Level 49, Senior Late Stage. Attributes, Ground System, General System. Features, Mind Eye, General Attributes and Fighting Attribute moves can hit Ghost Attribute Pokemon, ignoring the change in the opponent's dodge rate, and the hit rate will not be reduced. Individual value, HP, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 31. Skills, Splitting, Tiles, Metal Claws, Playfulness, Terrible Faces, Sleeping, Snoring, Tongue Licking, Mount Tie Pressing, Loud Sound, Destroying Light, Leaping by Leaps and Bounds, True Chi Bombs, Earth Power, Moonlight, Blood Moon. Genetic Skills, Close Battle. Carrying Item, Sharp Claws, medium quality, potential, champion level? After evolution, has your potential improved to the championship level? Shi Yi was very satisfied with He Yuexiang's changes. In this way, He Yuexiang has become Shi Yi's strongest combat power in the team at present. It's just a pity that He Yuexiang is a special attacker, and many physical attack moves cannot use their full strength. But this is okay. There is no shortage of physical attackers in Shi Yi's team, but special attackers, with He Yuexiang, the vacancy is filled. After falling from the mountain, Shi Yi was not in a hurry to return to the hotel, but was preparing to go to the underground black market in Baijuan City. The underground black market is like the Elf Bounty Hunter Guild. It is an organization that the Alliance allows to exist but does not allow to grow. It will exist in all major cities. Please flowers. But it will only be open at night. And the rules for entering the black market are like going to the Elf Bounty Hunter Guild, you must wear a mask. Shi Yi put on the conjured mask he had worn before, walking into the underground black market with a swagger. Just like the Elf Bounty Hunter Guild, the underground black market is also a place where both black and white will come. Shi Yi felt that it is very likely that he would meet some people with chance here. Shi Yi was walking on the road, with various vendors on both sides. Most of the things sold are common props, elf eggs, etc. on the market. Certainly. There are also some rare things on the market. For example, some high-quality evolutionary fossils, Z pure crystals, etc. As long as you can afford the price, you can even book a prop from the black market boss. Once you find the prop, the black market boss will notify you to come and buy it. After walking on this road for a few minutes, Shi Yi entered an elf shop. The elf shop is a place to trade elves. It's somewhat similar to the Elf Bounty Hunter Guild. Some elves can also be booked here, so that the black market boss can send someone to help conquer them. The difference is that the black market elves shop can sell elves that have high potential to conquer from the secret realm but do not need them. Certainly. The source of elves is nothing to ask about the elves shops in the black market. Even if you are the stolen elf, you can still sell it. Want to buy or sell? Shi Yi asked as soon as he entered the elf egg, the boss wearing a silver rakia mask inside. Shi Yi took out a elf's ball, put it in the basket in front of the counter, and pushed it forward. He asked like a veteran, "How much is it?" 0. When the black market boss saw Shi Yi's operation, he realized that this guy should be a veteran and no longer talk too much nonsense. Pick up the elf ball and put it in the elf qualification detector next to it to conduct qualification testing on the elf in the elf ball. Gymnastic potential, ivory pig of level 50. I can give you this number. The black market boss compared the 8 gesture. When trading elves in the black market, because the origin is unclear, the boss will definitely bargain, which is much cheaper than buying the same type of elves with the same potential on the market. Even if this elf has finally evolved and has a good strength. It's too cheap, boss. Shi Yi refuted. The black market boss didn't talk nonsense, took out the elf ball from the elf qualification detector and threw it back into the basket. If you don't sell it, you will pay a fee for the elf qualification testing and leave. In the elves' house on the black market, it is a fee to conduct qualification testing on elves. Even if you go to the Elf Alliance to conduct qualification testing for elves, you still need to pay. The prices on the black market are higher. One test requires 5,000 Alliance coins. I have a few elves here, you can buy a package price. As Shi Yi said that, he took out the elf balls of Mahjong, Nidoking, Zishuxing, and throwing monkeys. These elves have a good potential in the gym and can be sold for a lot of money. So Shi Yi brought them out of the forest of the wild. When the black market boss saw Shi Yi take out so many elf balls at once, he realized that the customer in front of him was a big customer. Hurry up and check the qualifications of the elves in these elves balls one by one. The 5 elves all have the potential of the gym, and their strength is at the senior level. The black market owner was a little surprised, and when he looked at Shi Yi again, his eyes became gentler. He can sell 5 senior elves with great strength at the same time. It can be imagined that the strength of the customers in front of you is definitely not bad. No black market boss is willing to offend a powerful trainer. After thinking about it, the black market boss made a 5 gesture. Make a deal. Shi Yi didn't want to waste too much time on this black market boss, so he was too lazy to bargain. 5 million alliance coins are 5 million alliance coins. Anyway, when Shi Yi obtained these 5 elves, it was also very relaxed and did not pay much. The black market boss was not in a bad way. After passing Shi Yi's card number, he directly made 5 million alliance coins. The transaction is completed. The black market boss said with joy, "Welcome to come again." Because he was wearing a mask, Shi Yi could not see clearly the expression of the profiteer under the mask of the black market boss. Otherwise, I would have to say a few words in my heart. And when Shi Yi was about to leave this black store, a person came in from outside. Trade. The man took out a elf's ball and was about to throw it into the basket, but he saw 5 elf's balls in the basket, so he held the elf's ball in his hand and did not throw it down. At the same time, he also glanced at the customer he had just traded. Shi Yi also looked at the masked man in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. The shock in the eyes was uncontrollable. It was not that Shi Yi knew the masked man in front of him, but that golden light almost shone Shi Yi's eyes on the top of the masked man's head. This guy is the owner of Golden Opportunity. Loss. Chapter 57, The Explosive Information Provided by Golden Opportunity. Please order all. Golden Legend. Shi Yi hasn't seen the Golden Legend for a long time. Or, I have never seen a Golden Opportunity since Lin Feng, the head of the unlucky egg, saw it again. Never thought. How could you see a Golden Opportunity again in the black shop in the underground black market? Sure enough. The underground black market is also a place where opportunities are prone to occur. Shi Yi looked at the Golden Opportunity of the masked man in front of him with an excited look. Name, Zhao Ji. Recent opportunities, Golden Opportunities. Details, Zhao Ji is a member of the Black Owl organization who has been active in the underground black market for a long time. In the Heixia organization, Zhao Ji is the captain of a stronghold. Taking advantage of his position, Zhao Ji always secretly took out some research materials and research results in the organization for money. Recently, a research item was secretly sent by the organization to the stronghold managed by Zhao Ji. That research item is only quasi-spirited. A violent Shakiras. The organization wants to force this Shakiras to evolve, and before reaching the evolution level, it uses special energy to make this Shakiras evolve. But I never thought about it. This researcher Shakiras fell into a violent state after being forced to evolve into Bank IRAs. Bank Ilis in a violent state activates the special dream gene injected into the tissue in the body, thereby controlling all the sand and dust near the laboratory. Using the ability to control sand, this violent Bank IRAs destroyed the entire laboratory. As the captain of this stronghold, Zhao Ji naturally has an unshirkable responsibility. Considering that the organization will hold accountable in the future, Zhao Ji took advantage of the exhaustion of this violent banker's physical strength and used the special elf ball developed by the organization to put this violent Bank IRAs into the ball. He left the Black Owl organization early and became a fleeing reward figure of the Black Owl organization. At the same time, before escaping from the organization, Zhao Ji also stole the organization's latest elf controller. Using this elf controller, Zhao Ji controlled the violent Bank IRAs. Then, Zhao Ji rushed overseas, with violent Bank IRAs and other research elves who came from the organization. Zhao Ji was doing well overseas and became a senior cadre of another evil organization. The content of the Golden Opportunity ends here. Shi Yi was shocked after seeing the Golden Opportunity of the masked man in front of him. Me? From this Golden Opportunity, the information Shi Yi got was so explosive? Furious sand Kiras? Injected with a dream gene? Bank IRAs, who forcibly evolved and was able to control sandstorms freely. Black Owl Organization? Sprite Controller? No matter which of the above information is enough to be explosive. Shi Yi took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Then pretended to leave the black store as if nothing had happened. Next. Shi Yi is walking on the road to the black market. I have no choice but to see other people's opportunities. There is no need to say much about the white opportunity. Even if there is an occasional green opportunity, Shi Yi is too lazy to see it. In the face of golden opportunities, the reward of green opportunities is not worth mentioning at all. Certainly. There was indeed no silver opportunity or purple opportunity, otherwise Shi Yi would have stopped and glanced at it. After leaving the underground black market, Shi Yi leaned against a tree by the roadside and began to think about the next plan. There is no doubt that the golden opportunity must be intercepted. Not to mention how generous the rewards of golden opportunity are. Even the violent sand Kiras seen in the golden opportunity, Shi Yi cannot let go. Such a strong elf is worthy of being its master. Black Owl Organization. Shi Yi doesn't know much about this organization. Even if you search online or log into the Alliance official website for search, there is no information about the Black Owl Organization. Obviously. Either the organization is very mysterious, and it does things in a dark way, and there is no criminal record of any major incidents. Either Shi Yi's trainer level is not high enough, the search permissions on the Alliance official website are not enough, and the more advanced content cannot be viewed. Certainly. This is also normal. On the Alliance official website, you need permission to view various information. Before your strength reaches a certain level, the Alliance will definitely not let you know more information in advance. Or, according to the geographical location displayed on the data panel, go in and take a look first. Shi Yi thought about it. It is also a way. Anyway, Shi Yi has no arrangements except to be promoted to the trainer level in the next few days. Besides, follow the instructions in Golden Opportunity. At that time, the violent sand Kiras will destroy the entire organization's stronghold after being forced to evolve. So, Shi Yi can completely take advantage of the chaos to conquer this evolved violent bank IRAs. Thinking of this, Shi Yi clapped his fist and felt it was feasible. As of now, this should be the best way to intercept the Hu-Hu. It's past 11 o'clock now. You can go to the Elf Bounty Hunter Guild again. Shi Yi looked at the time, put the mask on his face straight, and walked towards the direction where the Elf Bounty Hunter Guild was. Arrive at the familiar convenience store for vending. Shi Yi walked in naturally, walked through the back door, and Shi Yi came to the backyard. There are still a lot of people in the backyard playing cards here. Shi Yi glanced at him and all the white opportunities were white. Sure enough, the more useless people are, the more they like to play bad things and waste time here. Shi Yi shook his head and felt that the group of bounty hunters in the yard were simply hopeless. Not to mention the purple opportunity, even a green opportunity cannot be provided. Walk through the backyard and into the familiar room. The old man wearing reading glasses was reading the newspaper again, reading yesterday's Asakura Shimbun. Shi Yi doesn't understand very well. What is the meaning of reading a newspaper one day later? People always learn the news in advance, but the old man saw the old news one step later. Can't he get up early? Can he read the Asahi Shimbun in the morning? Certainly. Shi Yi just complained secretly in his heart. Didn't say it outright. I'll submit the task. Shi Yi said, taking out the 2 task orders he had taken off the wall before. At the same time, 2 more elf balls were taken out. The 3 section shapes of earth dragons and 3-part family rats. Are the 2 sea-level tasks right? After the old man got up from the recliner, he looked at the 2 task orders handed over by Shi Yi. Then, the 2 elf balls handed over by Shi Yi were placed on the elf qualification detector behind him. It's the same as the elf qualification detector of the elf house owner in the underground black market. You can also view the full overview of the elves in the elves. Even the information that this machine can obtain is more comprehensive. In addition to the strength and potential of the elves, you can also see the height and form of the elves. Well, the 3-section earth dragons are confirmed. The old man put the elf ball containing the earth dragons and the task list together. Then check the information about another elf ball. The family of rats from 3 families have been confirmed. After both tasks are confirmed to be completed, the old man greeted him. Another masked man ran into the yard. This man has 2 ponytails, is he a woman? He completed 2 sea-level tasks, registered his information and distributed rewards at the same time. After talking to the woman with a double ponytail mask, the old man lay down on the recliner and continued to read the newspaper. Okay. The one who spoke was a woman with a double ponytail mask. She operated on the computer in front of the counter and asked, "Code name." "Da Flamingo." Shi reported the code number he had filled in on the information form. When the masked woman heard this code name, she looked up at Shi and then typed on the computer. What a difficult code name. The masked woman didn't know why the man wearing the Kajured mask in front of her had such a weird name. But she was too lazy to ask. After all, this was the freedom of every bounty hunter. Shi scratched his head, thinking. Don't look at One Piece, right? So you are only worthy of being a front desk coder. After entering the front desk coder masked woman on the computer, she said to Shi, "You have completed 2 sea-level tasks in total, containing the earth dragons and 3 forms on behalf of others, and they must be the characteristics of heavenly grace. And containing the rats and 3 families on behalf of others. The former's mission reward is 1 million alliance coins, while the latter's reward is 350,000 alliance coins. Considering that you are a white-level bounty hunter, our Elf Bounty Hunter Guild needs to charge a 30% commission. So after deducting the commission, after entering the masked woman on the calculator, a number popped up. We need to pay you 945,000 alliance coins. Hearing the masked woman's offer, Shi stretched out his index finger with his right hand and shook it slightly. No, this front desk lady, you've calculated it wrong. Hearing Shi calling her a receptionist lady, the masked woman was slightly stunned and said angrily, "Where did you calculate the wrong thing? Look at the task of collecting and subduing Tolongjija, please read the task details carefully." Shi pointed to this task single channel. Front desk lady, oh no. After carefully reading the task of subduing the Tolongjija, the masked girl suddenly found that there was an additional reward. If the potential can reach the gym level, an additional reward of 1 million alliance coins will be given. Sorry, it was my negligence in work just now. I will now count this million alliance coins for you. Even though the masked woman was a little angry, she could only swallow her breath because she was indeed negligent in her work, which led to the miscalculation of the task reward. Total is 1.645 million thousand billion alliance coin, send me your card number. Hearing the masked woman's words, Shi shrugged and said, I don't know your contact information. The masked woman glared at Shi again, thinking to herself, what's going on with this guy? Can you find fault so much? Shi ignored it and directly reported his card number. After the masked woman Shi threw 1.645,000 alliance coins, she took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. After completing 2 sea-level tasks, your points will reach the full value of the white-level hunter and be promoted to the green-level bounty hunter. I see. Shi nodded and turned around and walked to the task wall. After sweeping through the task wall slightly, Shi found that on the task wall, there were basically B-level and B-level tasks. May I ask, are there no A-level tasks and more advanced S-level tasks? Shi asked. Sorry, your bounty hunter level is green, and you don't have the right to take on A-level and higher level tasks. Including checking The masked woman did not forget to add a vicious sentence, as if she was taking revenge. Shi Yi was too lazy to pay attention to this woman and glanced at the B-level tasks again. When he found that there was no task suitable for him to take it now, he left directly. The next morning, Shi Yi woke up at 8 o'clock in the morning. After going to the bathroom to wash, the elves fed them. After this time, the B-level secret realm of the wilderness, you have all upgraded to a large amount of levels. Shi Yi told the elves. At the same time, he glanced at his account again. Neatly arranged more than 7 million alliance coins. Shi Yi's mood was very happy. Extra meal. Shi Yi, the elves, feed the top energy blocks. After all the elves finished their breakfast, Shi Yi went downstairs to have breakfast himself, and then returned the hotel room. Next, Shi Yi was preparing to go to the Hey Owl organization base in the west of Baichuan City. This stronghold is actually hidden. But after Shi Yi checked Zhao Ji's golden opportunity, the location of this stronghold appeared on the data panel. I don't know, will I be too blatant if I sneak in like this? After thinking about it, Shi Yi felt that it was inappropriate. I went to the department store and bought a set of night clothes myself. As the saying goes, it's dark under the light. If you wear a little black, the Black Owl organization should not be too silly. At noon, Shi Yi rode Dujula and came all the way to the western suburbs of Baichuan City. When we get here, we can't continue to let Dujula move forward quickly. According to Dujula Kuei Xiao's company's training on Dujula's employees, it only accepts taxi tasks within the city. Once you pass this city and arrive outside the city, Dujula will stop quickly. The main reason is that Dujula's company is afraid that Dujula will not find its way home. It's really a headache, it's still a long way. After paying Dujula Kuai's taxi, Shi Yi scratched the back of his head. 2.6. According to the location displayed on the data panel, there are more than 10 kilometers of roads. I'm afraid it's going to get dark when I walk over. Shi Yi had no choice but to hike forward. Until the evening approached, Shi Yi finally came to the vicinity of the Black Owl organization stronghold displayed on the data panel. This is deserted, where does the stronghold come from? Shi Yi was puzzled. Certainly, Shi Yi did not suspect that the system was wrong. So, there is only one possibility, that is, this stronghold is hidden. I think so. If it were so easy to find, the house would have been searched by the Alliance. Just when Shi Yi was still wondering where the stronghold was. But I saw someone walking over not far away. Shi Yi hurriedly hid in. There were two people who walked over, all wearing black uniforms, and there was a capital letter H on the chest of the uniform. At the same time, both of them were wearing half-covered white masks. The mask covered the upper half of the head, from the nose up to the hairline. A pair of eyes were exposed, but the mouth was not covered by a mask. These guys, might they be members of the Black Owl organization, right? Shi Yi thought about it. Check out one of the people's white opportunities. Name, Wu Ling. Recent opportunities, white opportunities. Details, as a member of the Black Owl organization, Wu Ling's code name is No018, and together with No019, he is responsible for patrol work outside the base. Every hour, I have to come out for patrol. Recently, Wu Ling was a little unlucky and would be attacked by unknown creatures and fainted. When I woke up again, I was tied up. Later, a big explosion occurred at the base. After Wu Ling was affected, he died on the spot. Chapter 58, Infiltrate. Double Undercover. The Violent Bank IRAs. Please order all. Shi Yi saw the white opportunity of the man in black wearing a mask in front of him. 3 question marks appeared in my head. What is? Unknown creature. Shi Yi felt speechless. But it is just as Wu Ling's white opportunity shows. Shi Yi did have the urge to attack the man in black in front of him. If I make him faint, and then I pretend to be him, wouldn't I be able to sneak into the space of the Black Owl organization? Thinking of this, Shi Yi stared at the two people in front of him, ready to wait for an opportunity to move. Just then, Wu Ling suddenly said something to the man in black No 019 beside him, running toward the woods in the distance alone. Seeing this, Shi Yi suddenly understood something. This guy is going to get rid of his hands. This is a chance to take action. Shi Yi took out an elf ball and released the elf inside under the moonlight. Ambiguous. The metal monster was about to make some sound, but Shi Yi stopped it in time. Metal monster, don't make a sound. Have you seen that person over there? Shi Yi was about to intercept Hu and Wu Ling, but he made this guy faint, but when he found that Wu Ling's figure was gone. Run so fast! Shi Yi was speechless, and suddenly looked at No 019 standing there again. I thought to myself, why do I have to make No 018 faint? Looking at this No 019, wouldn't it save more time and effort to make him faint? Thinking of this, Shi Yi glanced at the white opportunity of No 019 again. Name, Lu Bin. Recent opportunities, white opportunities. Details, Lu Quan has been bullied by his peers since childhood because his name is homophonic to resemble a rogue. He was resentful in his youth, and became a real hooligan after he became a young man. Later, by chance, he joined the Black Owl organization and became a horseboy of the Black Owl organization. At the stronghold outside Baichuan City, Lu Man is codenamed No 019 and is responsible for patrolling the stronghold with No 018. Every hour, I will come out to patrol. Wu Ling and Lu Man both felt that it was completely unnecessary to go out to patrol. Taking advantage of the patrol, the two of them are often lazy. Tonight, Lu Bin was a little unlucky and would be hit and knocked out by someone. After dragging it to the 11th forest of the little tree, Lu Bin was stripped naked. When he was discovered again, Lu Bin had been arrested by the elf police. After seeing Lu Bin's opportunity, Shi Yi was stunned again. What's the situation? Previously, Wu Ling would be attacked by unknown creatures, then tied up by many flowers, and finally affected by the explosion at the base, thus losing his life. This Lu Bin was knocked out and stripped naked. He was finally arrested by the elf police? That is to say, both members of the Hay Owl organization who came out to patrol, Wu Ling and Lu Bin, would be attacked? When Shi Yi looked at the woods in the distance again, his eyes were full of confusion. Can anyone besides me? There are other people who want to sneak into this stronghold. Shi Yi felt very confused. But, time doesn't wait for anyone. No matter whether Wu Ling is attacked or not, Shi Yi has to disguise himself and get into the stronghold. Metal monster, use instant movement to approach this guy, then use the bullet punch to knock it out, and then use instant movement to send him here. Shi Yi pointed at Lu Bin, member No 019 in front of him and told the metal monster. Ambiguous. The metal monster nodded, and then disappeared from the spot after a low beep. When he appeared again, he had already come behind Lu Bin. Lu hurriedly kept shaking his legs, as if he was a little irritated when he was waiting. Next moment, Lu Bin felt that he felt like something heavy was hit on his back, and he felt a huge pain. Immediately afterwards, I lost consciousness. When the metal monster saw Lu Bin fall down, he moved instantly again, and returned to Shi Yi with the hooligan. Ambiguous. This time, metal monsters don't need to beep in a low voice anymore, they can make a sound directly. Beautiful job, metal monster. Shi Yi praised the metal monster and took it back into the elf's living space. Then, he stripped Lu Meng in front of him and tied him up with a thick hemp rope with his thumb. Shi Yi quickly changed into Lu Bin's clothes and put the mask covering half of his face on his head. At this time, Wu Ling, the man in black who had gone to Xiaoji before, walked back from behind the small woods. Shi Yi hurriedly got up and went up to meet him. What are you doing? No 018 asked Shi Yi directly. Shi Yi lowered his voice and said, "It's nothing, go around there." At the same time, Shi Yi discovered that the opportunity above No 018 had changed. It was obviously a white opportunity, but how could it turn into a purple opportunity in a moment? Shi Yi frowned and chose to view. Name, Sheng. Recent opportunity, purple opportunity. Details: Sheng is the top searcher responsible for investigating the Black Owl's organization. After receiving the news, he learned that the He Xiao organization's stronghold in Baichuan City, he came alone to carry out undercover work. Sheng saw that No 018 was slightly distracted in the woods, so he sent elves to severely damage him. After tying him up, he disguised him as No 018. Joined No 019 and returned to Black in the base of the Owl organization. After seeing the situation in the base, Sheng immediately began to investigate the details of the base. "I want to figure out what this stronghold is studying." However, in the middle of the investigation, I accidentally saw a violent Shakiras falling into a state of rampage. Under the influence of the evolutionary light wave, this violent Shakiras evolved into Bankiras. The angry Bankilas directly destroyed the entire stronghold. Sheng had no choice but to take action. But the captain of the stronghold is not a vegetarian. Sheng and Zhaoji, the captain of the stronghold, started a fierce battle. The result of the battle is naturally a victory. But Captain Zhaoji took the opportunity to subdue Bankiras, who had exhausted his energy, and fled the scene. After chasing for a while, Sheng did not chase Zhaoji, so he returned to the base. There are still many research results left in the base, as well as some trapped research elves. After saving this group of research elves, Sheng brought back the results developed by the researchers of the Black Owl organization. This undercover mission was barely completed, and Sheng also won the A-level merit awarded by the Elf Alliance. After seeing the opportunity of the 018 in front of me, Shi Yi was a little confused. "No, sir." Just like what he guessed just now, Wu Ling was also attacked. That is to say, at this stage, the members of the two Black Owls, No 018 and No 019, have they been replaced by undercover? In addition, why does Shi Yi sound so familiar with the name Sheng? Top searcher? No. Shi Yi must not know the identity of the top searcher. That means that Sheng should have another identity. Searchers No 018 and No 019 found that everything outside the stronghold was normal. Without any risk factor, we returned to the stronghold together. The stronghold is underground. When you climb down through a well, you will have a door when you climb to a height of about the negative floor. Behind the door is the stronghold of the He Xiao organization on the outskirts of Baichuan City. Just entered the stronghold. Shi Yi discovered that the searcher No 018 was missing. Is this guy so anxious? Although I know that he is a top searcher. But this. I just entered the stronghold and disappeared. Are you sure you won't be questioned by your companions? Hello, fortunately, I am my teammate, otherwise you will definitely be exposed. Shi Yi secretly complained in his heart. Then he started the undercover exploration mission. Shi Yi came to the corridor, and there was no one here except the surveillance. When I reached the end of the corridor, there was a large room inside, which should be a lounge. Shi Yi saw that there were many people inside, drinking beer and eating skewers. Is it really leisurely? Shi Yi said speechlessly. Then I moved the location again and came to the second floor. Compared with the first floor, the second floor is much more lively. The second floor of the minus is a large space with some guys in white coats studying what they are doing. At this time, Shi Yi saw that there were multiple instruments placed in this large room. On top of the instrument are large glassware, and among the glassware, some elves are soaked in green liquid. Tutai turtle, Kagami frog, Yanwu king, geranium. Are they all the final evolutionary forms of the three elves in the Yu family? Shi Yi said a little surprised. You must know. The 3 elves of the U family are the most suitable elves for new trainers to train. No matter what potential it is, the price is not bad. Even with the lowest level of ordinary potential, the price of an elf egg of the 3 elves of the U Sanjia will start at 200,000 alliance coins. If your potential reaches the elite level, you can sell 500,000 alliance coins. The 3 imperial families with the potential of the gym have all started with millions of alliance coins. Shi Yi opened his eye of appreciation and checked the group of 3 elves in the final form in front of him. All are at the gym level. Are these guys doing some experiments with these elves? Shi Yi said curiously. It is not cheap to use the 3 elves of the gymnastic level potential to do experiments. And with these guys in white coats fiddled with each other. The elves in the glassware all wailed in pain. Obviously. These green liquids bring great pain. At the same time, in the innermost part of this room, a door was opened. A guy in a white coat ran out from inside, and the man looked very anxious. After saying something to the white coats outside, a group of guys in white coats flocked to the room inside. Is this what happened? Just then, Shi Yi saw a figure passing by quickly. His agile steps were mixed into the room with lightning speed. Shi Yi looked at the figure in a white coat and recognized it at a glance. It was just before that I returned to the underground base with Shi Yi no. 018, that is the search officer. This guy, isn't he too blatant? Shi Yi said in surprise. Put on a white coat and sneak in? People who really act as this stronghold are all idiots, right? Thinking of this, Shi Yi also accelerated his pace and wanted to go over and take a look. Just halfway through, Shi Yi heard a huge roar from the inner room. At the same time, the sound of glassware being broken also sounded. Next moment, the ground around it seemed to be shaking. In the big room, the elves in the glassware began to tremble after hearing the roar. What's going on? Shi Yi was a little puzzled, so he ran forward a few more steps and saw the dust around him as if it had been frozen together. In the inner room, huge sand and dust suddenly rose. The walls around the laboratory cracked directly. The sand and dust outside the wall also permeated this space. Suddenly, a guy in a white coat was thrown directly from the inner room to the outside research room. It fell in front of Shi Yi. This guy, his heart was penetrated by sand and he died on the spot. Die. Shi Yi saw that the wounds of the guy in front of him were all covered with quicksand. Is it pierced through the body by quicksand? It shouldn't be. The sand is soft, how can it penetrate the human body? At this time, Shi Yi suddenly thought of what he saw in Zhao Ji's golden opportunity. The Shakiras, bank IRAs, who can only control the sand. Can this guy solidify sand and dust into sharp blades? Shi Yi frowned and began to guess. The turmoil in the research room, including the turmoil in the inner room, is just the beginning. Accompanied by the flashing blue and purple light, a huge roar came from the inner room. Cool. After the roar ended, a blazing white light came from the inner room. This beam of light illuminated the somewhat dim basement. White light overflows. The body of the elf that was roaring violently suddenly grew, until a height of about 2.5 meters. The white light dissipated. The sand and dust that had just been raised suddenly doubled. Huge gravel sputtered everywhere. Some guys in white coats died on the spot by sharp blades made of sand and gravel on the spot, either piercing through the heart or cutting off their necks and throats. On the first floor of the negative, those people in black who were drinking and eating meat ran down after they noticed the turmoil in the second floor of the negative. Why are you still standing there? Go up and help. Suddenly, a man in black, codenamed 003, roared Shi Yi when he passed by. Immediately. Then he ran towards the inner room. Before he could run to the door of the inner room, the guy was stabbed by a sharp blade made of gravel, pierced through his heart and died on the spot. When Shi Yi saw this scene, his eyes were filled with a little greed. The corner of his mouth raised slightly and said with a smile, This is, the violent sand key in that golden opportunity, no. Is violent bank IRAs. After feeling the strength of this bank Ilis, Shi Yi wanted to conquer it. Taking advantage of the chaos in the underground laboratory, Shi Yi ran to the back of a glassware and checked the overview of the bank Ilis in front of him. Elf, bank IRAs. Level 50, Senior Peak. Attributes, Rock System, Evil System. Features, Sand Blowing, when you appear, a sandstorm will rise. Special ability, Sand Control, can gather all the sand and dust within a radius of 1 km and condense it into any shape, either attack or defend. Special state, Violent, once you fall into violent state, your combat power will double, but you will lose your mind and be unable to control yourself. Individual value, HP, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 31. Skills, Earthquake, Flame Teeth, Frozen Teeth, Thunder and Lightning Teeth, Rock Collapse, Sharp Stone Attack, Bite, Big Fist, Sandstorm, True Chi Fist, Close Combat, Tiles Split, Venting Anger, Dragon Claws, Reverse Scales, Destroying Dead Light, Ultimate Impact. Carrying Object, special dream genes are injected into the body, the main reason for the mutation of bank IRAs, the acquisition of special abilities, and the fall into a violent outbreak. And the potential of bank IRAs is improved to the championship level, close to the gods. Potential, champion level. Chapter 59, 4 Heavenly Kings. Strong Strength. The laboratory is completely destroyed. Please order all. A special dream gene is injected into the body. Can you control sand? Can you be violent? Shi Yi looked at the inner room, bank IRAs who was in a violent state and attacked randomly. Inside, the desire to conquer it soared again. Unlike Shi Yi, the people fighting inside were in panic. The group of black-clad people who had just arrived sent their own elves. Basically, they are big wolf dogs and black ruga. In terms of strength, they are all at the elite level. These canine elves were directly crushed after encountering Bank Ilis in a violent state. No match at all. Even if you meet one time, I can't hold on to my skills. What a useless thing in the group. At this time, Shi Yi seemed to hear a familiar voice. Behind, a tall and straight middle-aged man was walking slowly. The golden opportunity hanging on the head seems a little dull. Shi Yi knew very well that this was the rhythm of the opportunity to be intercepted. Lin Feng's golden opportunity before was intercepted by Shi Yi. Zhao Ji. Shi Yi immediately recognized the identity of the person in front of him. It turns out that the masked man Zhao Ji, I saw last night, was a middle-aged man. After Zhao Ji came to the laboratory, he released his own elf. The senior peak strength of fire-breaking camel, the senior peak strength of warrior eagle, the senior peak strength of Dia Haliu, the senior peak strength of Dongxi Miao, the senior peak strength of super armored rhinoceros, and the middle stage duck-billed beast. When these 6 elves appeared, the entire laboratory seemed to have a strong pressure. The group of men in black immediately gave way, and the captain and the captain's elves gave up a road to the inner room. Attack together and kill that violent bank IRAs. Under Zhao Ji's order, the 6 elves attacked the violent bank IRAs in the inner room at the same time. And at this time, in the inner room, the masked man in a white coat also took out a high-end ball. As the red light of the high-level ball flashed, a bronze elephant with a height of 3 to 5 meters appeared in the laboratory. This king's bronze elephant directly intercepted Zhao Ji's 6 elves. It seems like one fights 6? What? After seeing this bronze elephant of the king, Zhao Ji's face changed drastically, including the men in black and the white coats, they all seemed to be stunned. The king's bronze elephant, the elves in their stronghold are very clear to each other. There is no such elves as the king's bronze elephant. It's still the bronze elephant of such a huge body. This is simply impossible. Who is it? Zhao Ji shouted loudly, secretly feeling something was wrong in his heart. In this case, there is only one possibility. That is, the stronghold has mixed into the spy. The man in black in the inner room, after hearing Zhao Ji's angry shout, slowly took off his white coat that was draped on his body and walked towards the laboratory. At the same time, he took off the mask covering his face and snorted coldly, "Humph! I originally didn't plan to reveal my identity so early. I still haven't investigated this stronghold. But I didn't expect you guys from the stronghold actually got rid of it. They can't even control the situation. What a waste." Under this voice, a handsome face was revealed. Seeing this face, Shi Yi's pupils suddenly shrank. He recognized this person. The members of the Black Owl organization at the scene recognized this face after seeing this face. One of the 4 heavenly kings of the alliance, Sheng. Zhao Ji's voice resounded throughout the research room. Shi Yi patted his forehead and thought to himself. Why didn't he expect it before? No wonder the name Sheng sounds so familiar. It turns out that the guy who got into this stronghold side by side with me is actually the 4 heavenly kings of the alliance. Hurry up and liberate the elves in the laboratory, this guy is definitely not something we can deal with. Zhao Ji's reaction was very fast. After recognizing the intruder as the 4 days of the alliance, he knew that this stronghold could not be preserved. In this case, saving your life is the most important thing. Yes. The researchers in the white coat immediately went to fiddle with the machines. The king's bronze elephant destroys those glassware. Roar! The king's bronze elephant roared and trampled on the ground and ran towards the glassware. Zhao Ji hurriedly shouted, "Stop it!" Zhao Ji's 6 elves intercepted the king's bronze elephant and launched an attack together. But even if it is 6-1, Zhao Ji's elves seem to be unable to cause harm to the bronze elephant of the king of Sheng. Even the duck-billed beast that restrains its attributes, the hot high temperature cannot burn the king's bronze elephant. Shi Yi took the opportunity to take a look at the information about the bronze elephant of the great king. Elf, king's bronze elephant. Level 80, peak of the heavenly king. Attribute, steel system. Properties, heavy metal, its own weight will change to 2 times. Individual value, HP, 31, attack, 31, defense, 30, special attack, 30, special defense, 30, speed, 28. Skills, heavy collision, 100,000 horsepower, earthquake, brute force, playfulness, iron head, strange force, digging, broken rock, heavy pedal, trampling, iron wall, Titian top, thought hammer, rock critical strike, hard pressing, cannon light cannon, ultimate impact. Carrying item, metal film, high quality. Potential, king level. After seeing the strength of this king's bronze elephant, Shi Yi couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This is definitely the strongest elves he has seen so far. I really didn't expect that I would be lucky enough to see the battle of the Alliance King in such a place. Shi Yi murmured. And at this time, the glass that blocks the earthen turtle, the glassware, was actually opened. As the green liquid inside flows to the ground, the earth-bearing turtle stomped its feet heavily as if it had been unsealed. Start the control device. At Zhao Ji's order, the researcher in the white coat immediately took out a controller. Zhao Ji snatched it and pressed some button on the controller. The earthen turtle that had just been unsealed seemed to be bound by some kind of force. Shi Yi saw that the earth-bearing turtle seemed to be wearing an electronic collar. There is a red indicator light on the electronic collar. When the indicator light is on, the earth-bearing turtle is out of control. Go and attack that big guy. Under Zhao Ji's instructions, the earthen turtle charged towards the king's bronze elephant with no chance. Even if the king's bronze elephant knocked away with his iron head, he would immediately adjust his condition and continue to charge. It's really barbaric and violent. At the same time, the other white coats were preparing to activate other devices and unseal the group of elves in the remaining glassware. Seeing this, Shi Yi felt that the situation could not continue like this. Although he wanted to get a bargain, he was also afraid that the Alliance King would not be able to withstand it. Shi Yi glanced at the location of the Alliance King Sheng. I found that he sent out another elf. This time, it is a magnificent Boscodora. This Boscodora seems to be stopping the attack of the violent bank IRAs. Come out, Bagbeard Mother. Sand Snail Python. He Yuexiang. Shi Yi didn't care about anything else. At this time, let's help the Alliance King Sheng first. As for the matter of intercepting the Hu, we will talk about it after preventing these elves from releasing these elves. Garu. Haha. Go. The three elves roared. In the laboratory, three tall guys appeared at the same time. Members of the Black Owl organization were originally focused on the King Sheng at the door of the inner room. But when these three elves appeared, everyone's eyes were staring at him. Including Sheng in the battle, he couldn't help but be stunned. Why are there still Wuzi? Zhao Ji scolded angrily. He really didn't expect that on the same day, two lurkers appeared in the base where he was guarding. What's the matter? Stop these people from starting the machine. The instructions given by Shi Yi are very concise. It's just killing these guys in white coats. As long as they die, these devices cannot be activated again. Stop him. Zhao Ji gave an order. The men and horsemen in black released their own elves. Humph. If you can't deal with the Alliance King, can you be wrong? The guy with number 002 spoke extremely arrogantly. The elf he released was a Dragon King Scorpion. Senior strength. As the second in command of this stronghold, his elves are naturally different from those of ordinary horsemen. Dragon King Scorpion, kill him. With the order of No 002, the Dragon King Scorpion immediately sprayed out a highly poisonous sprinkled, trying to use poison to poison Shi Yi and these three elves. However, He Yuexiang stood up and stood in front. A metal claw split the venom and then accumulated strength to release a true chi bomb. The true chi bomb, like a spire ball, directly bombarded the Dragon King Scorpion. The Dragon King Scorpion seemed to have suffered huge pain and retreated repeatedly. Haha! At this time, the sand snail python that had just taken the opportunity to dig a hole suddenly rushed out and pressed against the abdomen of the Dragon King Scorpion. A straight pull drill was like piercing through the body of the Dragon King Scorpion, causing fatal damage. After being pushed into the air, the Dragon King Scorpion landed violently again, directly falling into the verge of death. What? Dragon King Scorpion? The man in black seemed a little disbelief. He knows how strong his Dragon King Scorpion is, but in front of the infiltrator wearing a mask. I don't know who it is. Can't stand for 2 rounds? Put it all. 002 After defeating the war, let the mates beside him attack together. Immediately. This group of people in black asked He Luya, who had not yet been defeated, to attack Shi Yi's 3 elves together. Shi Yi took the opportunity to take a look. This group of dog elves is not of high level, and they are all elite level. To deal with you, the Bagbeard Mom is enough. As Shi Yi finished speaking, the mother of sack beasts was the first to attack the group of canine elves with 1 against more people. He Yuexiang, Sandra Python, kill all the guys in white coats. Shi Yi's eyes turned cold. To deal with this group of people, you must be decisive in killing and not have any sympathy. Otherwise, once they let the elves in the glassware be released, it will definitely be a big trouble for Shi Yi and Sheng. Go! Hiss! The 2 elves attacked at the same time, with a strong attack. These white coat researchers who were powerless were killed on the spot. Seeing Shi Yi's essence sealing defeated everyone in the laboratory with a crushing trend. The handsome face of King Sheng Tianming said with a smile, "Brother, although I don't know who you are, thank you for your help." After saying that, He continued to command the king's bronze elephant to fight against Zhao Ji's elves. Zhao Ji saw that he was attacked from front and back, and he was at a disadvantage, and his unknown anger surged in his heart. Damn it! Contact the organization quickly and let the organization send additional support. He casually grabbed the collar of a man in black and ordered him. Yes. The man in black just took out his cell phone and was about to contact the organization to send additional support. He was hit by a true chi bomb from He Yuxiang and his soul was scattered on the spot. The battle continued until now, and the outcome was basically decided. However, it was at this moment. Bank Ilis, who was crazy in the inner room, roared suddenly. Yell! The violent Bank Ilis' roar was very harsh. Everyone looked at the violent Bank Iras one after another. I saw that the sand and dust around me were all gathered together by the violent Bank Iras. Next moment, the gravel solidified and turned into a sand sword and a sand shield. The violent Bank Ilis, controlling the sand shield, pushed towards the Boscodora who tried to stop it from running wildly. He used the sand sword to attack the bronze elephant of the king in battle. Roar! After being attacked by the violent sand sword of Bank Iras, the king's bronze elephant was unstable and fell to the left. Seeing this, Zhao Ji laughed and said, "Ha ha ha! It seems that violent Bank Iras doesn't want to surrender to you. I'll kill the king's bronze elephant together." Zhao Ji once again gave instructions to his 6 elves to attack the king's bronze elephant. However, the king Sheng said calmly, "Oh? You really naively think that if the king's bronze elephant was attacked once, your cats and dogs could defeat it? Ignorance! Now let you see the strength of the elves with the peak strength of the king level. The king's bronze elephant, 100,000 horsepower. Roar! The bronze elephant of the king who was half lying turned over and rose up. The elf who was the first to sprint over was Dong Shimiao. As soon as Dong Shimiao was about to launch an attack, she saw the king's bronze elephant looking at it. For a moment, Dong Shimiao was so scared that she didn't dare to move. Suddenly, the bronze elephant of the king suddenly rushed towards Dong Shimiao. The powerful 100,000 horsepower directly made Dong Shimiao dying on the spot. The second elf that launched the attack was the warrior eagle. The king's bronze elephant looked at the warrior eagle in the air, and this time it was a heavy collision with the steel-type unique skill. The king's bronze elephant weighing more than 1 ton has brought the power of the heavy impact to the highest level. The moment the warrior eagle was hit by the king's bronze elephant, it fell into a state of dying. Subsequently, all the bones in the body were shattered. As the 2 elves were dying, the remaining 4 elves launched an attack together. The king's bronze elephant attacked one after another, taking them away. In addition, some of the men in black and white coats who were watching the game were also crushed to death. Seeing this scene, Shi Yi was suddenly stunned. Me! The elf with the peak strength of the Heavenly King level is too strong, right? This, I don't need my help. Shi Yi scratched his head and thought to himself, but fortunately he revealed his identity in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's not this King of Heaven who killed me together? Is the trick of Qianfu exhausted? A trace of the corner of King Sheng's mouth was hooked, looking at Zhao Ji like mocking. Zhao Ji was trembling all over and did not dare to resist at all. Next moment, the steel elephant trunk of the king's bronze elephant curled up directly on Zhao Ji's body. With a little force, a lot of blood sprayed out of Zhao Ji's body. Save him to live 10 lives. The voice of the King Sheng sounded slightly, and the king's bronze elephant then placed Zhao Ji's body on the ground. Don't you kill him? Shi Yi asked. King Sheng looked at Shi Yi and responded, I still have some questions and I need him to answer them. Chapter 60, The Right to Belong to Bank IRAs. King Sheng was shocked. Please order all. As the battle in the laboratory ended, the battle in the inner room is about to end. The violent Bankila's sand control ability is indeed powerful. With its sand control ability and violent state, it can actually fight Boscodora, the peak of the Heavenly King, for so long with its senior peak strength. But in the end, still exhausted his energy and fell down very unwillingly. Shi Yi saw Bank Eyeless fall and wanted to run towards the inner room, but because of the presence of the Heavenly King, he did not set off. Shi Yi glanced at the King of Heaven and found that he was unmoved. Then he said curiously, "King of Heaven, that Bank Iras has fallen." "Well, I saw it." The reply from King Sheng was very calm. He did not go to the inner room as soon as possible, but checked the information on the computer in the research room. Including these trapped elves of the three imperial families, he seemed to want to rescue them even more. Won't you conquer it?" Shi Yi asked tentatively. "Submit." King Sheng raised his head and looked at Shi Yi, then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and said, "Ayo, you want to conquer, right? If you can control its violent state, I can pretend that I didn't see it." Hearing this, Shi Yi was stunned. "What's the meaning? Is this giving myself a chance to subdue that Bank Iras? This is a quasi-spirit. Is the King of Sheng in front of you not interested at all?" It seemed that he guessed Shi Yi's idea. King Sheng of Heavenly King explained while checking the computer, "Since you know me, you should also be clear. I am the King of Steel and I am only interested in the elves of the steel. If King Su Hao is here, you may not have the chance to subdue that Bank Iras." Shi Yi naturally knew that the King Su Hao, who was mentioned by King Sheng, was the king who was good at the rock system. After checking on the computer, Sheng Tianwang added, "What's more, it's an elf that is trapped in a state of violence. I must remind you that if you are not sure about controlling its power after violence, I advise you to give up. There are many trainers who are killed by their own elves every year, and most of the trainers who die under their elves are too naive to conquer the elves that they cannot control." After hearing what King Sheng said, Shi Yi said gratefully, "Thank you for the reminder of King Sheng, but since you don't subdue that Bank Iras, I want to try it." After saying that, Shi Yi took the initiative to walk towards the inner room. King Sheng was working on the computer on his own, and seemed to be unwilling to worry about whether Shi Yi wanted to subdue the Bank Iras. After some operation, I saw that the green liquid in each glassware automatically dissipated. Seeing this scene, King Sheng said excitedly, "It's successful." 010. On the other side, Shi Yi crossed the bronze elephant of the king and came to the inner room. Boscodora stood here without any action. But just standing there brought huge pressure to Shi Yi. Is this the elf with the peak strength of the Heavenly King? Shi Yi looked at Boscodora in front of him and said. Then, Shi Yu turned to Bank Iras who was lying in the pit. The battle between Bank Iras and Boscodora just now was very fierce. At last, it was Bankilas's physical strength that Boscodora relied on brute force to defeat him and fell into the pit in front of him. Shi Yi walked to Bankara's side. There is no rush to conquer it with the Pokemon ball. Instead, he stretched out his hand first and touched Bank Iras. Try to completely conquer this Bank Iras with the power of Changpan. Changpan's power has the ability to heal and the ability to soothe the elf's emotions. Shi Yi wanted to see if Changpan's power could resolve Bankara's violent nature. In the laboratory, a big mouth baby appeared beside King Sheng. This elf was released by King Sheng. After releasing the three elves of the imperial family from the glassware, the king of Sheng asked the big-mouthed kids to destroy all the controllers they were wearing. In this way, these three elves of the imperial family are all free. Next, I will send you all to the Alliance headquarters, and the Alliance headquarters will make arrangements properly. King Sheng told the group of three elves in front of him. Immediately, King Sheng took out many elf balls. The three elves of the imperial family were all included in the ball. After doing these things, King Sheng turned around, originally trying to find out if there is any other information to collect. But I found that in the inner room, there was a faint green light in Shi Yi's hands. This is... Seeing this scene, King Sheng was stunned for a few seconds. He suddenly reacted. The power of Changpan. In this world, every 10 years, a person with special abilities will appear. This special ability can sense the emotions of the elves, soothe the elves' anger, and heal the elves' injuries. The Alliance defines this ability as the power of Changpan. The King of Sheng was fortunate to meet another senior with the power of Changpan many years ago. But that old senior was already in the wind at that time, and probably no longer here. In front of you, this man wearing a half mask also has this ability? This made King Sheng feel a little restless. He ran towards the inner room suddenly. Come to the front and back of Shi Yi and Bank Ilis. Asked, are you Changpan's power? Shi Yi was concentrating on healing Bankara's anger and healing his injuries, and did not hear the question from the King of Heaven. About 3 minutes later, Shi Yi stopped the work in his hand panting. Sighing, I'm really tired. This is the most excessive use of Shi Yi since he gained Changpan's power. He didn't expect that it would be so difficult to soothe the anger in Bank Ilis in front of him. No wonder it is so powerful after entering a violent state. It's all caused by anger. Are you just soothing Bank Ilis's anger? Shi Yi was frightened by the sudden sound. Turning his head and looking at it, he found that it was King Sheng who was standing there inquiring. Ask. Right. Then, is your ability the power of Changpan? King Sheng asked again. Shi Yi was silent for a few seconds before he slowly nodded and responded, that's right, it's Changpan's power. After receiving Shi Yi's affirmative reply, King Sheng seemed to be convinced of the guess in his heart. Suddenly he laughed, ha ha ha. No wonder you boy said you wanted to subdue this violent Bank Iras? If you were an ordinary person, you wouldn't dare to subdue it. Even if King Su Hao came, he would only try to conquer it because it is a quasi-spirit of the rock system. But if you have the power of Changpan, you can indeed soothe the anger of this Bank Iras and make it your elf. Tianjin Sheng, why don't you want to go back on your word, right? Shi Yi stared at King Sheng and asked. Don't be nervous, I said I'm not interested in elves other than steel elves. I also said that if you can conquer this Bank Iras, I can ignore them. Speaking of this, King Sheng pointed to the research room outside. Shi Yi looked in the direction pointed by the King of Sheng and found that except for his 3 elves, the group of 3 elves of the Yu family were gone. Sheng Tianwang explained, I will take the elves in this base to the Alliance headquarters. How to deal with them is the Alliance headquarters. If you can't subdue this Bank Ilis, I will also take them away. But if you can subdue it, it will be your partner. As one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Alliance, the heavenly king has great power and financial resources. It is not difficult to want a quasi-spirited spirit. The quasi-spirit in front of me is not a steel system and cannot reach the eyes of the King of Heaven. After hearing the words of the King Sheng, Shi Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It would be good that he was not interested in this Bank Ilis. Otherwise, with Shi Yi's current strength, he would have no confidence in competing with the 4 heavenly kings of the Alliance for its ownership. Then thank you, King Sheng. After Shi Yi nodded slightly to King Sheng, he took out an empty elf ball and touched Bank Iras. As the red light of the elf ball flashed, Bank Ilis was directly included in the ball. The elf ball is not shaking very well. Just now, Shi Yi's Changgang power had soothed Bankara's inner anger and increased his intimacy, making Bank Iras think that he was its master. Therefore, the process of Shi Yi conquering Bank Ilis was very smooth. And with Shi Yi conquered Bank Iras. On the data panel, a reminder suddenly appeared that Shi Yi successfully intercepted Hu Zhaoji's golden opportunity. But the King of Heaven is still present, and Shi Yi feels that it is not the time to check the golden opportunity reward for intercepting the Hu. Tianwang Sheng, since the matter here has been settled, then I will leave first. Shi Yi stood up and pointed to the door from the 2nd to the 1st floor. No hurry. King Sheng waved his hand and said, although I can complete this action without your help, since you have helped me, I definitely can't let you go back empty-handed. Let me know my name first. You already know my name. My identity is the Chief Search Officer of the Alliance, and he also serves as the 4 Heavenly Kings. Where are you? Hearing the self-introduction of King Sheng, Shi Yi was slightly stunned. The League's Chief Search Officer also serves as the 4 Heavenly Kings? Generally, they are the 4 Heavenly Kings, and they also hold other positions? No wonder, when I saw the purple opportunity of the King of Heaven before, it showed the position of the Search Officer, not the position of the 4 Kings of Heaven. It turns out that compared to the 4 Heavenly Kings, Heavenly King Sheng cares more about his identity as the Search Officer. Shi Yi, he is a student at the job. He has just entered his freshman year and has not been a trainer for a long time. Shi Yi took off the mask that covered half of his face and introduced himself to King Sheng. After hearing this, King Sheng was stunned. What did you say? Big freshman. Isn't that just been a trainer for more than half a month? King Sheng said in surprise. Yes, I'm just a new trainer at the moment. Shi Yi smiled harmlessly. This smile made King Sheng feel like he was mocking him. A young man who has only been a trainer for more than half a month has actually helped him in his actions just now? And the combat power displayed by Shi Yi and the mentality he was in battle were no weaker than those professions. You, damn it! What kind of monster are you, kid? King Sheng pointed at the 3 elves not far away, as if he looked unbelievable. Is this a elves that can be cultivated after becoming a trainer for more than half a month? Maybe he is extremely talented? I can't say it, after all, there is never a shortage of geniuses in this world. Shi Yi shrugged. King Sheng frowned. Being able to become one of the 4 Heavenly Kings is enough to show that the Heavenly King is a genius figure in the training family. But when he became a trainer for more than half a month, he was still worried about how to evolve his elves, how to conquer and cultivate new elves. But Shi Yi has already stood alone and broke into the evil organization alone. The den, is there a base for trouble? Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask, how did you know this stronghold? And what purpose did you sneak in? King Sheng said curiously. Hearing the question from King Sheng, Shi Yi was silent now. He didn't even consider this level. If he couldn't give a reasonable reason, the King of Sheng would probably not give up easily. After thinking about it, Shi Yi said, it's Changpan's power. The power of Changpan. In order to train my strength and become stronger, I am currently studying on a travel style. When I arrived outside the suburbs of Baichuan City, my Changpan power suddenly felt a strong emotional fluctuation. Following this emotion, I came to the vicinity of this stronghold. In order to find out, I got in. But what I didn't expect was, the person who came in with me at that time was actually you, King Sheng. Based on the idea that people in this world certainly don't have a deep understanding of Changpan's power, Shi Yi made up a reasonable reason. At the same time, pointing at the number on Sheng Tianwang's clothes. No 018. The number of clothes Shi Yi wore was no 019. Seeing these 2 numbers, King Sheng also reacted. It turns out that when he was intercepting Hu no 018, Shi Yi was intercepting Hu no 019? This is really a coincidence. As for the reason that Shi Yi mentioned, King Sheng thought about it and thought it was reasonable. The power of Changpan does have the ability to sense the elf's mood. So, it is reasonable to pass by Shi Yi, who felt the anger of the violent bank IRAs who had not evolved underground at that time. So that's it. King Sheng nodded and pretended to teach a lesson, but you are too brave. You dare to sneak into the stronghold of the villain organization alone? Fortunately, I am present this time. If I am not here, our alliance may lose the seedlings of a king-level trainer. Go back and write a review for me. Hearing the reprimand of King Sheng, Shi Yi was not displeased at all, but was a little happy. The King of Heavenly King values? Shi Yi, so he said this. He is even optimistic that Shi Yi will become a king-level trainer in the future. Okay. I'll go and write a letter of review when I look back. King Sheng. Shi Yi nodded with a smile. The review letter is the review letter, and you will naturally have a reward. This time, you have helped me a lot. After I go back, I will report it truthfully. The Alliance will probably remember you a B-level merit. King Sheng said with his hands on his chest. Then thank you, King Sheng. Shi Yi said gratefully. Oh, by the way, I kept asking, what is your elf? The evolutionary Yuiyu bear that looks a bit like a circle bear, but why is this guy standing? I remember Yuiyu bear is an elf with all limbs. After talking about the main work, King Sheng suddenly pointed to He Yuxiang who was guarding there outside and asked. Ah? Oh, it's it. Shi Yi looked at He Yuxiang and explained, this is a special form of Yuxiang. I am preparing to report to the elf research community. I guess he can become the first discoverer of He Yuxiang. After saying that, Shi Yi shrugged indifferently. However, King Sheng was stunned, and he was stunned. What a fuck, is a genius. It's a geek. After only becoming a trainer for more than half a month, he subdued and cultivated 3 such strong elves. One of them is still an undiscovered elves breed? King Sheng suddenly felt that. People are so angry that they are so angry that they are. Fortunately, they debuted earlier, otherwise they will be really inferior. Chapter 61, Reward of Golden Opportunity. The elf life space has been greatly upgraded. Please order all. King Sheng was silent. After talking to Shi Yi, he suddenly had a little doubt about life. Have you lived a very comfortable life over the years? If you don't work hard, the young man in front of you may defeat him soon? Thinking of this, King Sheng took a deep breath, turned around and walked to the machine in the laboratory, and silently began to check the information left in the computer of the Black Owl organization. Shi Yi saw that King Sheng seemed to not pay attention to him, so he didn't ask anything more. Instead, I checked the golden opportunity reward for intercepting my beard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully intercepting Hu Zhaoji's golden opportunity. Reward, Great Upgrade of the Elf Living Space? Note, after the upgrade of the Elf Living Space, the scope has been expanded to 5000 x 5000 x 5000 m, and different terrain such as rocks, forests, lakes, sands, mud, small snow mountains, small volcanoes, small oceans, etc. Different elements will be produced in different terrains. The elves with corresponding attributes can obtain a large amount of bonus to experience values when they are trained in the corresponding terrain. After seeing the reward information displayed on the data panel, Shi Yi immediately checked the elf living space and found that the entire elf living space had undergone earth-shaking changes. The overall space size is like half a small city. And each location has different terrain. To the south of the elves' living space is a small volcano, which sizzles smoke and emits a lot of heat. At the same time, the strong fire element is still being released. To the north of the elves' living space is a small snow mountain, which corresponds to the volcano in the south. On the snowy mountain, snowflakes are sprinkled, and the ice elements are extremely thick. Under the snow-capped mountains, the lake formed ice cubes and turned into a frozen lake. To the south, the middle area is a forest, dense forest. The forest is filled with different elements such as grass system and insect system. The western region is Dianshan, and below the rock mountain is a desert area. The eastern region is vast and there is a small swamp on the edge of the sea. In the elves' living space with all kinds of terrain, all the elements of attributes are very strong. Shi Yi's elves were shocked when they saw the changes in the elves' living space. Then, each of them went to their favorite areas. The snail python and ultrasonic larvae are the first to get hurt. When they enter the sand, they are like returning home. The metal monster and He Yuxiang went to the Rocky Mountain area. The onion rovers and the sack beast mother were in the forest. Hakron and the marsh fish went swimming in the vast ocean. Bankilis was still sleeping, lying on a rocky mountain range, and did not want to get up. After seeing that the elves like this upgraded new elves living space, Shi also smiled with relief. I didn't expect that this golden opportunity reward would be so generous, Shi said excitedly. At this time, a new reward suddenly appeared on the data panel. Ding! Given the opportunity of the host successfully intercepting the golden color, he received 2 additional limited time 1 UN instant kills. Seeing the system prompt, Shi suddenly widened his eyes. Sure enough, just like I guess, silver opportunity will get an extra chance to kill. And golden opportunity will be twice. As for the first golden opportunity, the chance to kill 3 times, is it the first kill reward? Thinking of this, Shi checked the next 2 limited time 1 UN instant kills. Z bracelet, inlaid with permanent Z pure crystal. 1 UN flash sale, limited time of 11 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Bank IRA's evolution fossil. 1 UN flash sale, limited time of 11 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. It's all what I need. Shi was excited and roared in his heart. The next second, Shi immediately chose to kill instantly. In an instant, the Z bracelet appeared on Shi's wrist, and the Bankilis evolution fossil appeared in Shi's system space. Shi touched the Z bracelet on his wrist, sensed the energy inside, and found that the energy was extremely abundant. Z bracelet, inlaid with permanent Z pure crystal, a magical bracelet that allows Pokémon to release Z power by consuming the trainer's strength and physical strength. As long as the trainer does not fall, it can be used unlimited times, without elves, without attributes. No limit on elves? No limit on attributes. It means that as long as Shi can withstand the physical strength, he can let the elves use Z moves infinitely in battle. Then will I use my ultimate moves in the future? Can I still use my ultimate moves in succession? Who can withstand this? Shi suddenly felt like, I was hiding my pussy. Shi has mastered 3 of the power of the 4 major systems, including Z moves, Mega Evolution, and Extreme Magnification. It's still too crystallized, Shi is just hiding everything. Even if the 4 heavenly kings of the Alliance are here, they may not have many power systems that he can do. Shi, what are your arrangements next? The voice of King Sheng suddenly came from the research room. Shi, who was in the inner room, quickly calmed down his excitement, and responded, next. I should be promoted to the next level of trainer. That's right. With your strength, you should be no problem to pass the assessment of senior trainers. If you work hard, you can become a professional trainer. King Sheng attaches great importance to Shi. Professional level, the King of Heaven is joking. Shi scratched his head and said modestly. With his current strength, it is indeed a bit difficult to reach the professional level. Even among professional training students, the lowest level 1-star professional training students have the level of a gym owner. Shi asked himself that he could not defeat those gym owners at present. Don't look at the anime, Shatuxi went to challenge Xiao Gang, who just debuted. The owners of the Kanto region are basically putting the C. Under normal circumstances, how can a new trainer defeat the owner and get the badge? In reality, the main significance of the establishment of a gym. First, to protect the city from attacks by evil forces. The second is to cultivate a large number of excellent trainers. Most of the gyms have a large number of gym apprentices, where they practice. The trainers who challenge the gym are basically those professional trainers who collect gym badges to participate in league competitions. I'm not joking, I'm waiting for the day when you come to challenge me. King Sheng shrugged and smiled in a relaxed tone. The investigation task here has been successfully completed. I will ask the Alliance headquarters to remember you. At that time, you can come to the Alliance headquarters in the capital to find me. When King Sheng said this, after thinking about it, he continued to ask, are you interested in joining the League's youth training camp? Hey? League Youth Training Camp. Shi Yi heard this term for the second time. The first time I heard it was in the president's office of Linhai University. At that time, Principal Shen Xiangui and Shi Yi and 3 other students who achieved outstanding results in the Freshman Cup said that they hope that the 4 of them can represent the school in the All-League College League at the end of October. In this league, trainers who have achieved outstanding results may be selected by senior executives of the league headquarters and join the League Youth Training Camp. The League Youth Training Camp is of great significance to the entire China League. This is a place to cultivate outstanding talents in the alliance. Any trainer who graduates from the League's youth training camp starts at least a professional trainer. Sheng Tianwang, what you are talking about is the League Youth Training Camp, the one that the League Party selected outstanding talents to join through the League's College Student League. Shi Yi asked. Of course it's this, otherwise who else can there be? Sheng Tianwang smiled and said, the League All-Advanced College Student League is indeed a way to select talents. But, the League headquarters selects talents not only this way. For example, like a trainer like you. Sheng Tianwang looked at Shi Yi and continued, we have 4 Tianwangs in our alliance. During the mission, if we find talents with strong strength and potential to become a Tianwang level trainer, we will be included in the League's youth training camp in advance. Hearing this, Shi Yi's eyes moved slightly, then. If I join the League youth training camp, will I still represent Linhai University in the League competition? Of course, no. King Sheng shook his head and added, but you can participate in the competition on behalf of the League headquarters. What's the meaning? The teams participating in the League's college student competition are not only various universities, but also a special team that directly advances to the semi-finals. This team is the team of trainers and youth training camps cultivated by the League's youth training camp. Hearing this, Shi Yi understood. All the participating college students are basically competing for 3 of the 4 places in the semi-finals. In the end, the final championship will still fall on the League's youth training camp. In this way, it has selected excellent trainers for the Alliance headquarters. It can also highlight the strength of the League's youth training camp. The Alliance headquarters is really a good plan. After thinking about it, Shi Yi replied, if this is the case, I will choose to refuse. King Sheng obviously did not expect Shi Yi's answer. Normal people, who would reject the olive branch offered by the League's youth training camp. This is the best way to turn black chicken into phoenixes. I think, if I lead the Linhai University team, pass the hurdles, reach the semi-finals, and defeat the League Youth Training Camp team, and win the championship smoothly, it will be more meaningful. Shi Yi doesn't like to hug his thighs. He likes to be that thigh, and then defeat all the other thighs to become the most awesome thigh. You're such a funny guy. King Sheng stared at Shi Yi with a bright smile and said, okay, I will look forward to seeing you defeat the League Youth Training Camp team on the final stage. After saying that, the 2 left the underground laboratory. Please flowers? Different from the content of the opportunity I saw before, because Shi Yi and Sheng Tianwang, or Shi Yi's existence. This caused no big explosion in the underground laboratory. Above, No 018 and No 019, tied up in many ways, became the only 2 survivors of this base except for Zhao Ji, who was seriously injured and unconscious. I will deal with the next thing, you can go first. King Sheng said to Shi Yi. Okay. Shi Yi nodded, and was about to leave, but as if he had thought of something, he turned around and looked at the King of Sheng and asked, that bank IRAs. I said I would pretend that I didn't see it. The ownership of that bank ILS belongs to you, and no one can change it. I will press it down, including the Alliance headquarters, so you can use it with confidence. Okay. Then thank you, King Sheng. Shi Yi nodded slightly to King Sheng and left directly. Shi Yi remembered this favor from King Sheng. Although the King of Sheng is not interested in this bank ILS, he is a quasi-spirit after all, and the alliance will definitely interrogate him. However, if the king of Shang helps to take it down, there will be no more entanglement in the ownership of this bank Ilis. Back to Baichuan City. Shi Yi simply ate a bowl of chicken sauce noodles to satisfy his hunger. I went to a nearby hotel and opened a room again. I took a good shower. The battle at the underground base made Shi Yi's body smelled of blood. Of course, it's all the blood on the dead of those black owls. Then 0. Shi Yi began to take stock of the gains of this trip to intercept Hu. The most important gain is naturally the major upgrade of the elves' living space. The second is to conquer Bank IRA's follow the permanent Z bracelet and Bank IRA's evolution fossil. It's a pity that the purple opportunity of King Shang did not stop it. Shi Yi thought to himself, but wiped out this idea again. People have helped so much. It's like giving him a bank Ilis for free, and he is still thinking about his purple opportunity. Shi Yi always feels that he is a little bit awkward. Thinking of this, Shi Yi took out Bankulis's elf ball again. Come out, Bank IRAs. Yet. The hotel room is quite high, with a space of nearly 2.67 meters, just enough to get the 5 meter high Bank Ilis to stand. Bank IRAs has woken up from his sleep. He also returned to normal from his previous rampage. It stared at Shi Yi in front of it, as if it was in silence. What? Bank IRAs, what do you have to say? Shi Yi stood up and slowly walked into Bank IRAs and asked. Because Shi Yi has used Changpan's affinity to increase Bankulis's intimacy, Shi Yi is not afraid that Bank IRAs will attack him. In Bankulis's heart, Shi Yi is its master. Yet, Bank Ilis turned his head away, as if he had something to worry about. Shi Yi stretched out his hand and touched Bankulis's body, stroking Bankulis's rocky skin, soothing its emotions. I began to sense Bankulis's mood again. In the dark egg, a young Kiraz stretched out his claws and broke his shell. He saw a rocky mountain range. The air there was very good, and the young Kiraz liked it very much. Little Kiraz is full of curiosity about this unknown world. After climbing on the rocky mountain for a while, the two Bank Ilis seemed to notice it and hurried over. These two Bank IRAs are their parents, and they are very good to young Kiraz. On this rocky mountain, the family of three spent a long time. The young Kiraz grew up slowly because of this. I am getting more and more familiar with the wild elves around me, and its strength is also increasing bit by bit. Until one day, a group of humans in black clothes appeared on the mountain. They destroyed the rock mountain and captured all the elves on the rock mountain. The two Bank Ilis stood up to fight, but were both defeated by the group of humans. The angry young Kiraz fell into a state of violence for the first time, fighting against these human elves. At the same time, in anger, it also evolved into Shakiraz. But unfortunately, even so, Shakiraz was defeated by these human elves. Shakiraz was also captured by this group of humans and immersed in some liquid that made it lose its vitality and combat effectiveness. This group of humans in white coats have been conducting various experiments on it and injecting all kinds of strange liquids. Until one day, Shakiraz suddenly discovered that he had gained the ability to control the sand and dust. This group of humans was very excited and moved it to a new stronghold to prepare for further research on it. Until today, this group of humans used strange electromagnetic energy to force it to complete its evolution. It completely lost consciousness and fell into violence. Then, it was the scene after seeing Shi Yi. Loss. Chapter 62, Bank IRAs chooses to believe. News about the Tan Xiao Xiao? Please order all. Through Changpan's power, Shi Yi felt Bankulis's inner monologue. So you've experienced so many things. Shi Yi looked at Bank IRAs in front of him with some distress. No wonder it dodges and cares about itself. This stems from Bankura's distrust of mankind. Sorry, Bank Ilis, it is humans who have caused you to encounter everything you shouldn't have encountered, and it is humans who have made you experience so much pain. Shi Yi bowed slightly to Bank Iras, then stood up straight, raised his head to look at Bank Iras, who was half a piece taller than him. He said seriously, "But Bank Ilas, you have to believe that not all humans in this world are bad people, and there are kind and good people. I don't say how righteous I am, but at least I won't let you be hurt by the previous ones, nor will I restrict you and make you the subject of the experiment. From now on, Bank Iras, you will only be my companion. You are also everyone's companion in the elf's living space," said. Shi Yi took out the elf's elf balls and released them one by one. Garu. Furo. Ambiguous. Hiss. Well. I. Crack. Go. Fortunately, Shi Yi opened a suite with large enough space to accommodate all the elves of Shi Yi. He Yuexiang is sitting. Otherwise, the top of the wall will be penetrated by the top. After the public elves emerged from the elves' living space, everyone looked at Bank Iras, and every elf had the most sincere kindness on his face. "Trust me, Bank Iras, time will prove to you that you will not be wrong with following my decision." Shi Yi's sincerity touched Bank Iras in front of him. Bank Ilas nodded slightly and shouted, "Yet. It is willing to believe in Shi Yi and is willing to believe in humans again. Very good. Let us welcome new partners to join." As soon as Shi Yi finished saying this, the sound of cheering and elves came from the entire suite. Not long after, Shi Yi received a call from the hotel, saying that the guests next door, opposite, upstairs and downstairs all reported him, saying that he was disturbing the public. Shi Yi had no choice but to let the elves return to the elves' living space to celebrate. "It's great. I would have liked to have access to the elf living space." Looking at the 9 elves holding a party in the elves' living space, Shi Yi looked envious. At the same time, Shi Yi suddenly realized something again. The reason why Bank Iras fell into a violent state is not because of the dream gene? Original. Shi Yi thought it was a dream gene, which led to Bank Ilas gaining special abilities, sand control, and tyranny. Now it seems that the violence is because Bank Ilas was too angry at the beginning, which inspired a kind of bloodline power. Shi Yi thinks so for now. Just like the senior brother Shaduxi, when he was forced into a desperate situation during the Little Fire Monkey period, he burst out with powerful fire, thus becoming invincible. This should be derived from the power of blood. In other words, the dream gene has enhanced Bankila's potential, and allowed it to gain the ability to control sand. Shi Yi's guess is the first time. After all, through Bankila's memories, Shi Yi probably knew that Bank Ilas was injected with a lot of liquid when he was still Shak Ilas. One day, it suddenly awakened its sand control ability. This is not easy to say whether it is Bangila's own ability or the ability to control sand under the transformation of the fantasy genes. Well, it's useless to consider these now. Anyway, Bank Iras will be my partner in the future. I am responsible for developing these 2 abilities. Once I can master them, Bankira's strength will definitely be so terrifying," Shi Yi said with a firm look on his eyes. The next morning, Shi Yi woke up early as usual and stretched his waist on the balcony. "I went to the bathroom to wash up." After changing his clothes, Shi Yi was about to go out. "It's time to go back to Linhai City." Shi Yi was preparing to take the high-speed train in the morning and return to Linhai City. Go to the Elf Alliance branch in Linhai City to conduct a trainer-level assessment. After leaving the hotel, Shi Yi had breakfast and rushed to the high-speed rail station. It was already 10 o'clock when the high-speed train was 8:30 in the morning when it returned to Linhai City. Shi Yi took a Dujula fast car, and didn't even bother to eat, so he came to the Linhai branch of the Elf Alliance. "It's here." Shi Yi looked at the tall building in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little moved. Linhai City is really rich. Is it so luxurious if a branch is created? Wow! On the side, Dujuli, who was waiting for Shi Yi to pay, seemed a little anxious to pick up the next passenger, and hurriedly urged Shi Yi. Ao, sorry, I forgot to pay. Shi Yi scanned the QR code hanging on Dujuli Kui's body with a little embarrassed. After paying the money, Dujuli ran quickly towards the distance. Shi Yi entered the center of the Elf Alliance. This is the first time Shi Yi has come to the Elf Alliance Center since he became a trainer. Actually, I had the chance to come before. Registering to become a new trainer requires handling through the Elf Alliance Center. But Linhai University carefully handles the identity of a new trainer for every freshman, so it saves a lot of unnecessary processes. This trainer, what business are you going to handle? As soon as Shi Yi entered the door, a woman in formal clothes came over to ask Shi Yi. I want to be promoted to the trainer level. Shi Yi said bluntly. Do you have an appointment? The lady in formal wear asked politely. Shi Yi shook his head and replied, no. Then please check out the trainer ID card and I'll make an appointment for you. Shi Yi took out the trainer ID card issued to him by Linhai University and handed it to the formal lady in front of him. She took it to the machine at the door and scanned it. Shi Yi's personal information was immediately displayed on the machine screen. Name, Shi Yi. Trainer level, newcomer level trainer. Trainer ID, 9523. Registration date, September 8, 2024. As Shi Yi's personal identity information appeared, the lady in formal wear confirmed that it was correct and helped Shi Yi make an appointment for the promotion assessment at 2 p.m. After handing a booking paper to Shi Yi, the lady in formal wear reminded, Shi Yi trainer, please go to the Alliance Center to conduct a promotion assessment on the first floor of the battlefield before 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After the assessment is completed, we will receive the assessment results uploaded by the assessment teacher. If the assessment is passed, you will upgrade the trainer level and change the trainer identity card. I understand, thank you. Shi Yi nodded and prepared to leave. At this time, Shi Yi suddenly saw that there were green opportunities above the heads of several trainers in the hall. Shi Yi checked in his curiosity. Name, Su Fu. Recent opportunities, green opportunity. Details, after a long period of special training, Su Fu's strength has been greatly improved. At 1:30 this afternoon, the level assessment of elite trainers was completed. Successfully passed the assessment and promoted to an elite trainer. After seeing Su Fu's green opportunity content, Shi Yi frowned. This opportunity, he can't intercept it. It seems that there are some opportunities that cannot be stopped. Shi Yi murmured. Then, I checked the opportunities of others again. For example, the electric shock beast evolved into an electric shock beast through the connection on the second floor. By exchanging with his friend Ghost Stone, his young Zilla evolved into Hudi, and so on. This kind of opportunity, Shi Yi can only see it. You can't steal other people's elves, right? Not bad? Doghead saves life. Just at this moment, Shi Yi suddenly saw a guy with a purple chance on his head passing by. Without hesitation, choose to check the opportunity. Name, Jeruo. Recent opportunity, purple opportunity. Details, Geruo failed in the morning's elite trainer promotion assessment. He was in a bad mood, so he went to a nearby restaurant and drank a box of beer. After getting drunk, I slept well. When I woke up again, it was almost evening. Geruo thought for a long time, and the reason why he failed to get promoted was because of the initial elf in his hand, and his strength was really not very good. He felt that if he continued to cultivate this elf, his future would be bleak. Geruo decided to go to the nearby breeding house and buy an elf egg. But Geruo is not well off and his family is quite average. The money you can get is at most about 200,000 alliance coins. Geruo went to Meow Meow breeding house and chose to take a gamble. In the egg betting area, Jeruo bought a black elf egg with flame spots. Geruo believes that this color-matched elf egg must be the prototype of the world's first roaring tiger, Fire Spot Meow. However, when Geruo hatched the elf egg, he found that things were impermanent. What fire spot meow? This is just a little charcoal servant. Tanzaishi is a new species of elves discovered by professional trainers in recent years from the newly arrived secret realm. Its evolutionary form has not been discovered yet, or, it is an evolutionary method. This led to the fact that charcoal shit has always been listed as one of the elves that cannot evolve. After Geruo saw that the elf hatched from the egg was the charcoal servant, he burst into tears in an emotional collapse. His bet, he lost completely. Little do you know? This little charcoal servant is actually an elf with the potential of the king. After accepting the result of his failure to bet on eggs, Geruo filmed a video of the charcoal servant and posted it online to prepare for sale. With the mentality of just wanting to make a profit, it ended up selling at a high price. A female trainer with specialized fire department thought that the charcoal servant was very energetic, so she bought it from Geruo for 500,000 alliance coins. Geruo took the money and bought another elite-level potential elf egg. He felt that he was making a fortune. The female trainer took this charcoal servant to the Elf Alliance Center and spent money to conduct qualification inspection. After finding that the charcoal servant was an elf with the potential of the king, the female trainer also felt that she was making a fortune. At this point, both of them felt that they had made money at the same time, and they were all happy. Shi saw the purple opportunity of this explosive boy Geruo. Almost vomited blood. It's so fucking drama, right? You fucked. I spent 200,000 yuan to buy elf eggs to bet on eggs, so I can't spend an extra 5,000. Oh no, the Elf Alliance Center only needs 2,000 yuan to test elf qualifications. After spending 2,000 extra alliance coins, you can find that this is a charcoal servant with the potential of the king. I can't bear to spend this money, right? You deserve to be stingy. Carbon suit. In this world, Tan Xiao Xiao is indeed a new species of elves that have only been discovered in recent years. The quantity is not very large. In addition to the harsh evolutionary conditions of the Charcoal Master, the Red Lotus Armor Knight and the Kanjian Blade Ghost are both undiscovered elves. If I intercepted this charcoal servant, I don't know if the system will give me the corresponding evolution props as a reward. According to tradition, the system will definitely help. Thinking of this, Shi Yi decided to intercept Hu, the little charcoal servant. After all, there was just a lack of a fire-type elf in Shi Yi's team. In addition to the temptation of the king-level potential, Shi Yi cannot be moved. Meow meow breeding house, it's this breeding house again. Shi Yi suddenly thought of Lin Feng's purple opportunity before intercepting the beard, which was to intercept the beard in Meow Meow's breeding house. This also made Lin Feng a master of Carp King. I can just go there and give away some of the things I have on hand. Thinking of this, Shi Yi left the center of the Elf Alliance, ate a bowl of inauthentic noodles in a nearby noodle shop, and took a Dujulakui and went to the Meow Meow breeding house. Meow Meow breeding house is not far from the center of the Elf Alliance. 10 minutes road the journey is here. After paying the money, Shi Yi opened the door to the Meow Meow breeding house. Welcome. A familiar female voice came, and Shi Yi looked up. It was indeed Fang Yi, a single ponytail girl I had seen before. Fang Yi also noticed Shi Yi and exclaimed, Shi Yi. Senior sister, it's been a long time since we met. Shi Yi greeted Fang Yi. Long time no see. Shi Yi, I haven't had time to thank you yet. Thank me. Shi Yi looked at Fang Yi walking out of the counter, a little puzzled. Did you forget? You sold me a high-quality water stone before, which is of great help to my elves. Ao, yes. After senior sister Fang Yi's reminder, Shi Yi suddenly remembered. During this period, I have obtained so many good things that I almost forgot the high-quality water stone that I got from the mosquito-repellent tadpoles. Senior sister, what is your elf? Can you let me see 2.6? Shi Yi said curiously. There are not many types of elves that can be evolved with the Stone of Water. Shi Yi was a little curious about what this senior sister Fang Yi's elf is. Sure. Senior sister Fang Yi enthusiastically took out an elf ball and released the elf inside. Lum. Accompanied by a relaxed dance with BGM. Shi Yi saw clearly the elf of senior sister Fang Yi. It's actually Kazuka Rakuten Kappa. With that fat figure and agile dance moves, Lottie Kappa seemed to be warmly welcoming Shi Yi's arrival. Shi Yi glanced at the message of this Lottie Kappa. Lottie Kappa? Level 36, Elite Medium. Potential, Gym level? In terms of potential, this Lottie Kappa can only be considered medium. But this Lottie Kappa's hair, including the physical development status, is very good. It seems that senior sister Fang Yi usually takes good care of it. I didn't expect that senior sister Fang Yi's elf is Lottie Kappa. It seems that she has been cultivated very well. She is worthy of being a top student in the cultivation department. Shi Yi praised. If it's nowhere, it's all thanks to your high-quality water stone that my little boy evolves so well. Senior sister Fang Yi is very grateful to Shi Yi. After the two chatted for a few more times, senior sister Fang Yi asked, "By the way, Shi Yi, are you here at the Meow Meow breeding house today? Are you planning to buy the fresh milk that the new elf drinks? Or are you some things that the new elf uses?" Senior sister Fang Yi calculated the days. The elf egg that Shi Yi bought some time ago should have hatched. It is time to equip this new elf with a wave of elf baby supplies. Shi Yi shook his head and said, "None of them, I'm here to buy elf eggs." Chapter 63, A Heavenly King Level Charcoal Service. What are the rules for the promotion of elite trainers? Please order all. Buy elf eggs. Senior sister Fang Yi was a little surprised. Not long after Shi Yi bought an elf egg, he came to buy another elf egg? Could it be that elf egg is a bad guy, right? Senior sister Fang Yi remembers that the elf egg that Shi Yi bought before was the elf egg in the gambling area. The elf eggs in the gambling egg area may not be hatched. It's very likely that it's a bad elf egg. Looking at Shi Yi walking towards the container in the egg gambling area, senior sister Fang Yi suddenly realized something was wrong. This senior brother Shi Yi. Could he be a gambling dog? I lost a bet, do I want to bet again? No. He must be persuaded. Senior brother Shi Yi. That's the egg gambling area. Senior sister Fang Yi hurriedly stopped her. Hey? I know this is the egg betting area, senior sister, I bought it before. Shi Yi shrugged and said with a relaxed look on his face. Then, are you still going here? Senior sister Fang Yi frowned and comforted, Senior brother Shi Yi, I know that the last time I lost the gambling egg, I lost 200,000 alliance coins in vain, making you feel unwilling, but, gambling eggs is risky, you can't continue to bet after losing gambling. By the way, you should have heard of Lin Feng, right? Senior Fang Yi suddenly thought that Shi Yi and Lin Feng were students of the same class, both freshmen at Linhai University, so he took Lin Feng as an example and said, Shi Yi, the scandal about Lin Feng has spread throughout our Linhai University. I believe you have heard of it. Lin Feng, because he has been keen on gambling eggs, and has been betting many times, the elves hatched in the end were all carp kings, which caused him to vomit blood and drop out of school to treat his illness. Hearing what senior sister Fang Yi said, Shi Yi was stunned. Why did the version of Lin Feng exit school be passed on to senior sister Fang Yi, and it turned out to be? I lost betting on eggs and bets, and I was so angry that I vomited blood and dropped out of school for treatment. Sure enough. Rumors are updated and iterated as they spread. Shi Yi shook his head and suddenly understood the reason why senior sister Fang Yi advised him. She must have thought that she failed the last time she bet on eggs and was unwilling to admit defeat and wanted to bet again. Shi Yi took out an elf ball and released the elf inside. 11. Well. As soon as the leap fish came out, they were cursing. The Lottie Kappa dancing next to him suddenly stopped awkwardly. Some people suspect that the duck is born. Is it because it is not jumping well enough? It shouldn't be. Senior brother Shi Yi, are you? Senior sister Fang Yi said in confusion. Senior sister, this leap fish is the elves hatched when I bet on eggs last time. It hatched very healthily and successfully completed its evolution. Shi Yi talked seriously to senior sister Fang Yi. Fang Yi was stunned. Unexpectedly. After persuading for a long time, she became a clown. So, senior sister, I believe in my luck. I will definitely be able to gamble another top-quality elf egg. After saying that, Shi Yi ignored the expression of senior sister Fang Yi and walked to the shelves of the egg betting area. Shi Yi opened his eye of appreciation and conducted a survey on these elves. I have to say that the elf eggs in the gambling egg area are really popular. It took Shi Yi only more than half a month to come here last time. At that time, he had read all the information about every elf egg on the shelves. Looking at it again this time, it doesn't have any repetitions as before. This means that the elf eggs on the shelves have been refreshed for one round. Maybe even more than one round. After checking it out, Shi Yi's eyes finally stopped on the black elf egg inlaid with flame emblem. Elf, charcoal shao. Level, 0, or egg. Attribute, fire system. Feature, body of flame. Sometimes it turns the opponent who comes into contact with you into a burn state. Individual value, HP, 30, attack, 31, defense, 30, special attack, 31, special defense, 30. Speed, 31. Skill, none yet. Carrying items, none. Potential, king level. The charcoal servant with the potential of the heavenly king is full of points in both attacks. It seems that we have to consider whether we evolve into the Red Lotus Armored Knight or the King Yan Blade Ghost in the future. Shi Yi stroked his chin and thought. On the side, senior sister Fang Yi saw Shi Yi's gaze resting on the black elf egg inlaid with flame emblem. Then he asked, Senior brother Shi Yi, are you interested in this elf egg? Shi Yi nodded, picked up the elf egg that was a little warm, and said to senior sister Fang Yi, Senior sister, I think I am quite destined to be with this elf egg. I want to buy it and hatch it. Okay, when I wiped this elf egg, I obviously felt a warm feeling when I wiped it, which means I should not be a bad guy. Senior sister Fang Yi felt relieved when she saw that Shi Yi chose the elf egg, which was a warm elf egg. At least, it should be able to hatch elves. As for what potential elves are, it depends on Shi Yi's luck. But, as a top student in the cultivation department, senior sister Fang Yi analyzed to Shi Yi, from the pattern of this elf egg, it is very likely that the fire spot meow will hatch. In your battle department, there has been a slogan of the first roaring tiger in the universe, which is about the flame roaring tiger after the evolution of fire spot meow. I think it is very suitable for you. Hearing what senior sister Fang Yi said, Shi Yi suddenly felt that this senior sister is quite good at sales. No wonder that the unlucky guy Geruo, who is about to be intercepted by Shi Yi, chose to buy this elf egg. I'll lend you a good word, senior sister, please help me pack it. Okay. After taking the elf egg from Shi Yi's hand, senior sister Fang Yi began to package Shi Yi. The elf egg hatching device is still there. Senior sister Fang Yi asked by the way. What I'm here is that Moo Moo's fresh milk is gone. When the water leap fish was just hatched, Shi Yi kept feeding it Moo fresh milk. Now I naturally eat energy cubes. It's okay, I'll give you a box. Senior sister Fang Yi is still very grateful to Shi Yi. Giving a box of Moo fresh milk is nothing. Herself, she can get a commission by selling the elf eggs in the breeding house. At worst, you won't earn Shi Yi's commission. Then thank you senior sister. After the elf egg of charcoal servant was packaged, Shi Yi asked again, Senior sister, I still have some props here. Do you collect them here? Props? What props? Senior sister Fang Yi said curiously. Shi Yi took out the props obtained from the B-level secret realm wilderness forest. Light stones, beautiful empty shells, bulbs, poisonous needles, and miracle seeds that were cut off in the forest behind Linhai University. Looking at the 5 props in front of her, senior sister Fang Yi said in surprise, "Senior brother Shi Yi, these things. I found them all from the secret realm." Shi Yi explained. Senior sister Fang Yi was confused. In the secret realm, can she pick up so many good things? Are you going to the secret realm to purchase goods? Senior sister Fang Yi joked. It's almost the same. Shi Yi rubbed the tip of his nose and said. I'll estimate the price, wait. After saying that, senior sister Fang Yi took all these things into the hut inside for qualification testing. Basically, any elf breeding house will have instruments that detect prop quality. About 5 minutes later, senior sister Fang Yi walked out of it. Xiang Shi said, the poison needle is of medium quality, and can make you 250,000 alliance coins. Miracle seeds are of ordinary quality, and can only 100,000 alliance coins. Light stones and beautiful shells are not valuable. If you put them together, you can make you 150,000 alliance coins. The bulb is good, the medium quality, but after all, it is a disposable product, and it can only cost you 80,000 yuan of alliance coins. A total of 580,000 alliance coins. Hearing the offer from senior sister Fang Yi, Shi Yi nodded and said, the deal is completed. This price is not much different from the price he expected. Besides, he believed that this senior sister would not cheat her, and 580,000 would be 580,000. As for the other things, such as extreme ore, armor ore, star fragments, generally, breeding houses are not collected and must be sold to stone shops or underground black markets. The same is true for the golden beads and the big golden beads. Remove the money from this elf egg and I'll give you another 380,000 alliance coins. Senior sister Fang Yi said, took the bank card handed over by Shi Yi, entered the card number, and Shi Yi called 380,000 alliance coins. After confirming that the money is received, a strange smile appeared on the corner of Shi Yi's mouth. I came to the Meow Meow breeding house twice and bought 2 elf eggs, both of which were thrown into money. Sure enough, this Meow Meow breeding house is a blessed place. After saying goodbye to senior sister Fang Yi, Shi Yi left the Meow Meow breeding house. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Shi Yi still had to conduct a training teacher level promotion assessment. But before playing Dojula quickly, Shi Yi chose to check the purple opportunity of the sniper just now. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully intercepting Hujeru's purple opportunity. Reward: Celebration of Kai/Craft of Kai's box. Celebration Kai/Spellcats box. There is a Celebration Kai/Spellcats box. The host can choose by itself before using it. The charcoal assistant will evolve into a corresponding form based on the item selected by the host. After use, the other piece disappears automatically. After seeing this reward, Shi Yi was happy for a while. The system indeed gave the carbon shit the props for evolution. But then he fell into silence. As a serious choice difficulty, Shi Yi really didn't know whether it was time to choose to transform the charcoal assistant into the Red Lotus Armored Knight or the King Yan Blade Ghost. Benefactors, leave the opportunity for you. Please choose what you like. See you in the comment section. Don't worry, let's talk about it after the charcoal assistant hatched. Shi Yi will first include this Celebration Kai/Craft Kai's box into the elf's living space. It is worth mentioning. Since the upgrade of the elf living space, Shi Yi's place to store items has also been upgraded. Today's storage cabinets are as big as a building. No matter how much Shi Yi puts in, they can't fill them up. Under Dojula's fast running. In 10 minutes, Shi Yi returned to the center of the Elf Alliance. It's still a while before 2 o'clock, so let's take a look. On the chair outside the first floor of the battlefield in the Alliance Center, Shi Yi glanced at it. When I woke up again, it was already 1:30 p.m. Shi Yi saw a chubby guy in the battle room and walked out. Shi Yi met this fat man in the morning. It was Su Fu, who had a green opportunity on his head. At this moment, the green opportunity above Su Fu's head has turned white. According to the content of the opportunity, this guy was successfully promoted to an elite trainer. When Su Fu passed by the waiting area, the eyes of the trainer waiting for the assessment in the war zone were full of show-off. This made the trainers waiting for the war zone angry. Shi Yi shook his head and thought to himself, "This guy won't be proud for long. According to his white chance, you will find that your girlfriend has actually been green for 3 years and has always treated him as an ATM." 2 p.m. Finally it was Shi Yi's turn to assess. Shi Yi entered the assessment room and found 5 people inside. One is the fighter in charge of the battle, the other is the referee in charge of the referee, and the 3 are the inspectors in charge of the record and assessment. When Shi Yi entered the room, one of the inspectors said, "First come and confirm the identity information. After confirming it is correct, we will explain the assessment rules to you and then conduct the assessment." Shi Yi nodded and came to the front of the 3 inspectors. The purpose of confirming the identity is to ensure that the trainer comes from himself, rather than asking someone to take the exam. After some confirmation, the 3 inspectors confirmed that the person in front of him was Shi Yi himself. Immediately, the referee standing in the 0-10 referee position said, "The rules for the level promotion assessment of elite trainers: defeat the combatant in front of you through combat. Fighting rules: 3-on-2 battles. Challengers can use 3 elves to fight. During the battle, they can change the battle elves at will, but only the first 3 elves. The fighter cannot replace the battle elves until all the elves on one side lose their combat ability, or admit defeat in advance, so that the battle will end. The battle ends, that is, the assessment ends." After hearing the referee's words, Shi Yi understood the rules for level promotion for elite trainers. In fact, it is quite simple. Just defeat the 2 battle elves used by the fighter in front of you. Still 3-2. It may be a bit difficult for a new trainer with weak strength, but for a trainer like Shi Yi, it is complete lie, it's just a formality. If the challenger is ready, please go to the battle station and start the battle. The inspector reminded Shi Yi. Shi Yi nodded and came to the battle stage. "Please send their respective starting elves." The referee gave the order. Shi Yi and the fighter sent their respective starting elves at the same time. Shi Yi's side is naturally the Sack Beast Mother. This is the first elf registered by Shi Yi, and it is also the elf that can win the most securely among the elves that can be sent to fight against him on the surface in Shi Yi's team. The elves sent by the fighters were a mongoose / "Are you a general elves? It's really suitable for such an assessment place," Shi Yi murmured. After all, generally, elves have basically no weaknesses except for fighting. It is a very balanced attribute. Facing the challenger, as long as the opponent is not a fighting spirit, there will be no attribute restraint. Shi Yi opened the eye of appreciation and checked the information about the mongoose / elf, mongoose / level 40, peak elite. Attribute, general system. Characteristics, immune, because the body has immune ability, it will not become a poisoned state. Individual value, HP, 28, attack, 31, defense, 25, special attack, 22, special defense, 25, speed, 30. Skills, random grab, feint attack, 2 combo attack, 2 consecutive kicks, double return, flash of lightning, continuous slash, metal claws, grinding claws, splitting, arrogance, tearing claws, pointing to the end, seeing through, cross cut. Carrying items, none. Potential, Gym level? The mongoose slash with the peak elite strength. No wonder, it is to let the challenger conduct assessment in a 3-to-2 battle method. If it is 3-to-3, the challenger does not have the senior elves, it is really difficult to win. Shi Yi stroked his chin and murmured. After seeing the strength of this mongoose slash, Shi Yi had roughly judged the trainer's level assessment method. Chapter 64, The Space for Tricks. Unheard of ways to win. Please order all. 3 inspectors on the scene. After seeing the sack beast mother sent by Shi Yi, then he began to observe the sack fish, including the sack fish whose heads are exposed from the sack fish mother's belly. In addition to the total scores of the battle, the inspector will also observe the training of the trainer using elves. The cultivation of this purse is very good. Yes, it's 30 centimeters taller than an average brambled beast. I like this purr, I decided to give it a high score. As the 3 inspectors on the scene began to score, the referee announced, the battle begins. Mom Bamboo Beast, attack with high 5. As soon as he came up, Shi Yi took the form of a fast attack and launched an attack. Garu. The sack beast mother stepped on the ground with her feet and ran quickly towards the mongoose slash. What a fast speed! The opponent on the opposite side obviously did not expect that Shi Yi, a huge sack beast, could run so fast. Mary knock, use a flash of light to dodge. Then use the tearing claw to attack. The reaction to the fighter was very fast. But why is the speed of the sack beast mother really fast? Just as he finished giving his instructions, the mother of the baguette had already arrived in front of the mongoose slash. The mongoose slash was about to dodge the lightning, but he was attacked by the mother of the bag beast and hit it suddenly. Narrow. After the mongoose slashed and suffered, he took a few steps back. Obviously he was shrinking. This is the effect accompanied by a high 5 surprise attack. There is a certain probability that it will cause the opponent to fall into a state of shrinking. Mary knock, adjust the state, and attack with tearing claws. After the fighter suffered a loss, he immediately calmed down and decided on the way to fight back. But Shi Yi grinned and snapped his fingers, surprise. Since you know that the opponent will use attacking moves, in this case, raiding is definitely a very useful counter-attack move. Garu. Another first attack, the Bagba mother directly hit the mongoose's abdomen with her head. The mongoose slashed in pain, and his eyes widened. As the mongoose slashed, the body was pushed away. Shi Yi then ordered, splitting the tiles. At close range, you will definitely hit the tile. Garu. The mother sack beast jumped and slashed her heavy arms towards the mongoose. Pong! A sound of landing that resounded throughout the battle room reached everyone's ears. On the battlefield, the sack beast mother stood there with a relaxed look on her face, like an elf who is fine. The mongoose slashed out his limbs and lay on the broken ground, with his pupils in circles, as if he had lost his combat ability. Seeing this scene in the room, the 5 people except Shi Yi were all a little dumbfounded. They didn't expect that from the beginning to the end, only 10 seconds passed. The mongoose slash failed to attack the opponent once from beginning to end. Just beheaded to the ground? Ahem. Mongoose slash loses combat ability, and the sack fish wins. Please be correct. The fighter sent out the next battle elf. After a brief surprise, the referee coughed and signaled the fighter to change the elf quickly. The fighter nodded, took back the mongoose slash, and took out another elf ball. Come out, Zhihui Xing. Clear. Accompanied by a howl of ape. A white orangutan holding a green fan appeared on the battlefield. Shi Yi glanced at the white-haired orangutan in front of him, and a set of data appeared on the data panel. Elf, Zhihui Xing. Level 40, Peak Elite. Attributes, General System, Superpower System. Characteristics, Mental Power, having a trained spirit without shrinking from the opponent's attack. Unwavering Intimidation. Individual Value, HP, 30, Attack, 22, Defense, 26, Special Attack, 29, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 28. Skills, Mind Power, Provocation, You First Ask, Meditation, Auxiliary Power, Self-Suggestion, Tricks, Thought Hammer, Magic Space, Illusion Light, Spiritual Impact, Gravity, Predicting the Future. Carrying Items, None. Potential, Gym Level. After seeing the information about this white-haired orangutan, Shi Yi stroked his chin with his hand and said, "So that's it. The first elf is a general type mongoose slash, which can withstand all attribute attacks outside the fighting system. If the opponent has fighting system elves, he can easily break through the first level, and the second level is a superpowered elf with restraint fighting system-wise swinging ape. For many new trainers, superpower elves are definitely nightmarish-like existences. Mind Power and Illusion Light, these moves can not only control the opponent's actions, but also cause the opponent to fall into a state of chaos. In addition to the matchmaking of this wise swinger, it is like magic space, gravity, meditation, tricks. Even if the opponent is a fast attack elf, it can leave the opponent helpless. Then increase your own values and use auxiliary power to kill your opponent. In terms of assessment, this elf and its matching is indeed very suitable. But unfortunately, Shi Yi has already had experience in fighting against Zhe Huixing in the B-level secret realm. The battle begins. With the referee's order, Shi Yi immediately ordered, "Gather Qi. Garu." The sack beast mother stood there and began to gather energy to increase the probability of her hitting the key points. The reason why Shi Yi did not launch a fierce attack like the previous game was that he guessed that the opponent would definitely open up space. Sure enough, the fighter ordered, "Space of Tricks. Clear." With the surge of superpowers, the entire battlefield seemed to have entered some strange space. In the magic space, slow elves can attack first. Zhe Huixing, use tricks. Come on. Start playing the tactic of nausea. Shi Yi grinned at the corner of his mouth, as if he had guessed it long ago. Mom Bamboo Beast, self-motivation. Since the opponent is starting to play disgusting, Shi Yi will accompany you to the end. Continue the trick. One more self-motivation. After both sides' elves continuously increase their attacks/special attacks, the fighter finally couldn't help it and decided to launch an attack. Zhe Huixing, assisting power. When the special attack is full, the damage of the auxiliary power can also reach the existence of almost instant killing the opponent. Zhe Huixing howled angrily, like a monkey on Mount Tai, jumping on the ground excitedly. Next moment, the majestic superpower elements rushed towards the sack beast mother. Seeing this, Shi Yi immediately ordered, "Stop it. Garu." A transparent chromatic light shield appears. Zhe Huixing Kaihutai's tomb-stealing spot directly hit the light shield, and the light shield absorbed all this powerful attack, causing it to fail. Seeing that the attack was invalid, the fighter frowned slightly and said seriously, "It can only be used once when you keep it. You will definitely fail when you use it continuously. The next auxiliary power, I see what you can use to resist." Zhe Huixing, auxiliary power. Clear. The white-haired orangutan once again condensed superpower energy. But this time, when I use the auxiliary power again, it is obvious that I lose the excitement I used when I first used the auxiliary power. The auxiliary power just now failed, which caused a significant blow to Zhe Huixing's confidence. As superpower energy emerges again, Shi Yi said lightly, "Hold on. Garu." The sack fish mother made a defensive gesture. No matter how strong the opponent's attack is, as long as the bamboo beast mother holds up, she will definitely leave at least 1 HP. Boom! The powerful energy released by Zhe Huixing suddenly hit the sack beast mother. Shi Yi saw that the health of the purse mother's mother dropped wildly on the data panel. Until 1 o'clock HP value, hold on and take effect, allowing it to hold on to this attack. Sure enough, after Zhiwixing's special attack was full, the damage caused by the auxiliary power was really high. A drop of sweat couldn't help but flow down Shi Yi's forehead. Theoretically speaking, the auxiliary force can reach an output of 860. But in battle, it is even more difficult to really fill this value. Basically impossible. It is already commendable to fill a number. Your purgatory, after enduring the auxiliary power attack from Zhiwixing, your health should not be much left, right? Are you not planning to replace the battle elves? The opponent on the opposite side asked. Shi Yi shook his head and smiled. No need to change, the battle is over. What? When the fighter on the opposite side heard Shi Yi's words, he obviously didn't understand what it meant. It's time to end the battle, Bagbeard Mom, survive in a desperate situation. Garu. The sack beast mother charged forward, trying to use her greatest strength to attack the Zhiwixing in front of her. As the sack beast mother ran, the magic space condensed around her suddenly shattered. Seeing this, the fighter on the opposite side secretly complained that something was wrong. Oh no! He actually calculated the time of breaking the magic space. No wonder, he still had to use guard to delay time. Zhiwixing, use his mind power, and use his mind power to control the action of the baguette. The fighter was in a panic and even gave orders. He was in a mess. However, even if the fighters shouted in every possible way, it was too late. The speed of the sack fish mother is very fast. After no longer the constraints of the magic space, the mother of the sack beast quickly came to Zhiwixing. Zhiwixing was about to use her mind to attack her when she was slapped by the sack beast mother. Surviving in a desperate situation is a move that is the less health you have left, the higher the power you can play. Pong! The fierce slap of the bag beast mother made Zhiwixing feel dizzy. The whole body suddenly flew out and collided directly on the wall next to the battlefield. The wall was reinforced, but it was still smashed by Zhiwixing. As Zhiwixing's body slowly fell down, its eyes had already been circled and fell into a state of dying. The referee took a deep breath and announced, Zhiwixing lost his combat ability and the Bagushis won. Given that the two elves of the fighter could no longer fight, the winner of this battle was the challenger Shi Yi. After hearing the result announced by the referee, the fighter hurriedly ran towards the wall, and he had to go to the Zhiwixing to heal his wounds as soon as possible. With the blessing of gathering energy and self-motivation, the desperate situation that the bag beast mother used just now, not only exploded, but also hit the vital point. Zhiwixing was afraid that she couldn't get out of the hospital bed for less than 10 days or half a month. Wonderful! In the silent room, the voice of an inspector sounded. He clapped, and the other two inspectors also clapped. This is the most exciting battle I have ever seen in the past 3 months as an inspector. Me too. Same for me. The 3 inspectors unanimously made the highest evaluation of Shi Yi. At the same time, all 3 of them surprisingly agreed with Shi Yi's score of the match. Trainer Shi Yi, your elite trainer level promotion exam is over. Please go out and wait for the assessment results. An inspector stood up and made a please gesture. The smile on the corner of his mouth remained. This inspector is very optimistic about Shi Yi. Shi Yi nodded, took back the baggage mother and told the inspectors, then I will say goodbye. After saying that, Shi Yi left the battle room. It is approaching evening. Shi Yi finally received a message from the Elf Alliance Center, saying that he would go to the first floor of the lobby of the Alliance Center to go through the promotion procedures. Here you come. Shi Yi looked at the text message in his hand and patted the mother's body. He smiled and said, Mom Bamboo Beast, thank you for your hard work in the previous battle. As a result, we were successfully promoted. Garu. In the park, the mother of the sack beast who was cured by Shi Yi using Changpan's healing ability to use Changpan's power to show a knowing smile. Shi Yi returned to the center of the Elf Alliance again. On the first floor of the Alliance Center, go through the promotion procedures. After a set of procedures are completed, The previous lady in formal wear handed Shi Yi a new alliance identity card and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Shi Yi trainer, successfully promoted to an elite trainer. Your search permission on the ELF official website will also be further improved. At the same time, you will also receive a bonus of 5,000 alliance coins issued by the alliance every month. After being promoted to an elite trainer, you will be considered a formal trainer and will naturally receive bonuses from the alliance. It is called a bonus, but it is actually a salary. Although the salary is not large, if the alliance party has something to do, or if the city is in trouble, elite trainers need to bear the brunt of it. This money is also considered a prepayment in advance." "Thank you." Shi Yi nodded slightly to the woman in formal wear in front of him. Then he said, "Can you help me make an appointment for the level promotion assessment of senior trainers?" Hearing this, the lady in formal clothes who was about to pack up her things and get off work was stunned. 2 seconds later, she slowly came to her senses and said with a professional smile, "Are you sure you have to make an appointment for the senior trainer's level promotion assessment now? If the assessment fails, there will be a month's cooling off time. You can come and conduct the assessment after making sufficient preparations." "No need, I have made sufficient preparations," Shi Yi said with confidence. "Okay, then please come with me," said. The lady in formal wear walked straight to the machine that she had made an appointment for Shi Yi. Xiang Shi Yi asked for the elite trainer identity card that he had just handed to Shi Yi, stuffed the card into the machine, and scanned it. Next moment, Shi Yi's information appears directly on the machine. It is not much different from the identity information displayed when making an appointment. It is the level of a trainer, from a novice trainer to an elite trainer. The lady in the formal clothing clicked the screen and made an appointment. The recent senior trainer level promotion assessment will be held 3 days later. "Do you want to make an appointment for you?" the lady in formal clothes asked Shi Yi. 3 days later, it's okay. Shi Yi nodded and said. Although the time has been a bit long, he can just do his own elves and exercise well these days. If you can take the opportunity to break through the senior level and reach the early stage of the gym level, the probability of winning in the assessment can also be greatly increased by 10. "Okay, then I'll make an appointment for you now." The lady in formal wear clicked on the screen, and a piece of reservation paper rolled down from the machine. "Submit the trainer's identity card and appointment paper to Shi Yu Hao." The lady in formal wear smiled and said, "I wish you a smooth pass of the assessment." "Thank you." Chapter 65, Evolution of Squatting Fish. A muscular woman who looks very much like Kaido? Please order all. After leaving the Elf Alliance Center, Shi Yi ate a bowl of beef ramen in a restaurant outside. After filling his stomach, Shi Yi took a Dojula fast car and prepared to go to the Elf Battle Club in Linhai City. The next 3 days, Shi Yi is ready to stay in the Elf Battle Club. By fighting with trainers inside, you can improve your own strength. As soon as he entered the Elf Battle Club, Shi Yi felt the atmosphere of fighting. There are 8 battlegrounds in the first floor hall of the Elf Battle Club, which can be fought by trainers. At the same time, in front of each battleground, there is a sign on the winning streak record list, which reads the names of the holders of the recent winning streak record and their winning streak record. Shi Yi took a casual look and saw that the number 1 winning streak record list of number 1 versus Taiwan was a man named Dai Xiaoqian, who won 112 consecutive games in total. Oh! 112 consecutive victories? Could this be a win, right? Shi Yi stood by the stands and said speechlessly. If it is a duel of equal strength, can a trainer defeat so many opponents at the same time? Unless, it is a crushing battle with huge differences in strength. And this is no different from winning rate. Hey! This guy, what are you talking nonsense? You might be envious of Sister Qian, right? At this time, the muscular man wearing a white vest standing on Shi Yi's left was looking at Shi Yi with some angriness. After noticing that the conflict seemed to be triggering, the other spectators looked over unconsciously. Jealous, Sister Qian. Shi Yi pointed at him and looked around the battlefield, and found that many people were staring at him. Otherwise? I just say that Sister Qian's winning streak record is a win. What's not jealousy? Why? I'm not convinced. Do you dare to go on stage to make a gesture? This white vest muscle man pointed his thumb at the battlefield. The battle on the battlefield of number 1 just ended. He looked at Shi Yi as if provocatively, with a look of, do you dare to go on stage to show off? Shi Yi smiled calmly and said, yes, I can't ask for it. Shi Yi came to the Elf Battle Club to fight. If someone wants to fight against him, it would be better. Immediately, Shi Yi and the muscular man with white vest came on stage together. The audience members who were watching the show below all shouted. Obviously, this group of people are not interested in watching the fun, and they want to arouse conflicts and fighting will on both sides. Shi Yi disagreed and said, please send out the elves to attack first. Humph. I just want to play the trick of attribute restraint. Am I still afraid of you? The white vest muscle 027 man seemed to see Shi Yi's intention. Sending elves first is equivalent to exposing the attributes of your own elves. The trainer who is the second-hand man can send elves with restrained attributes to fight based on the attributes of the opponent's elves. But the muscular man with a white vest threw out the elf ball with confidence. As the red light of the elf ball flashed, a gala appeared on the field. Shi Yi opened his eyes of appreciation and glanced at this information. Gala? Level 35, Elite Medium. Potential, Elite Level. Is the elite midterm strength. After seeing the elf of this muscular man, Shi Yi roughly knew his strength. Become a newcomer trainer for a while. If it is at this level, Shi Yi does not need to send out his 3 major trunks, Brabants, Sand Snail Python, and Heyuxiang. Just let the leaping fish on the marsh come out, leaps fish. Well, as soon as the marsh fish appeared, it directly mocked the attributes. Seeing that the elf sent by Shi Yi was a water-based storm fish, the spectators at the scene sighed. Obviously, everyone looked down on this kind of trainer who deliberately chose back attack for the sake of restraint. Gala. Use your bone stick to let your opponent see that even if it is reverse attribute, it can still break its spiritual cover. Bone sticks will hit it randomly. Gala ran towards the leaping fish suddenly. He lifted up the bone rod in his hand and was about to knock on the sky cover of the leap fish. Shi Yi said lightly, rapid fish in the swamp, shoot in the mud. Well. The marsh fish stood there, opening its mouth a little silly, and mud shot from its mouth. Gala, who was running, had no intention of dodging the spirit cover of the marsh and leaping fish with a bone rod. However, as the mud shot of the leaping fish hit Gala suddenly lost sight. It ran and almost fell to the ground as it staggered. The muscular man with white vest saw this scene and said angrily, humph. He only knows these boring tricks. Do you dare to fight head-on? Boring. Shi Yi frowned. No wonder this guy looks like he is not a novice, but he is just a novice trainer. So he is brainless? He is always able to be tough and reckless. Such a trainer cannot become an elite trainer even if he is invincible. Rapid fish in the swamp, and the battle with the fluctuations of water. Well. The leap fish was still standing in place, too lazy to move, but just opened its mouth and fired a wave of water. After the water energy poured into Galagala's body, it caused huge damage to it. Gala can't withstand the attack of the leaping fish at all and directly loses its combat ability. Next. After Galaga fell to the ground, Shi Yi didn't even look at the muscular man with a white vest, and shouted at the spectators below. I'll do it. A baseball boy who couldn't bear to watch Shi Yi pretended to be so arrogant, replaced him on stage after the muscular man in the white vest stepped down. Seeing that Shi Yi had no intention of replacing the elf, Then he sent a grass-type elf, Desert Naya. The grass system restrains the leap fish with 4 times. Although it is a bit unfair to win, this guy doesn't want to teach Shi Yi a lesson. However, this battle was even faster than the last one. The continuous attacks of the marsh fish directly made Desert Naya unconscious. What? This guy, has he won 2 consecutive games? The spectators below were a little disbelief. I thought this guy won the first game just by relying on his attribute advantage, but I didn't expect that he could win easily in the counterattack. Next. Shi Yi continued to shout. Another trainer came on stage and fought against Shi Yi. This battle ended faster than the previous 2 games. The successive failures made the spectators below understand that number 1 is not simple for this trainer on the battlefield. Go and call Sister Qian over here, we can't beat him. The muscular man in white vest whispered to a spectator next to him. Good. After this man left, 2 more unlucky guys came on stage and were ruthlessly defeated by Shi Yi's swamp fish. Well. Under the ruthless sarcasm of fish leaping in the swamp, a blazing white light appeared on the field. Are you finally going to evolve? Shi Yi looked at the white light emitted from the rushing fish and said excitedly. From the underground base of the Black Owl organization to the elite trainer level promotion competition during the day-to-day, plus the absorption of water elements in the elf's living space, and the previous battles finally made the accumulated experience value of the swamp jump fish reach level 36. As this white light dissipates, on the battlefield, a big blue guy who was nearly 1.6 meters tall appeared. Lao! The evolved giant swamp monster, with limbs on the ground, no longer so lazy. But the screams, it still seems to be a bit ridiculous. Lie? Locky? Shi Yi used his little finger to dig his ears and confirmed that it was not after swearing. I checked the information about the giant swamp monster with the eye of appreciation. In addition to level improvement, the giant swamp monster has also learned a lot of new skills. Such as, surfing, earthquake, arm hammer, water cannon. It's all powerful moves. Shi Yi said excitedly. With these skills, the giant swamp monster can be easily used in melee combat or long-range attacks. And at this time, a female voice came from the sidelines. Congratulations, your swamp leap fish has evolved into a swamp monster. Hearing the voice of congratulations, Shi Yi turned his head and looked to the sidelines. I found that there was a muscular woman wearing a sports vest next to the man with a white vest. Her skin was a little dark, and Shi Yi saw 8 packs of abdominal muscles on her exposed abdomen. When Shi Yi saw this person, his first reaction was Kaidu. This woman, like Sichuan Town Kaidu, the owner of the gym, looks exactly the same. Thank you. Shi Yi nodded slightly to her, as a polite response. The muscular woman slowly walked onto the battlefield and said to Shi Yi, I heard that you won consecutive victories on this field? How about it? Are you interested in playing a game with me? A fight with you? Shi Yi was about to respond, but suddenly saw something strange. There was a silver opportunity above this muscular woman's head. Snap! Shi Yi's attention just now was focused on her abdominal muscles, but he didn't notice. Does this woman actually have a silver opportunity? Shi Yi hurriedly checked. Name, Dai Xiaoqian? Recent opportunity, silver opportunity? Details, Dai Xiaoqian will attend the Elf Fighting Conference held by Linhai Gang Hall in 5 days later. At the Elf Fighting Conference, Dai Xiaoqian defeated and advanced to the finals with a kingly posture. The final opponent was the son of the owner of the Linhai Gymnasium, and the two started a fierce battle. Finally, Dai Xiaoqian won the championship of this elf fighting conference with a slight advantage. As a champion reward, Dai Xiaoqian won the king-level potential of Liu Road, personally cultivated by the owner of the Linhai Gymnasium, and a top-quality black belt. He successfully joined Linhai Gangguan and became the disciple of the owner of Linhai Gangguan. After seeing Dai Xiaoqian's silver opportunity, Shi Yi's eyes moved slightly. Leo Road. Leo with king level potential. In addition, the top black belt of the fighting amplification prop that fits Leo Road. Shi Yi suddenly became a little jealous. Shi Yi also wanted to participate in this so-called elf fighting conference. Hey! Why are you silent? Are you still fighting? Dai Xiaoqian shouted at Shi Yi. Since just now, Shi Yi has been staring at her in a daze, which has made Dai Xiaoqian look unhappy. 5 days later, Linhai Gangguan will hold an elf fighting conference, right? Shi Yi did not respond to Dai Xiaoqian's question, but took the initiative to ask another question. Yes, there is such a fighting conference. Dai Xiaoqian nodded and asked back, what? Do you want to participate in this elf fighting conference too? Shi Yi still did not answer Dai Xiaoqian's question, and then asked, are there any requirements for participation? Of course. Dai Xiaoqian hugged her chest with her hands. Since it is an elf fighting conference, the participating elf can naturally be a fighting elves. If you have a fighting elves, you can also sign up for the competition. But now, I hope you can treat the battle with me well. Dai Xiaoqian was a little angry that Shi Yi had been distracting from the topic of the battle. Shi Yi took out the elf ball of the giant swamp monster and took it back into the elf's living space. He turned around and walked down the edge of the battlefield, waved his hand as he walked. I think it would be more appropriate to leave the winner between us to the final of the elf fighting conference. After saying that, Shi Yi, regardless of Dai Xiaoqian's furious attack on the battlefield, left the elf battle club on his own. Linhai Gangguan, it is indeed a fighting gym. Shi Yi had a little knowledge of the gyms in various cities in Linhai province before. Among them, Linhai Gang Hall is a fighting gym. But Shi Yi is a little ignorant about this elf fighting competition. He didn't expect that the championship rewards of the elf fighting competition would be so generous. Suddenly, Shi Yi suddenly captured the key point in Dai Xiaoqian's silver opportunity. The son of the gym owner will also participate in this elf fighting conference. Ha! It seems that I want to prepare a Lielu with the potential of the king for my son? But I didn't expect that Cheng Yaojin would appear halfway through, and the championship was taken away by Dai Xiaoqian, the muscular woman. Of course, since I have learned the news, Dai Xiaoqian will not expect to win the championship. Shi Yi looked at the twinkling stars in the sky and smiled angrily. Champion, Leo Road, and the top black belt will all be intercepted by me. After returning to the hotel room that Shi Yi temporarily opened in Linhai City, Shi Yi checked the information about this elf fighting conference. The time is set after 5 days, and the registration deadline is 3 days later. It happened to be the afternoon when I participated in the senior trainer level promotion assessment competition. Shi Yi looked at the relevant rules of the game again. 1 elves can only be used throughout the entire process and cannot be replaced. They must be fighting elves, the level cannot exceed level 50. After watching the specific rules of the game, Shi Yi took out a spoil ball. It seems that I have to go to the Elf Research Institute in Linhai City tomorrow. The onion roar in Shi Yi's hand is indeed a fighting spirit. But as an undiscovered elf species, onion rangers will definitely not be able to participate in the competition. Unless you go to the Elf Research Institute and publish the information about this elf, so that the researchers in the institute can help upload the information and make it public. It should be time for 5 days. Thinking of this, Shi Yi took out his cell phone again, and the King of Sheng sent a message. Before, King Sheng said that if Shi Yi encounters anything, he can ask him for help. Shi Yi, King Sheng, I need you to help you with me if you have a favor. After Shi Yi's message was sent out, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It took an hour and a half before the King of Sheng replied to the message. Sheng, sorry, Shi Yi, I was performing a mission just now and didn't look at my phone. If you have anything you need help, just say it. Shi Yi saw the message from King Sheng's reply and thought to himself, are the 4 kings so busy? The last mission has just ended, and he is immediately trapped in the next mission. Ayo, that's right. Sheng Tianwang's main business is the chief search officer of the alliance, and the side business is the 4 Tianwangs. Thinking of this, Shi Yi suddenly felt relieved. I quickly replied to a message. Shi Yi, King Sheng, that's right. I have an elf who has not been included in the picture book yet. I want to find someone from the Elf Research Institute to help register the information and upload it to the picture book. This time, after Shi Yi's message was sent, King Sheng returned instantly. Sheng, is it that Hey Bear? I understand. Which city are you in now? Let me see if I know any elves researcher I know. Shi Yi, I'm in Linhai City. Not He Yuexiang, but another elf. Sheng, Chapter 66, King Sheng Doubts Life. The astonishing Hey Bear. Please order all. Sheng, After sending this message, King Sheng couldn't help but call back directly. Hey? Shi Yi, what do you mean? Apart from He Yuexiang, do you have other species of elves that have not been discovered? Faced with the inquiry from King Sheng, Shi Yi's expression was slightly restrained and he said seriously, actually, there is such an elf. On the other end of the phone, King Sheng suddenly fell silent, as if he was silent. After a while, King Sheng coughed and said, cough cough cough. Shi Yi, do you know that it is easy for you to be unable to sleep like this in the middle of the night? Ah! Shi Yi doesn't seem to understand what the Emperor Sheng means. King Sheng explained, jealousy will make people unrecognizable. You boy! I suddenly became a little suspicious of life. After hearing the other end of the phone, the king of Sheng was a little resentful. Shi Yi hurriedly joked, not to be, King Sheng, you are the chief search officer of the China Alliance. You are also one of the 4 kings of the Alliance's strongest combat power. If you doubt your life, then I may have to drill a hole in the ground. I don't know if Shi Yi's words made King Sheng laugh. Don't flatter me, tell me, what kind of elf you found? That's right, King Sheng, just a while ago, I went to the B-level secret realm of the wilderness in Baichuan City. I was lucky enough to find a weird-colored green onion duck. I thought this green onion duck was a flashing elf, so I conquered it, but I never thought. This green onion duck is very weird. Shi Yi told the king of Sheng about all the rhetoric he prepared. Then he continued, just this afternoon, when I was training this green onion duck for special training, who would have thought? A white light lit up on it. In the white light, this green onion duck actually evolved? It evolved into a white-haired duck, holding a green onion sword and a green onion shield. I was shocked at that time. I didn't. At night, I remembered to report to you, thinking about whether you are the chief search officer or the 4 heavenly kings, with wide connections and great skills. I wanted to ask you to help introduce a reliable elves researcher, report me, and register as a new breed of elves. At that time, as the first discoverer of this duck, I will not only have the right to naming it, but also get a generous reward from the Elf Research Institute. Shi Yi's wording was compiled on the way back from the Elf Battle Club. In addition, when he and the King of Sheng were just talking on the phone, not communicating face to face, Shi Yi said so much that his face was not blushing and his heart was not beating. Come on your mouth. The King of Sheng on the other end of the phone seemed to have been muted again, and did not make any sound for a long time. After a while of slowing down, Shi Yi heard the King Sheng take a deep breath. He spoke, I didn't expect that the green onion duck actually has an evolutionary form. It's such a big news. You are like this, Shi Yi, I happen to have a elves researcher I know. I recently went on a business trip in Linhai City. I called her and said hello to her to see if she is not empty tomorrow. If you want to go there, you can go to the Elves Research Institute in Linhai City. You should be able to find her, and then say all the words just now to her. I believe she will help you register the information about this duck. Of course, you must also study the information about your elf over there, and you can cooperate at that time. King Sheng asked Shi Yi. Okay, then I'll trouble King Sheng. Shi Yi nodded and responded with satisfaction. Oh, by the way, your special form of Yui Bear, remember to register it together. I will say hello to you later. I guess the elf research community can give you the title of elf researcher. At that time, you will receive a bonus every month. Thank you, King Sheng. Shi Yi said gratefully to King Sheng. Sure enough, the King of Sheng is reliable in doing things. Next time, if there is something wrong, I will find him. That's nothing if you love, I will die first, and I am still performing the task here. Okay, King Sheng, I wish you a smooth mission. After saying that, Shi Yi hung up the call with King Sheng. Soon, Shi Yi received another message from King Sheng. It is a string of numbers. Shi Yi knew without guessing that it should be the number of the elf researcher. Shi Yi searched for this number through the chat file. It is a user whose avatar is Fairy Ibrahimovic and whose ID is want to become a Day Beast. Shi Yi chose to add this user. About 10 minutes later, the other side passed. I want to become a Day Beast, hello, smile. Emoticon package. Shi Yi, hello, it was introduced to us by King Sheng. I want to become a Day Beast, I know, he told me, your name is Shi Yi, right? Shi Yi, yes, what do you call me? I want to become a Day Beast, my name is Tang Yankai, taken from Dalibayan, and I form a path under it. After seeing the name that appears on the mobile phone screen, Shi Yi couldn't help but be stunned. Crack? Tang Yankai. What surprised Shi Yi was not where the name was taken, but where the owner of the name, he had heard of it. As a high-quality freshman who has finished 12 years of elf-based education, Shi Yi learned this person in textbooks. Tang Yankai is not old, Shi Yi guessed. She is probably only 27 or 8 years old. But her achievements in the elves research field are quite good. She is the first discoverer of Fairy Ibrahimovic, including the evolutionary method of Ibrahimovic evolving into Fairy Ibrahimovic. In addition, she is also a different form of Day Beast, the first person to discover Geralt Day Beast. These two achievements directly led Tang Yankai, who was still a freshman at the time, to be directly admitted to the Elf Research Institute. Now, he is one of the famous elf researchers. I didn't expect that the researcher that King Sheng knew, is she. Shi Yi took a deep breath, as if he was seeing the living fossil in the textbook. Shi Yi, hello, Teacher Tang. When chatting with the I want to become a Day Beast in front of me, Shi Yi's tone became respectful. Tang Yankai, you have to be so polite. I heard from the King of Sheng. You have discovered a new breed of elves. Is it an evolutionary type of green onion duck? Will you show me the video for you? Shi Yi. Shi Yi didn't expect that researcher Tang Yankai wanted to see Kong Yubing so urgently. Shi Yi, yes. After replying to the message, a video call came over there. After Shi Yi connected, he saw a woman wearing a white coat and researcher's clothes sitting on a chair. She looked at her phone with anticipation, unable to wait to see the evolutionary elf of the green onion duck. Come out, Onion Ranger. Shi Yi directly released the Onion Ranger. Crack! As soon as the onion wave emerged from the elf's living space, he stood there like a swordsman, staring at Shi Yi with sharp eyes. Did you see it? Teacher Tang, this elf is the elf I want to report to you, and I hope you can upload it to the image book. Shi Yi aimed the camera of the mobile phone at the Onion Rangers and asked the Onion Rangers to pose in a few shapes. Who knew that the Onion Wanderer did not move at all? As an elf swordsman, unless you see the other party's flaws, it is better not to walk around casually, otherwise it will easily expose your flaws. This is the battle philosophy of the Onion Rangers. You just said that this elf is called Kong Wandan? Did you get its name? Tang Yankai said curiously. Yes. I remember that there is a provision in the elf law that the first trainer who discovered a new breed of elves can have the right to naming this elf. I see that this duck, carrying a onion sword and onion shield, looks like a dual warrior, so it is named Onion Ranger. Shi Yi said in vain. Good name, the name Kong Yubing is very suitable for this elf. Tang Yankai praised and then asked, do you know what kind of attribute it belongs to? Well, the preliminary judgment should be the attributes of the fighting system. Shi Yi pretended to be a guessing expression. After nodding, he smiled and said, fighting. Okay, are you free tomorrow? Can you bring this onion roaming army to the Elf Research Institute in Linhai City? I want to study this elf myself. As for the uploading of the picture book you mentioned, it is definitely no problem, and you will also be the first discoverer, have the right to name and the rewards issued by the Elf Research Institute. Okay, see you tomorrow. Shi Yi hung up the phone with a smile. Single, from tomorrow Onion, you will be an elf with a picture book. Can you guys? Kong Yubing seems to not understand, what does this mean? It means that in the future, you will not have a black household registration. You can come out to fight openly. I will take you to participate in a competition, the Elf Fighting Conference. I believe that you will become the most eye-catching fighting master at this fighting conference. Crack. Hearing Shi Yi say he wants to take it to the competition and become a fighting master, Kong Yujian's eyes lit up suddenly. The next morning, Shi Yi got up very early. After simply washing and feeding the elves, Shi Yi then took a Dujula fast car and went to the Elf Research Institute. Linhai City's Elf Research Institute is located in the northernmost part of Linhai City. There is a mountain and forest, with beautiful scenery and no hustle and bustle of the city, which is very suitable for those elves researchers to study elves. After Shi Yi arrived at the Elf Research Institute, Tang Yankai sent a message. Tang Yankai seemed to have not gotten up yet, so she asked Shi Yi to wait until an hour later. Tang Yankai, who had washed and put on light makeup, ran out excitedly from the Elf Research Institute. Shi Yi. Here, here. Although it was the first time we met, the two of them had already met in advance through last night's video chat. Tang Yankai looked very enthusiastic. But Shi Yi saw a purple opportunity on Tang Yankai's forehead. Please flowers. Shi Yi chose to view. Name, Tang Yankai. Recent opportunity, purple opportunity. Details, Tang Yankai has a good pregnancy recently. Through the introduction of King Sheng, he met Shi Yi. The two new species of elves on Shi Yi have made Tang Yankai gain a good reputation as an agent publisher. Of course, she did not steal Shi Yi's limelight. The first person who discovered the two elves was written with Shi Yi's name. But even so, as a researcher of these two elves, after thoroughly studying the information of these two elves and uploading them, she also gained a lot of benefits. Tang Yankai is a person who is grateful to Shi Yi. In order to be grateful to Shi Yi, he helped Shi Yi apply to become a second-level researcher in the elves research community. Follow-up. Shi Yi will also discover more new varieties of elves. As the publisher of the new breed of elves discovered by Shi Yi, Tang Yankai will also take a step forward in the field of elves research. After seeing the purple opportunity of the charming girl in front of me, Shi Yi was slightly stunned. This is the first time he has seen him, and it is related to him. At the same time, it was also through this opportunity that Shi Yi could tell that the researcher Tang Yankai in front of him was a credible person. She did not take the opportunity to seize her opportunity, but instead gave her great help. Teacher Tang, I'm lucky to meet you. Shi Yi also walked forward and greeted Tang Yankai with a smile. Sorry, I was too excited last night. I overslept. Tang Yankai stroked his long hair and said a little apologetically. It's okay, let's go in and talk. Shi Yi pointed to the yard behind Tang Yangzi and said. 0. Please come in, please come in. Tang Yankai immediately invited Shi Yi into the yard where he lived. Although she was on a business trip, Tang Yankai's ancestral home is from Linhai, so she has always had a place in the Elf Research Institute in Linhai City. After Shi Yi entered her yard, I saw a fairy Ibrahimovic coming up. Shi Yi glanced at the information about this fairy Ibrahimovic. Fairy Ibrahimovic? Level 68, latest stage of the Quasi-Shen King? Potential, Quasi-Heavenly level? Teacher Tang, is this fairy Ibrahimovic, the first fairy Ibrahimovic you discovered? Shi Yi asked curiously. Hey? Yes, Xian is my old partner. We have lived together for almost 10 years. As he said that, Tang Yangzi went over and touched the ribbon floating on the fairy Ibrahimovic. Fairy Ibrahimovic felt very comfortable and responded to Tang Yankai with a ribbon. And at this time, Shi Yi found a dagger in the yard with a golden tail lying on his head and tail. A set of data was presented to Shi Yi's eyes. Dai Beast, Galao form. Level 37, late elite. Potential, gym level. The Garel-shaped beast is. Shi Yi looked at this Dai Beast and thought that in this world, this form of Dai Beast was known as the Gold Dai Beast and not many. And no evolutionary type was found. If I could find the Galar cardamom bracelet or Galar cardamom wreath, wouldn't I have found 2 new varieties of elves? Shi Yi thought to himself. No wonder. Tang Yankai's purple opportunity shows that she is her noble person. It seems. In the future, the evolutionary forms of these 2 Galar forms, Dai Beast, were they all discovered, she became a publisher? Shi Yi, let's get to the point, let your Onion Air Force be released and let me study it. After Tang Yankai contacted the fairy Ibrahimovic, he tied up his draped hair with a rubber band and switched to the identity of a researcher. Good. Shi Yi directly released the Onion Ranger. Crack. Wow. This is the Onion Ranger. Tang Yankai immediately came to Kanjie Yubing and looked up and down. After a while, Tang Yankai said to Shi Yi, can you bring the Onion Ranger's elf ball? I want to take it inside and detect all its values. In all aspects. Sure. Shi Yi handed the elf ball of Kong Ranger to Tang Yankai. Just as Tang Yankai was about to turn around and enter the laboratory, he heard Shi Yi's voice again. Teacher Tang, don't worry first. I still have an elf, and I want you to help you study it. After saying that, Shi Yi took out He Yuexiang's elf ball and released He Yuexiang, who was nearly 3 meters tall, from the elf's living space in front of Tang Yankai. Go! He Yuexiang roared loudly. Not only did the fairy Ibrahimovic and Garel Dai Beast who were having breakfast in the yard startle, but it also made Tang Yankai's mouth wide open and dumbfounded. Obviously, the king of Sheng only informed her about Kong Yujian, but did not say anything about He Yuexiang. Loss. Chapter 67, The Onion Gone Soldier has completed research. The only Heiyu bear in the world. Please order all. Shi Yi looked at Tang Yankai's expression and felt as expected. Just like last night, when King Sheng muted himself when he learned that he had 2 new species of elves. Anyone would have had this expression. After all, the ability to discover a new species of elf is actually the son of Tianyun. I found 2. I guess I have to use some teaching textbooks. Just like researcher Tang Yankai in front of him. Shi Yi, what, this elf? Tang Yankai pointed at He Yuexiang and looked at Shi Yi with a blank look on his face. Yueyu bear, or a special form of Yueyu bear, I will name it Heiyu bear. Shi Yi told the truth. Tang Yankai trotted to He Yuexiang as if he had discovered something new continent. He looked at the Heiyu bear with some caution and carefulness. After all, He Yuexiang looks so seldom. Even researcher Tang Yankai, who is used to seeing all kinds of vicious Pokemons, is a little afraid of it. Teacher Tang, my Heiyu bear can also be included in the picture book, right? It's like your golden Dai beast. Shi Yi walked to He Yuexiang and Tang Yankai, pointed at the Garel beast, and asked Tang Yankai. This, Of course. As long as the new breed of elves are thoroughly studied, the information can be uploaded to the Elves Research World. The Elves Research World will upload the new breed of elves into the picture book together with the Elves Alliance. Tang Yankai explained to Shi Yi the process of uploading new species of elves to the picture book. Shi Yi was puzzled and said, "Will it take a long time? I want to participate in an elf fighting conference in 4 days, and I will need this onion trooper to participate in the competition. 4 days later, it should be too late. Today and tomorrow, 2 days, I will collect all the information about Kong Yubing and He Yuexiang, and then go back to the headquarters of the Elves Research Community in the capital to discuss with the old men. It is estimated that in 2 or 3 days, these 2 elves will be uploaded to the picture book." Tang Yankai told Shi Yi seriously. In fact, if Shi Yi was willing to hand over these 2 elves over Tang Yankai, she would now take these 2 elves back to the headquarters of the Elves Research Community, and those old researchers would conduct research. It is estimated that all the information would be released in one afternoon. But I think Shi Yi would not agree, so Tang Yankai didn't even ask. Not to mention. In that case, the first discoverer of these 2 elves, including the credit for publishing the information of these 2 elves, is unknown who will be discussed. Tang Yankai naturally would not do such thankless things. "Then I'll trouble you, Teacher Tang," Shi Yi said gratefully to Tang Yankai. "No," Tang Yankai shook his head with a smile, and then asked, "Do you have any other arrangements today?" "I should go to the Elf Battle Club," Shi Yi answered truthfully. "That's it. Okay, today I will study the Onion Gon Squad first, and tomorrow I will study the Heyu Bear. At about 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening, you come here to take the Onion Gon Squad away. That Heyu Bear, you can take the Heyu Bear first. If it stands in my yard, the wild elves in my yard will probably not dare to approach it." Tang Yankai looked at He Yuexiang's tall figure and shrugged helplessly with Chunfeng Mu. She has the habit of feeding nearby wild elves. But when He Yuexiang came out, all the wild elves escaped and dared not get close to the yard. "Good." Shi Yi took back He Yuexiang and said to Kanje Yubing, "Follow Teacher Tang's arrangements. I will come here to pick you up at 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening." Crack! Kong Yubing stood up straight and nodded slightly at Shi Yi, as if saying, "Don't worry. Then I will say goodbye first." After Shi Yi came out of Tang Yankai's Research Institute, he took a dujula fast and went to the Elf Battle Club. During the day, Shi Yi did not see the muscular girl Dai Xiaoqian last night. Including the white vest muscular man and the spectators from Channel 1 yesterday. I think they should be trainers for night activities and sleep at home during the day. There are naturally trainers who fight during the day. Shi Yi came on stage and fought one battle after another with these trainers. The main elves that came out to fight were giant swamp monsters and ultrasonic larvae. The 2 elves each won 30 consecutive victories. The Bagbeast Mother and the Sand Snail Python also came out to fight 10 games and won all 10 battles. In this way, on the battlefield of number 3, Shi Yi's winning streak record reached 80 games, becoming the 4th consecutive winning streak trainer in number 3. If you win in a row of 80, you can only rank 4th. These guys are really good. Shi Yi couldn't help but complain. Just when Shi Yi stepped down, he met his acquaintance, Dai Xiaoqian, whom he met last night. "Is it almost dark before I knew it? No wonder these night trainers have also come to the battle club." Shi Yi looked at the time and it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was almost time to pick up the Kongwan. "Oh, isn't this the guy who was afraid of war yesterday? Why, I just dare to come here to train while our sister Qian is away." Suddenly, a somewhat harsh sounded. Shi Yi glanced at him and found that he was the muscular man with white vest who was defeated by Shi Yi yesterday. This muscular man was wearing a black vest today, making his already dark skin look even darker. "Oh, I'm defeated." Shi Yi smiled and shrugged as he passed by this person. The muscular man with a black vest shivered when he heard Shi Yi calling him a defeated man. "Hey! Don't leave. Do you dare to compete with our sister Qian? The man with a muscle in the black vest stopped Shi Yi. On stage number 1, the muscular woman Dai Xiaoqian, who had just won a battle, also looked at Shi Yi and said with both fists, "Hey! You didn't say it yesterday, what's your name?" Lin Feng. Lin Feng? Why is this name a little familiar? Dai Xiaoqian frowned, always feeling that she had heard of this name somewhere, but she couldn't remember it for a while. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. Dai Xiaoqian said to Shi Yi, "Lin Feng, I saw you fighting on number 3 just now. I heard from the guys over there that you have won 80 consecutive games, you can do it. How about it? Do you want to come up and compete with me today? I like to compete with experts." Forget it, Lin Feng, never beat the nameless. When Shi Yi said this, he glanced at the tip of his nose with his thumb, as he was as arrogant as he was. As soon as this was said, the spectators next to the number 1 battle station were all blown up like firecrackers. Damn it! How do you guys talk? That's right, what is the nameless person? Our sister Qian is the overlord of number 1 TV and a senior trainer. Do you have no vision to see? With the beeping sounds of these spectators, Shi Yi also roughly understood Dai Xiaoqian's strength. It turns out he is a senior trainer? No wonder I was able to win 100 on number 1. Now I have won 129 consecutive games. At the same time, Shi Yi glanced at the elf standing in front of Dai Xiaoqian again. A set of data suddenly appeared on the data panel. Strange force? Level 37, late elite? Potential, gym level? Yo-ho? Or is it just a female monster? After seeing the information about this female monster, Shi Yi judged that this should not be her main elf. Otherwise, relying solely on this female monster, you should not even pass the level promotion assessment of the elite trainer. Are you doing special training for the elf fighting conference in 4 days? Shi Yi asked. No, it's not this child who participated in the elf fighting conference in 4 days. I just took it out to practice today. Why should I fight this child? If you can't even beat it, you don't need to participate in the elf fighting conference in 4 days. Dai Xiaoqian's words were full of provocation. Shi Yi looked at Dai Xiaoqian and said, "It's not impossible to fight one, but I didn't take the elf to participate in the competition in 4 days. If you want to fight, I can use other elf to fight you, but if you use this strange power to fight, don't blame me for beating you." The spectators at the scene thought Shi Yi's previous words were already pretending, but they didn't expect, could he say even more words worthy of beating? It's just a strange force, come on, let me see your strength. Dai Xiaoqian was also angry, and she seemed to be using strange power to fight. Okay, then let you see the world. After saying that, Shi Yi took out an elf ball and went on stage. About half a minute has passed. In the astonished eyes of the audience, Shi Yi took back the elf and left the scene. This, have you just seen it? What is that elf? Have you seen it? I haven't seen it before. It looks like a bear? Bear elf? Circle bear? No, is it the evolutionary form of the circle bear? No. The Yuiyu bear doesn't look like that either. That guy is so scary, I don't dare to look at the elf directly. No. Why is it? It can instantly expose such a powerful strange power in Sister Qian in one move. As the audience chattered continuously, Dai Xiaoqian, who was also in a state of shock, suddenly seemed to remember something. He exclaimed, "Lin Feng! Lin Feng!" It turned out to be Lin Feng. I remembered it. Isn't this guy a student who dropped out of Linhai University? As a junior in the fighting department of Linhai University, Dai Xiaoqian has naturally heard of Lin Feng's name. Lin Feng. This kid is not the carp king, is that? He was also expelled from the school because the carp seller skipped classes for a long time. Unexpectedly, the carp seller is so strong? Shi Yi, who was walking to the club department, happened to hear Dai Xiaoqian's loud voice. I almost slipped and fell down. Damn! This rumor becomes more and more outrageous. Why did Lin Feng become the carp king and be fired again? After leaving the elf battle club, Shi Yi beat Dudu and came to the Elf Research Institute again. Shi Yi, are you here? Seeing Shi Yi entering the backyard, Tang Yangkai ran out to greet him. Teacher Tang, how are you doing? How is the research on Kong Yu Bing? Shi Yi asked curiously. It's all done. Tang Yangkai made an okay gesture and said seriously, as you guessed, this Onion Ranger is indeed an elf with fighting attributes, and its characteristics, based on my preliminary research and judgment, should be courage. I just don't know if Onion Ranger has other characteristics. But there is only one sample elf, and I can't explore this. Tang Yangkai smiled bitterly and continued, I tested the skills of the Onion Ranger in the afternoon. Most of the skills are regular skills. But there is one skill that I have never seen before. Speaking of this, Tang Yangkai looked at the onion gon, as if he wanted it to display it. In the yard, Kong Yubing used the skill that Tang Yangkai was curious about, which was Kong Yubing's exclusive skill, Meteor Assault. After the onion gon finished exercising this skill, Tang Yangkai said to Shi Yi, this skill is very powerful. I can define it as a physical fighting move for the time being. But the name of the skill? Tang Yangkai looked at Shi Yi and smiled and said, you are the first discoverer of Kong Wanderer. You have the right to provide skill names for this unknown move. Of course. Whether the skill names you provide will be adopted by the elves research community is a different matter. Unlike the naming rights of the elves after they are discovered, the skill name still needs to be investigated. Meteor Assault. Shi Yi said bluntly, it's called Meteor Assault. Meteor Assault. Tang Yangkai clapped his hands and said, good name. I believe that those old stubborn people will not reject this name. After deciding on the move, Tang Yangkai said again, I have collected all the information about the Onion Gang soldier, including its photos, videos, etc., and I have also recorded them. When it is a little later, I will upload it to the elves research community for those old stubborn people to consider. But now there is still a question, I need to ask you. Shi Yi looked at Tang Yangkai and waited for her inquiry. About the evolution of the Scallion Duck evolved into the Scallion Ranger. And your Heyu Bear, I also need to get its evolution. Shi Yi was not surprised when he heard this question. Any new evolutionary form of an elf requires an evolutionary process. Shi Yi said bluntly, the Green Onion Duck evolved into a Green Onion Ranger. It requires constant battles. In the battle, the evolution is completed by hitting the opponent's key points many times. After saying this, Shi Yi added, oh, by the way, there are still 2.6 points. Maybe the king of Shengtian didn't tell you that my Scallion Duck that evolved into a Scallion Drifter was not a regular color Scallion Duck, but a Scallion Duck with brown feathers, and it was very aggressive. You mean, there are other forms of Green Onion Duck? As a senior elf researcher, Tang Yangkai immediately captured the key information in Shi Yi's words. At least that's what I think. Shi Yi responded seriously. Oh my god! Shi Yi, you really brought a big surprise to our elves research community. Not only did you discover that the Green Onion Duck can evolve into the Green Onion Rovers, but you also discovered that the Green Onion Duck and the special form of the Moon Bear. Tang Yangkai's emotions became a little excited. Looking back, if you can find another form of Green Onion Duck, this credit will definitely be yours. There are also the first discoverer of the Onion Ranger and the first discoverer of the new form of Yui Bear, and it is also you. I will submit an application to the Elves Research community to apply for the title of Elves Researcher for you. Regarding this information, Shi Yi had seen it in Tang Yangkai's purple opportunity before, but there was no big wave in his heart. But about the other forms of the circle bears evolved into the moon bear. I can't tell you how to evolve. I just used peat blocks to make the circle bear evolve during the full moon. It was my circle bear that mutated into the moon bear on its own. Shi Yi scratched his head, and said with embarrassment on his face. After all, the key point of the evolution of the circle bear into the Heyu bear is the system's gift of the Qing peat block. You can't tell me this kind of thing, right? Even in the game, He Yuexiang is the only elf to be conquered at a fixed point basis. In Shi Yi's view, He Yuexiang's information needs to be registered in the picture book, which is equivalent to the previous household registration. But, the number of Heyu bears is the only one in the world, enough. Chapter 68, The Elf Level has been greatly improved. Senior Trainer Assessment Competition. Please order all. So that's it, the evolutionary method of the circle bear to Heyu bear needs to be further studied. Tang Yankai held his chin with his hands and thought. But Shi Yi, don't worry, I will stay up late tonight and study all the relevant information about He Yuexiang. I will fly to the capital early tomorrow morning to summarize all the information. Tonight, will you spend the night in my laboratory, right? I have a guest room there. Tang Yan said to Shi Yi. Good. Shi Yi nodded and did not refuse Tang Yankai's stay. After taking the onion gone back into the elf's living space, Shi Yi released He Yuexiang and instructed He Yuexiang to obey Tang Yankai's arrangements. Then, Shi Yi went to the guest room of the Research Institute. After today's battle, each elves have gained a lot of experience points and their level has also been improved. Shi Yi looked at the information of his 9 elves on the data panel and nodded with satisfaction. Even the onion gon who was studied in the research room had the experience value shared by double experience value. The level has been increased by 2 levels. I will stay at the Elf Battle Club for another day tomorrow. I believe that the level of the bamboo beast mom should also reach level 50. Metal monsters and ultrasonic larvae are one step closer to evolution. Shi Yi looked at everyone's level on the data panel and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. So, before heading to the Island of Heart, except for Hakran, you should be able to achieve the evolution of all members. Oh, I almost forgot that there is still a little guy. Shi Yi glanced at the elf egg of the charcoal servant under the volcano in the elf's living space. I feel like I'm going to hatch. This period of time, the sack fish mother has always been taking care of this elf egg. In order to make the elf eggs of charcoal xiao xiao hatch faster, the sack beast mother moved from the forest to the volcano. It's really hard working to be a sack beast mother. Furious with the heat of the volcano, I will take care of this elf egg. I guess the charcoal assistant can hatch during the elf fighting conference. Shi Yi looked at the information displayed on the elf egg hatching device and made a rough judgment. The next morning, Shi Yi was woken up by researcher Tang Yankai who had not been sleeping all night. 11 After leaving the guest room, Shi Yi looked tired when he saw He Yuexiang. As an elf who likes the night, He Yuexiang is the elf who cannot sleep at night and cannot get up during the day. In addition, it was studied all night last night, which made it exhausted. Go. He Yuexiang used the Chunyuamuchang to make an innocent expression, as if asking Shi Yi. Can it take a look for a while? Xiang said he was so sleepy that he couldn't stand it anymore. Teacher Tang, is He Yuexiang's research over? Shi Yi asked Tang Yankai. Okay, let it rest. Tang Yankai nodded with a copy of information in his hand. Okay. Shi Yi took out He Yuexiang's elf ball and took He Yuexiang back into the elf's living space. Get a good rest, He Yuexiang. After saying that, Shi Yi looked at Tang Yankai again and waited for her to speak. Shi Yi, the attributes of He Yuexiang, are estimated to be the same as those of Yuexiang, and they all belong to the ground system and general system attributes. But in terms of characteristics, to be honest, I couldn't find out, and I don't know what the characteristics of He Yuexiang are. This has to be discussed in the long run. Hearing Tang Yankai's words, Shi Yi nodded to express his understanding. After all, The characteristics of Heyu Bear are its own mentality. There is no other elves before, so it is normal that they cannot be studied. On the contrary, it was strange that it was studied in one night. But I suspect, it's somewhat similar to the courage of the Onion Ranger. Both are the general and fighting moves, and can hit the ghost. Well. Shi Yi was stunned for a moment, thinking. Who is the one who cheated? This researcher Tang Yankai actually studied the characteristics of He Yuexiang in just one night? No wonder. He Yuexiang became tired and looked like that bear, probably using his skills a lot. In terms of characteristics, we can put it aside first, or temporarily divide it with courage and characteristics, and we can further study it in the future. What I want to talk about below is about the particularity of He Yuexiang. Seeing Tang Yankai's serious appearance, Shi Yi subconsciously became serious. The ordinary Yueyu bears are all physical attackers, but your Heyu bear, the ability in physical attack is obviously not as good as a special attacker. It is a special attacker. This is enough to show that He Yuexiang is not just a different appearance from Yuexiangxiang, but a completely different new elf form. Regarding this, I will hold a meeting with old researchers in the elves research industry in the future. In addition, your Heyu bear seems to have new skills. Speaking of this, Tang Yankai took out a tablet computer and watched the video recorded when he was studying He Yuexiang last night, playing it. Shi Yi recognized at a glance that the skill He Yuexiang used was Shui Yueyu. This is He Yuexiang's exclusive move. This skill is also something I have never seen before. It will also be included in the new skill at that time. Preliminary estimates should be a general skill. However, the possibility of evil or fairy is not ruled out. Shi Yi nodded and said seriously, I have seen this skill. I called this skill Blood Moon at that time. Blood Moon. After hearing this new term, Tang Yankai smiled and said, I remember, let's name this skill after Blood Moon for the time being. Other words, because you don't know why your circle bear mutates and evolves into Heyu bear. We have to use a large number of circle bears to evolve as research after this. If another Heyu bear can be evolved, the research should be smoother. If not, you will need to provide Heyu bear at that time, so let's study it further. I see. Shi Yi expressed his understanding. If Tang Yankai wanted to study He Yuexiang, Shi Yi would naturally accept it. With the relationship between the King of Heaven and the opportunity to see Tang Yankai, Shi Yi can trust her. But if it were those researchers in the elves research community, Shi Yi would definitely not agree. Then let's do it first. I'm going to pack up my things and go to the plane. After saying that, Tang Yankai yawned. She hadn't slept all night, so she was already sleepy. If I hadn't been supported by my enthusiastic research heart, I'm afraid I would have fallen asleep in the laboratory long ago. Okay, then I'll say goodbye first. After Shi Yi said goodbye to Tang Yankai, he left directly from the Elf Research Institute. As for Shi Yi's rewards as the first discoverer of other forms of onion gowns and He Yuexiang, including the first discoverer of the green onion duck. I guess I have to wait for a long time. After all, even the new variety of elves uploaded the picture book has not been uploaded yet. There is still a need to wait until researcher Tang Yankai returns to the elves research community and report various information. After taking various processes, Shi Yi will be awarded various rewards after one set of processes is completed. Shi Yi has no expectations for the speed of the process of the Elf Alliance. The B-level merits mentioned by King Sheng of Heaven have not yet been received. But as long as the picture books of Kong Yubing and He Yuexiang are uploaded, Shi Yi's purpose will be achieved. The reward can be waited, but the picture book cannot be waited. During the day, Shi Yi completed another 60 consecutive victories in the Elf Battle Club. He set his winning streak record on number 3 to 140 consecutive victories, first place. The name is filled in Lin Feng. In addition to the 129 game winning streak of Dai Xiaoqian from number 1, she was also broken by a guy named Lin Feng last night. This also leads to many elite trainers and even senior trainers looking for Lin Feng in Manlin High City, trying to compete with this guy. Certainly. These are not what Shi Yi cares about. Return to the temporary hotel opened in Linhai City. Shi Yi looked at the data panel with satisfaction. The experience value of the 9 elves has increased sharply again, and the level has also been improved. Bank Ilis took the lead and was promoted to level 51, reaching the early stages of the gym. The 3 elves, Bagbeard Mother, Sand Snail Python, and He Yuexiang, all reached level 50, with the peak of seniority. It is only one step away from breaking through to the early stage of the gym. As quasi-spirit elves, Hakran, and metal monsters require too much experience value to upgrade. This leads to not many levels of improvement. Hakran's level has been increased to level 46. The level of the metal monster has been increased to level 42. The giant swamp monster and ultrasonic larva are the elves who fight the most against the battlefield on the number 3. The levels surpassed the metal monster and reached level 43. The onion gang Bing did not fight, and relied on gaining experience value and reached level 39. It seems that we have to focus on special training for the metal monster and the onion rovers in the future. The distance between metal monsters evolves, only 3 levels away. The onion rangers need to participate in the elf fighting meeting 3 days later. At that time, you may face an opponent with a level of 50. If you are only level 39, you will be able to beat Dai Xiaoqian's female monster. But think about it, Dai Xiaoqian would definitely not let her female monster power go up to compete. Generally, in this kind of competition, those who want to win the championship will get a first-hand level and choose a level 50 elves to fight. Forget it, let's get promoted to a senior trainer first. Thinking of this, Shi Yi took a rest first. The next morning, after Shi Yi woke up, the elves fed food as usual. Then beat Dujuli and head to the Elf Alliance Center. The senior trainer level promotion assessment I made before was just this morning. After arriving at the first floor of the Alliance Center against the battlefield, Shi Yi saw that there were already many people queuing here. It seems, there are many people who want to be promoted from an elite trainer to a senior trainer. Shi Yi murmured. I just don't know what the rules for the level promotion assessment of senior trainers are like. I waited until 9:30 in the morning. It was finally Shi Yi's turn to take the assessment. Shi Yi entered the assessment room, which was different from the room used for the level promotion assessment of elite trainers. The room used for senior trainers to perform assessment is larger. And the venue is no longer an ordinary venue, but a venue of diversity. The entire terrain belongs to the rugged rocky ground, with stones sprinkled on the ground. There are trees planted on both sides, along with a river flowing from one end to the other, across the entire line. Battlefield. And the height of the entire battleground is 3 stories high. Enough to allow the flying elves to fly freely in the air without being restricted. It seems, the level assessment of senior trainers is diverse. Not limited to ordinary elves battles. In order to enable trainers to adapt to battles of various attributes, they are both sea, land, and air. Criticizer, please come and confirm your identity. There were still 5 people in the room. They are 1 referee, 1 fighter, and 3 inspectors. But the 5 people Shi Yi met in the assessment room of the elite trainer before were not the same. Want to come? The strengths of the corresponding assessment officers at different levels are also different. Shi Yi, the trainer ID is. After confirming Shi Yi's identity, Shi Yi was face recognition. After everything is in line, the inspector made a please gesture and signaled Shi Yi to go to the battlefield. When Shi Yi took his seat on the battle stand on the battlefield, the referee began to announce the rules. The evaluation rules for senior trainer level promotion are as follows. 1. The challenger can use 3 elves. During the battle, trainers can replace and use elves at will without restrictions. However, only the first 3 elves sent out, and no 4th elves are allowed. Evolving during the battle will not be counted as additional quotas. 2. There are 3 elves that can be used by the fighter. During the battle, the elves on the field can be replaced, but once replaced by the elves 027, the elves that have been replaced cannot come out to fight again. 3. The way to win the battle is to defeat an elf on the other side. Whether it is a challenger or a fighter, you should have the ability to initially judge the status of the elf on the field. Please change the elf in advance before the elf is on the verge of death. The replacement time must not exceed 10 seconds. Once one of the 3 elves on both sides loses the combat ability, the assessment will be over. After hearing the rules for the senior trainer level promotion assessment read out by the referee, Shi Yi's pupils shrank slightly, as if he was thinking about something. He originally thought that the level promotion assessment of senior trainers is not much different from that of elite trainers. At most, it's from 3 to 2 to 3. But unexpectedly, the winning conditions actually turned into defeating one of the 3 elves of the opponent. Suddenly, Shi Yi seemed to have thought of something. In the first chapter of the special comic, elves can also be replaced and used elves in arbitrarily. But once you defeat an elf of your opponent, you will win the battle. Unexpectedly, the senior trainer level promotion assessment adopts the battle rules for the purpose of the first generation of comics. Fortunately, the Alliance Party, who have never read the special comics, can think of it. If the challenger is ready, please send their respective starting elves on both sides. With the referee's order, Shi Yi and the fighter opposite the battlefield took out an elf ball at the same time. Come out, steel-armored crow! Come out, He Yuexiang! When both sides sent their respective starting elves. At the scene, the 5 people except Shi Yi were all confused. Their minds were full of question marks. What kind of elf is this person who looks like in front of me? Shi Yi checked the information about the steel-armored crow by himself. Elf, steel-armored crow? Level 50, senior peak. Attributes, flight system, steel system. Features, sense of oppression, gives the opponent a sense of oppression to reduce the probability of the opponent using skills. Slightly modified. Individual value, HP, 30, attack, 27, defense, 31, special attack, 21, special defense, 27, speed, 26. Skills, steel wings, pecking, terrifying faces, harsh sounds, metal sounds, iron walls. Grinding claws, arrogance, random strikes, pecking, provocation, drilling, bluffing, swallow return, iron head, wings, sacrificing oneself to collide, brave bird attack. Carrying items, none. Potential, gym level. Steel-armored crow. It's the flying and steel elves, which is indeed very suitable for assessment. No wonder if you want to build such a venue, the greater the space, the greater the room for steel armor crow to play. The 2 remaining elves of the fighter are probably related to the water system and rock system, right? It may also be grass or insect system. Shi Yi looked at this battlefield and successively judged the attributes of other elves of the fighter. Chapter 69, The Blood Moon is Coming. Is your skill legal? Please order all. Challenger, what kind of elves are you using? As well-informed inspectors, the 3 of them asked themselves that there was no elves they didn't know. Unless, this is an elf of an elf species that has never been discovered. Shi Yi turned to the 3 inspectors and said seriously, Yui Bear, a special form. I have reported to the Elf Research Institute. I believe that within this week, its picture book will be published. After hearing Shi Yi's words, the 3 inspectors looked at each other and began to discuss. After some discussion, the 3 of them decided unanimously, the assessment continues. After the referee saw that the 3 inspectors had no objection, and announced, the battle begins. With the referee's order, the steel-armored crows on the field spread their wings and flew high, trying to fly into the air and use his air superiority to attack He Yuexiang. Steel-armored crow, use a harsh sound. At the beginning of the battle, the fighter made the steel-armored crow make a harsh sound to reduce Heyu-bear's physical defense. But Shi Yi seemed a little carelessly, Heyu-xiang, use a loud sound. The best way to fight against sound wave moves is to use sound wave moves to resist. Go! When the steel-armored crow in the sky screamed, the Heyu-xiang on the ground roared even more deafening sound. The loud noise directly forced the steel armor crow to incite his wings and try to use the metal friction sound to relieve the pain. The three inspectors at the scene showed suspicion when they saw this scene covered their ears. Logically speaking, Heyu-bear is a physical attacker? How could it be possible to exert the loud sound of the special attack to this extent? And with the loud noise gradually calmed down, the fighter immediately ordered, "Steel-armored crow, adjust the state and use iron walls to enhance physical defense." The steel-armored crow has the advantage in the air. No matter how strong the attack of Heyu-xiang is, as long as it cannot attack the steel-armored crow, its skills will be useless. The fighter wanted to pull the steel-armored crow's physical defense to the highest level, and then go down to fight Heyu-xiang head-on. Certainly. This is also the best way to combat. However, Shi Yi snapped his fingers and said, "True Chi Bomb. Go!" Heyu-xiang hooked his claws and waved to the right. Next moment, a dark blue energy fluctuation appeared between Heyu-xiang's palms. This energy fluctuation was like the turtle school qigong, launching towards the huge target in the air. Seeing this, the fighter quickly shouted, "Steel-armored crow, please avoid it." However, when he shouted this sentence, Heyu-xiang's true energy bomb had hit the big bird in the air and knocked it down. As the steel-armored crow's body gradually fell, Shi Yi ordered again, "Arm hammer. Go!" Heyu-xiang ran towards the falling steel-armored crow and ran towards him. Whenever Heyu-xiang tramples on the ground while running, there will be sounds. At the same time, step on the gravel ground, leaving a bear's paw print. Seeing this scene, the fighter was anxious for a moment and took out the elf ball of the steel armor crow and took it back into the ball. "Come back, steel armor crow." Shi Yi was not surprised that the fighter would take back the steel-armored crow. In the eyes of the fighter and others on the scene, Heyu-xiang was a physical attacker elf. In addition, the footprints left by Heyu-xiang trampled on the ground when he was running. They all subconsciously felt that when they swung their armor, the steel-armored crow was either dead or broken. The fighter is also an experienced trainer at least. He couldn't let this happen. Even after retrieving the steel-armored crow, according to the rules, there are only 2 elves that he can use next. But the promotion assessment competition for senior trainers is not necessarily the 3 elves that have to defeat their opponents. Just defeat an elf and you will be able to win. Therefore, the fighter still seemed very calm. There was no emotional fluctuation because he was the first to lose a fighting elf. "Come out, Catfish King." The second general of the fighter is a huge Catfish King. As soon as the Catfish King appeared, it fell directly into the water. The stream on the site was very large enough to allow the Catfish King to move freely inside. "Oh? Is the second elf the Catfish King?" A smile appeared on the corner of Shi Yi's mouth, just as he judged. This battle assessment requires not only the ability of the challenger to deal with air combat, but also the ability of the trainer to deal with water combat. Shi Yi simply checked the information about the Catfish King in front of him. Elf, Catfish King. Level 50, Senior Peak. Attributes, Water System, Ground System. Features, Danger Prediction, it will be perceived in advance before danger arrives. Individual Value, HP, 31, Attack, 28, Defense, 27, Special Attack, 28, Special Defense, 25, Speed, 22. Skills, Make a Fuss, Water Gun, Sleep, Snoring, Throwing Mud, Scratching, Thought Hammer, Hiccups, Water Fluctuations, Instant Amnesia, Water Flow, Turbid Current, Surfing, Rain Seeking, Predicting the Future, Tide Spin. Carrying items, none. Potential, gym level. After reading the information about the Catfish King, Shi Yi smiled slightly and said, apart from the 4 times weak grass, the Catfish King has no shortcomings. And the attributes restrain He Yuexiang Bear, and he can fight in the water, just like the steel-armored crow that could fight in the air just now. The fighter must have thought that it was a very wise decision for him to send the Catfish King to fight. It's true. If you encounter ordinary trainers and elves, this battle will indeed make the fighters show their skills and make great progress. But his opponents are Shi Yi and He Yuexiang. He Yuexiang, the power of the earth. Go! With He Yuexiang's roar like a shock, the entire battlefield began to rumble. The ground seemed to be trembling. There is an unknown energy, as if it is about to jump out of the ground. When I saw this scene, the 3 inspectors on the sidelines were all confused. This challenger let the physical attacker Elf Yue Bear use his special attack skills one after another. But this Yue Bear also fully displays the power of the special attack skills? Those who don't know thought that this Yue Bear is a special attacker. As the ground trembled, the water in the stream began to roll. The target of He Yuexiang attack was not only a ground field, but also along with the stream. When many splashes of water splashed, the Catfish King was forced out of the water directly. Catfish King, don't panic. You are a ground-type elf. No matter how powerful the Earth's power is, it cannot cause any damage you can cause. Use the turbid current. Compared with the 3 inspectors, the fighters seemed much calmer. Even if the situation looks very strange. But his Catfish King always has the advantage of attributes. As the Catfish King jumped out of the stream, a turbid current appeared with the flow, towards the location where He Yuexiang was, as if he wanted to submerge it in it. Shi Yi said calmly, stop it. Go. After causing damage to the site, He Yuexiang harmlessly used a light shield to resist it in front of him. Even if the turbid current of the Catfish King is coming in a fierce manner, it cannot cause even a slight damage to He Yue Bear. After seeing this, the fighter frowned and said, don't you dare to face the challenge head-on? Then let's have another turbid current. I see what you can resist. The Catfish King who fell into the water was ready to raise a huge turbid current again to attack He Yuexiang's body. Shi Yi said lightly, then let's see who attacked the opponent first. He Yuexiang, first use the True Chi bullet to disperse the turbid current, and then use the power of the earth to force the Catfish King out of the water. Go! He Yuexiang accumulated power slightly, and the nearly instantaneous True Chi bomb directly bombed the Catfish King's turbid current. While defeating the turbid current, the True Chi bomb directly hit the Catfish King's body. The Catfish King was shocked by the True Chi bomb and retreated repeatedly and sneaked into the water. And at the same time, the entire battlefield began to shake again. The power of the earth exerted by He Yuexiang is far more powerful than that of an earthquake. While scattering the water in the entire stream to the 2 sides, the Catfish King was forced out again. Punch! Go! He Yuexiang ran again. Even if your body is huge, your weight is close to 1 ton. But He Yuexiang's running speed is not slow. When he was running close to the Catfish King, He Yuexiang's entire body suddenly rushed out. It's like a cheetah preying on the hunt. With both claws, he grabbed the Catfish King hard and threw him to the ground. When the fighter saw this scene, he felt a secret feeling that he wanted to take back the Catfish King. Unexpectedly, He Yuexiang, who was as tall as 3 meters, threw the Catfish King to the ground and blocked the opponent's view with his back. It prevents the fighter from recovering the Catfish King. It was a last resort. The fighter had to run to the sidelines and try to retract the Catfish King from a different angle. However, Shi Yi would not give him this opportunity. It's time to end the battle, He Yuexiang. Show off the blood moon you are proud of. Go! He Yuexiang has been waiting for this moment for a long time. The moon on its forehead suddenly lit up a red beam. The light overflowed, covering the entire room in the red blood moon. The fighter in the running, the referee on the sidelines, and the 3 inspectors outside the field saw this red moonlight. Everyone was stunned and felt creepy. Even if they are not the ones fighting against He Yuexiang on the battlefield, they can feel this terrifying sense of pressure. That is the pressure from the superiors over the inferiors. The Catfish King, who was pressed down and unable to move, was even more trembling. As an elf with dangerous predictive characteristics. As early as when I appeared in the battle, I felt uneasy. At this point in the battle, after feeling this powerful energy, the Catfish King was so scared that he fainted directly. But, because the vision was blocked, neither the referee nor the fighter saw the Catfish King being shocked. The red energy surged out from He Yuexiang's forehead. It was directly poured into the body of the Catfish King, who fainted. After feeling this powerful energy attack, the Catfish King woke up from his fainting state in pain. However, the next second I fainted from pain. At this point, the Catfish King fell directly into a state of dying. After releasing the energy of Blood Moon, He Yuexiang, who had a slightly irritable temper, slowly stood up, feeling comfortable all over his body. The Blood Moon covers He Yuexiang's violent temper. After releasing energy, his temper became restrained. As the victim, the Catfish King has many scars all over his body and is on the verge of death and needs treatment, in urgent need of treatment. Catfish King lost his combat ability. Because the elves of the fighter were the first to fall into a dying state, the battle ended, and the winner was the challenger. Assessment Conclusion Bundle. Please get off the battlefield. When the referee saw the injury on the Catfish King, he felt a sense of fear. Fortunately, the elves who fought against him were not his, otherwise I'm afraid that the medical expenses would cost a lot. Challenger Shi Yi, please come here. After the battle ends, the 3 inspectors called Shi Yi over. What do you say? Shi Yi looked at the 3 inspectors in front of him with a relaxed look on his face. After this battle, it was a foregone conclusion that he was promoted to a senior trainer. May I ask your Yue Bear, the last move you used, is it legal? Faced with the inspector's doubts, Shi Yi was stunned. I didn't know how to answer for a moment. Yes, the power of Blood Moon is indeed very powerful, but it can't be illegal, right? It doesn't cheat. Legal. Shi Yi replied seriously. But how do I remember that the skill list published by the Elf Research World does not have what you just said, called Blood Moon, right? I have never heard of this skill before, nor have I seen it. The inspector took out his tablet computer and searched in the published skills list on the League's official website. After confirming that there was no one, handed it to Shi Yi to see. Seeing this, Shi Yi had no choice but to call researcher Tang Yangkai's video call. After telling her the whole story, Tang Yangkai communicated with the 3 inspectors through video calls. At last, the 3 inspectors expressed their shocked expressions. Shi Yi scored a score of full scores in the battle and full scores in the cultivation. I respectfully sent Shi Yi away. After leaving the battle room, Shi Yi went to the first floor of the center of the Elf Alliance. The person responsible for applying for the senior trainer identity card for Shi Yi was still the woman in formal wear. Congratulations, Shi Yi trainer, you are the fastest promoted senior trainer I have ever seen. The lady in formal wear was a little unbelievable when she made an appointment for Shi Yi before. Nowadays, I saw Shi Yi pass the assessment of a senior trainer with full scores. In addition, such a young and handsome guy, his future will definitely be limitless. Subconsciously, I want to flatter. If she could accidentally flatter her to the place where she sleeps, then she would no longer have to work at the front desk. Thanks. Shi Yi just smiled and took his trainer identity card, and did not intend to develop a long-term relationship with the lady in front of him, even if it was a short-distance love. By the way, Shi Yi trainer, after being promoted to a senior trainer, the bonus you can receive at the League Center every month will reach 20,000 yuan. Remember to come and collect it in the middle of every month. The lady in formal clothing did not affect her work status because Shi Yi refused her, and kindly reminded Shi Yi. I see. After saying that, Shi Yi then left the gate of the center of the Elf Alliance. I didn't expect that the senior trainer is so well treated. The salary is 20,000 yuan a month. I remember that the elf researcher also has a salary. I don't know what the salary of the second-level researcher is. At the same time, he is a senior trainer and as seen from Tang Yankai's Purple Opportunity, Shi Yi will become a second-level elf researcher in the future. It can be said. In the future, the bonus that can be received every month will be enough for Shi Yi's elves to have dinner. In the future, you will no longer have to travel around the secret realm for your food expenses. Shi Yi felt moved and wanted to cry. After leaving the Elf Alliance Center, Shi Yi took a dojula fast. Arrived at Linhai Gang Hall. Linhai Daoguan is located in the western suburbs of Linhai City. The gym is located in a remote suburb, so it covers a very large area. In addition to the gym itself, there is also a large fighting stadium. Trainers used in this fighting gym and special training with fighting elves. Shi Yi walked to the front desk of the gym and took advantage of the last day when the registration for the elf fighting conference was over. Sign up for yourself a name. Next, I'll wait for the day after tomorrow to start the fighting conference. After Shi Yi took a deep breath, he was about to go and conduct special training for Kong Yujian. Chapter 70, The Brave Man of the Waveguide. Lialo with King level potential. Please order all. In the next 2 days, Shi Yi spent the next 2 days in the Elf Battle Club. Mainly, the upgrade of the Duck God. Since I registered the information about Kong Yu Bing from researcher Tang Yankai, Shi Yi was not afraid of exposing the Onion Rovers. Anyway, Tang Yankai promised Shi Yi that the latest day of the elf fighting meeting, the information about the Onion Voyager will definitely be refreshed into the picture book. And the Onion Rangers are also very competitive. During these 2 days of special training, the level was successfully upgraded to level 45. Also elevated to level 45 are giant swamp monsters and ultrasonic larvae. This time, they are taking advantage of experience value. And the ultrasonic larvae have reached level 45. In the desert area of the elves' living space, it evolved into a desert dragonfly. Now, we'll wait for the 2 quasi-spirits to evolve. Shi Yi looked at the figure of the desert dragonflies flying in the desert. I couldn't help but look at the special training metal monster in the rock mountain and the Hakran swimming in the sea. Metal monsters are not far from evolution. The level has just reached level 44, and if you are only 1 level away, you can evolve into a giant monster. Hakran is a long journey. It is not like Bank IRAs, which evolves ahead of schedule under that evolutionary beam. It is necessary to reach the level 55 evolution threshold. But in Shi Yi's opinion, at most another month. By the end of next month, Hakran should be able to evolve into a fat man. A new day. After Shi Yi woke up in the hotel room. As usual, the elves fed them. After finishing these trivial matters, I prepared to go to Linhai Gang Hall. The time for the elf fighting conference was surprisingly early. At 8 o'clock in the morning, all contestants were asked to gather at the entrance of the gym. Late players will be disqualified from participating. It can be said to be very strict. Single Ranger, today's game is over to you. Shi Yi looked at the Onion Rovers beside him and encouraged him. Crack! The Onion Rovers stood there, like a Western swordsman, holding a shield in the left hand and a sword in the right hand. A gesture of fighting spirit. I don't know if your information has been added to the picture book. Shi Yi took out his mobile phone and opened the Alliance official website. In the elf picture book information, search for information about the Onion Ranger. Single soldier, new. Yellow-billed duck Pokemon. Attribute, fighting system. Features, gaze. Introduction, only the green onion duck that has experienced countless battles can evolve into this. The onion sword and onion shield 027 in their hand are its most relied on combat weapons. By the way, that onion is both a weapon and an ingredient. After seeing the information about the newly added onion rangers on the picture book, Shi Yi's eyebrows frowned slightly, and his expression became a little weird. There is no problem with the above information. But the last sentence, that onion is both a weapon and an ingredient, what does this mean? Okay, Teacher Tang, do you actually have ideas about my onion air force? Your idea is very dangerous. Shi Yi could tell at a glance that the information introduced by this picture book was written by researcher Tang Yangkai. Can you guys? Kong Yubing's head tilted, not understanding what his master was talking about. From the entrance of the hotel, I called a Dujula fast car. Shi Yi came to Linhai Gang Hall in the western suburbs of Linhai City. Outside the gym, there were already crowds of people, and there were young trainers of different appearances. Obviously, these people all came to participate in the elf fighting conference. Shi Yi browsed roughly and found that the number of people, it is estimated to be 200, right? If there are so many people who follow one-on-one PK, will they have to play many games? Shi Yi murmured in a low voice. At this time, standing next to Shi Yi, he had a big belly with only a big abdominal muscles. He ate potato chips and looked at Shi Yi and said, "Pigeons, you don't know how to compete in the elf fighting conference, right?" Shi Yi turned to look at this big-bellied brother, looking at his face that he wanted to hear the details. The elf fighting conference is not a 1v1 battle in the ring, it is a group battle. Group battle? Shi Yi said curiously. Yes. Last year's elf fighting conference was a competition method for a group of contestants elves on a large-scale battlefield, where a group of contestants elves attacked indiscriminately. Only by fighting until the last few elves can they advance to the main stage of the semi-finals. Ah! After hearing the fat man with a big belly, Shi Yi was slightly stunned. What kind of fighting meeting is this? Isn't this a elves fighting? It depends on who has good endurance or the trainer has a good popularity. If you go to the end, you can advance to the semi-finals. Of course, the competition method this year has changed slightly. What exactly is going on? I have to wait for the owner of the gym to announce it later. But I think, it should be quite the same. Anyway, with so many contestants, it is impossible to have a one-on-one knockout match as soon as they come up. The gym venues cannot withstand trouble. After taking a few bites of potato chips with big belly, he shrugged his fat shoulders and analyzed. Really? Shi Yi nodded, feeling that this fat man with a big belly said very well. If it is a one-on-one battle, the repair cost of the damaged venue will be no matter how high it will be. Linhai Gangguan cannot hold a completely loss-making game. After chatting with the fat man, Shi Yi took advantage of the time before 8 o'clock and wandered around the crowd again. The main thing is to see the opportunities of everyone. How come all the white opportunities? You guys, can you guys compete for something? Shi Yi was secretly resounding in his heart. These guys are really dragging Shi Yi down. After a circle, Shi Yi finally discovered 2 green opportunities. But I can't even intercept it. Their green opportunities are all their elves' evolution and becoming stronger. For example, the connection between Haoli evolved into the female monster, and the connection between Ironbone natives evolved into the construction master. This kind of green opportunity is impossible for Shi Yi to intercept unless they really snatch their elves. But Shi Yi would not become an extrajudicial madman for the reward of green opportunities. Certainly. What if it was a golden opportunity? Shi Yi doesn't mind becoming an extrajudicial madman. When the time finally came to about 8 o'clock, the closed door of Linhai Gangguan was pushed open from inside. A middle-aged man wearing a white fighting Taoist uniform and a black belt slowly walked out of the gym with barefoot. There were 3 young people next to him. It looks like a gym apprentice. It is probably one of the contestants in this elf fighting conference. At the same time, Shi Yi looked at the middle-aged man in white fighting Taoist uniform and suddenly found that there was a purple opportunity on this guy's head. Shi Yi immediately chose to check it. Name, Chen Bahai. Recent opportunity, purple opportunity. Details: as the owner of the gymnasium in Linhai City, Chen Bahai has the obligation to protect the safety of Linhai City. In the middle of next month, Chen Bahai received a notice from his superior that it was the southern area of Linhai City that a den of the Black Owl organization was discovered. There were very dangerous elves in that den. Chen Bahai took the professional trainers from Linhai City to destroy the den together. After arresting all the members of the organization in this den, they captured all the dangerous elves inside and handed them over to the Alliance for arrangements. During this mission, the owner of Chen Bahai's gate made great efforts and received commendations from the Alliance, and awarded A-level merits and a large number of rewards. After seeing the purple opportunity content of the owner of Chen Bahai, Shi Yi's pupils shrank slightly. The brain is running rapidly. The south of Linhai City, isn't that Linhai University? Can you say that the Black Owl organization has a den at Linhai University? Or, is the den further south of Linhai University? Shi Yi checked the specific location of this den again. After confirming the red dot position marked on the data panel, Shi Yi suddenly opened his eyes wide. This is the location of Linhai University. Looking at this marking point, Shi Yi always felt something strange. If there is a den of the Black Owl organization in Linhai University, how could it not be exposed? What would it be if there is also an elf with a very high risk factor? Shi Yi couldn't figure it out. In the middle of next month, there is no rush. I can wait until the experience of Heart Island returns to intercept the purple opportunity. Shi Yi thought about it. I originally wanted to wait until the elf fighting conference was over and go back to Linhai University to check out the den of the Black Owl organization. But Shi Yi was afraid that another situation would happen. It was because Shi Yi left too early, which led to the opportunity not being fully formed. For example, those dangerous elves have not yet appeared in this den. Then Shi Yi was in vain and exposed the den of the Black Owl organization in advance. In the end, Shi Yi's gains are not worth the loss. It's really busy. Shi Yi always felt that the itinerary for the next month would be a little too full. And at this time, the middle-aged man in white fighting Taoist uniform, Chen Bahai, the owner of the Linhai Gymnasium, stood at the entrance of the gym, holding a microphone in his hand and began to speak. Good morning, everyone, trainers. I'm glad you didn't break the appointment or be late, so you came to Linhai Gang Hall on time. I know, you all look forward to this year's elf fighting conference. I feel the same as you. Next, I will first reward the champion of the elf fighting conference, and you can see. After saying that, Chen Bahai took out a high-end ball and threw it into the open space beside him. A blue canine elf appeared in the public's sight. Its ears, legs, and the colors of the eyes are painted black, and the rest are basically blue. There was a long black strap tied around its waist, and the strap was tied with a knot, and the excess part happened to touch its feet. It looks like it. This strap is a bit too long. After this elf came out of the elf ball, he stood cautiously at the entrance of the gym, stretched out his hand, and released a blue waveguide energy from his palm. It seemed like everyone was examining the scene. Chen Bahai ignored the movements of the elf. He said to everyone, I believe you all know this elf, it is a Lialu. Among the fighting elves, Lialu has always been very popular, including its evolutionary Lucario. Some years ago, our archaeologists discovered Lucario's statue and a human-shaped statue in the remains of a secret realm. Through the research of the researchers, they found that these two statues, together with the information revealed by the murals and ancient texts on site, Lucario has the ability of waveguides and was the brave of waveguides in ancient times. Regarding this rumor, Shi Yi and the trainers on the scene have basically heard of it. Even in textbooks, there are some descriptions. Even though the elves appeared in this world for only more than 200 years. But in various secret realms, the history of elves explored is far more than 200 years, it can even be traced back to 2000 years ago. The legend about Lucario, the brave man of the Waveguide, is also it was a story that happened 2000 years ago. The owner of the Chen Bahai Gate continued, regardless of the reactions of the people at the scene, after that, Lucario became a popular elves in our China alliance. In addition, the number of Lucario and Lialu was not large, so the Lucario clan became a elves who cherished the variety. This Leo Road was provided by Elder O Xiang Rong of the Linhai Provincial Elf Alliance Association. Everyone should know that Elder O is a famous Lucario user of the Chinese Alliance and is also the first discoverer of Mega Lucario. Elder OU decided to bet on the new era that the king-level potential Leo Road, born by his Lucario, will provide us with Linhai Gangguan, so that we can use this Leo Road as the champion reward of the Elf Fighting Conference, the most promising young trainer. When the owner of Chen Bahai Gate said this, fierce shouts rang out at the scene. Obviously, the combination of Lialu, the words Lian Wang with the potential of the king, are so exciting. In itself, the elves with the potential of the king are sky high in the market. In addition, Lialu is a rare breed of elves in the China Alliance. The two are combined together. It can be said that, the future of winning this Leo Road trainer will definitely be bright. After Shi Yi heard Chen Bahai's story, he hurriedly opened the eye of appreciation to check the information about Leo Road in front of him. Elf, Leo Road? Level 10, Peak of Novice. Attribute, Fighting System. Features, Prank Heart, can be the first to use changing moves. Individual value, HP, 30, Attack, 31, Defense, 30, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 30, Speed, 31. Skills, Flash of Lightning, Hold On, Feint Attack, Metal Claws, Vacuum Waves. Genetic skills, Flying Knee Bump, Flying Knee Kick. Carrying item, Black Belt, Top Quality. Potential, King Level. Is it still a Lialu who only dreams about pranks? Then when Lialu evolves into Lucario, his characteristics will become a heart of justice. When attacked by evil attributes, the attack of the elves with a heart of justice will increase. It turns out that he is the brave man of the Waveguide, he looks righteous. Shi Yikan smiled. As the shouts and discussions of the audience gradually diminished, the owner of Chen Bahai Gate continued, everyone. I have already shown you the championship rewards of the Elf Fighting Conference. Below, I think everyone should not want to listen to my nonsense anymore. I want to start the fighting conference as soon as possible, right? Right. Start quickly. I can't wait to become the master of Lialu. The hero of the future Waveguide is my only R.N. The Waveguide power of this Leo Road is clearly shining on me, which means that it hopes that I will become its master. Gun 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 gun. You're still a handsome man? You're so silly, I'm the brave man of the Boston. Tui. When did the bravery of the Waveguide become a woman? What are you doing? Not convinced? Fight a fight. Enough. Stop quarrel. Seeing the noise erupting at the scene again, the owner of Chen Bahai Dao immediately stopped it. Then he scolded, if you make a noise again, you will be disqualified directly. As soon as these words came out, the audience was stunned. Next, I'll talk about the rules of this year's Elf Fighting Conference. Chapter 71, Elf Fighting Conference. Does the Onion Rangers come up without being virtuous? Please order all. For this Elf Fighting Conference, the rules of the competition are as follows. We will issue a fighting medal for every contestant who is not late on the scene. Your mission is to get enough fighting medals before dark. The way to obtain the fighting medal is through combat. You need to win the fighting medal in his hand by defeating your opponent. Of course, if he has more than one fighting medal, you can also make a bet before the battle begins. For example, the bet is 3 fighting medals, each of them will take out 3 fighting medals. After the battle is over, all these 6 fighting medals will belong to the winner. The competition location, in the forest to the south, you can lurk anywhere in this forest and wait for other contestants to come. Or take the initiative to challenge other contestants. Participants who lose all the fighting medals will be considered eliminated. Please leave the forest beforehand. The competition time is from 9 AM to 5 PM. A total of 8 hours. Before the sun sets, no matter how many fighting medals you have in your hands, you must leave the forest and come to the front of the gym to count the number of fighting medals. In the end, the top 4 contestants in the number of fighting medals will advance to tomorrow's Elf Fighting Conference semi-finals. Speaking of this, the owner of Chen Bahai Gate paused and then said, "The following is some precautions. 1. For this competition, the organizer will adopt a live broadcast throughout the whole process to bring the picture is shared on the online platform and is supervised and reviewed by netizens. In the forest, we arranged thousands of cameras and 100 unmanned autonomous flight cameras. Please do not cheat if you are a participant. Once cheating is discovered, it is directly judged to be disqualified from the competition. 2. Before the competition begins, all participants need to go to the gym staff to sign in, receive their own unique fighting medals, injuries, lunch supplies, and elf meals, and register the information of the participating elf. During the competition, the participating elf must be placed outside the elf ball throughout the game, and must not be included in the ball, nor can they be replaced at will, otherwise it will be considered cheating. 3. If 2 contestants are betting on fighting medals, please find the staff we sent to the forest and let the staff witness the bet. Before the battle begins, place the fighting medals used for betting on the staff. After the battle is over, the winner will receive all the fighting medals from the staff. 4. The owner of Chen Bahai Dao, after he kept talking about nearly 10 precautions for rules and regulations. The pre-match speech was finally over. Immediately afterwards, it was when everyone went to several tables arranged in front of the gym to register the competition information and receive the corresponding materials. After waiting in line for more than 10 minutes. Finally, it was Shi Yi's turn. Please fill in your personal information and release the elves you participated in for registration. The staff handed Shi Yi a form. After Shi Yi simply filled in the information, he released the onion gon. Crack! The Kong Yu soldier stood by the table, holding the Kong sword and Kong shield in his hand, looking full of fighting. And the staff on the scene, including the contestants in other teams, looked at the white-haired duck. For a moment, all were a little confused. May I ask, what elf is this? The staff looked at the onion gon with some curiosity. Shi Yi replied, Singer. Scallion pancake. The staff stared at Shi Yi with question marks on his face, as if he felt Shi Yi was playing tricks on her. Please don't joke on such occasions, tell me the name of this elf, and is this elf from the fighting system? The staff looked at Shi Yi with a serious look on his face. Shi Yi replied again, Singer. Bang! The young lady of the staff, as a tomboy who has been practicing muscles for more than 10 years, seems to have a bad temper. I said, please don't joke with me on such an important occasion. If you don't want to participate in the competition, please leave. What happened? Chen Bahai, who had been standing in front of the gym, noticed the conflicts that arose here. He hurried over. Master, this guy deliberately made trouble. The staff complained directly to Chen Bahai. Chen Bahai looked at the onion roar and looked up and down. He turned to Shi Yi and asked, who is this elf? Spot Ranger. Shi Yi's answer is very concise, just 3 words. The staff lady was furious. I said it. If you want to eat scallion pancakes, go to the breakfast stall to buy them. Don't make trouble here. Before she could speak, she was interrupted by Chen Bahai. You mean, this elf is called Scallion Pancake? Chen Bahai's brain circuit is obviously a bit different from that of the staff. Shi Yi nodded and frowned. Correction, it is a soldier's soldier, not a cake. Its name is the Onion Ranger. It is a new species of elf that has only been newly discovered recently. As soon as these words came out, everyone at the scene focused on Shi Yi and Kong Yubing. Even the registration of the two queues next door stopped. Everyone was full of curiosity about this new breed of elves. Spot Ranger? New breed of elves. Chen Bahai muttered the name of the Onion Golf Army and looked up and down. Asked, is it a fighting spirit? That's right. The fighting spirit, there are actually some elves I haven't seen before. Chen Bahai was obviously a little surprised. I was just included in the elf picture book this morning. Shi Yi explained. Chen Bahai immediately asked the apprentice of the gym to take out his mobile phone and search on the spot. On the elf's official website, after checking the information about the Onion Ranger, Chen Bahai frowned and said to the staff, register the competition information for him. Yes. The staff member who had lost his temper at Shi Yi had lost his temper at once and even felt a little guilty. Sorry, this contestant is because I am a little talented in learning and I have contradicted you rudely. Fine. After apologizing to Shi Yi, the staff member helped Shi Yi register all the information. He also handed Shi Yi the fighting medal, lunch at noon, elf food, and wound medicine. I don't know if it's because of apologies that the things she gave Shi Yi, in addition to the fighting medal, are actually double-packed. After Shi Yi took these things with satisfaction, he walked towards the forest in the south under the attention of all the contestants. As soon as he entered the forest, Shi Yi felt a little cold on his back. No, it's the end of September, why is the temperature so low? Shi Yi frowned. Because I want to challenge you. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind Shi Yi. Shi Yi turned around suddenly. I saw a guy wearing a denim top, with a flying leg man, appear beside Shi Yi. Shi Yi glanced subconsciously. On the data panel, the information about Fei Lelang is loaded. Flying legs? Level 43, Senior Early Stage? Potential, Gym level? What? Don't you dare to face the challenge! Seeing that Shi Yi did not respond, the cowboy in front of him grinned and laughed. At the same time, his attention was focused on the onion weapon beside Shi Yi. He looked very interested in the onion gang soldier. The new breed of elves will attract the attention of most people. It is still at the fighting conference that a new breed of elves appeared. Speaking of this, the cowboy glanced at Shi Yi again and said seriously, you must be prepared to be challenged by most contestants in the turn. Oh? Is that? Shi Yi grinned slightly and looked at the contestants who were gradually rushing to the cowboy. He couldn't help but smile and said, but if I use you to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys and let them know how much they are, will they still come to challenge me? When the cowboy heard this, her pupils shrank slightly. He didn't expect that Shi Yi was so arrogant. Come on, as my first challenger, I will naturally not reject your challenge. Shi Yi's words were not only for the cowboy boys, but also for the group of contestants behind the cowboy boys. Immediately, Shi Yi and the cowboy man opened their positions, leaving room for combat with the onion rovers and flying legs in the center of the venue. Fight! Fight! Let's see the strength of this new breed of fighting spirit. Don't be eliminated in the first round. I still want to challenge it. Then you can only think about it. This is a cowboy rock. He is one of the apprentices of the gymnasium in Linhai Gymnasium. What? This guy is an apprentice in the gym. I'm done, it's over. I rushed to hurry up, but I still couldn't catch up. Damn it. The first kill of the Kong Eagle. I can't get it. It's all the blame for the staff member, who was slow, and my first kill was intercepted. As more and more contestants were involved behind Cowboy Rock, the discussion became louder and louder. The battle between Shi Yi and Cowboy Rock is also about to break out. Flying legs, hit the flying knee. Cha-ha! He jumped over and rotated 360 degrees in the air to maintain the best flexibility of his legs. Then, he kicked at the onion goal. Seeing this, Shi Yi leaned back a little loosely and leaned against a tree behind him, until his flying legs fell down gradually. Shi Yi slowly said 2 words, "Look through." Crack! As an experienced fighting warrior, Kong Yujian stood there without moving. As the saying goes, the best state of combat is to stay still until the moment the enemy touches you and make a counterattack. When the long legs of flying legs fell down suddenly, the onion air force waved slightly, allowing the onion shield held in his left hand to resist in front of him. "Please, flowers!" At the same time, its eyes moved, as if it had seen through the attack of the flying leg. Pong! The heavy, and the impact sounded over a few miles apart, came from the onion shield held by the flying leg and the onion roaming soldiers. Next moment, I saw Fei Le holding his knees with his hands, squatting on the ground, crying bitterly. "It hurts so much." The skill of flying knee collision is fine if it hits the enemy. If you fail to hit it, not only will you suffer half of your health damage, your knees will be injured. In addition, this flying leg man is also an elf who sacrifices his life. When launching an attack, this type of elves ignore their own safety and have the determination to kill their opponents if they take action. Even if, you will suffer from recoil damage. Therefore, after the flying knee hit the shield that I saw through just now, the health of Fila Lang directly dropped below half. It held its injured knee, as if it had lost its will to fight. "What are you doing? Flying legs, stand up quickly. Don't forget your fighting soul." Cowboy Rock was a little anxious. The move just now made his heart cool. But as an apprentice at Lanhai Gymnasium, Cowboy Rock couldn't give up and had to fight. You can only use it once to see through it. It can't be defended by our next attack. Cowboy Rock comforted Philemon and continued, "Flying Jiao, kick with a push down." After hearing the instructions given by Cowboy Rock, Shi Yi said in surprise, "I am worthy of being an apprentice in the gym. These are all high power skills." 0. Humph. But I can't help but use despicable fighting methods. Cowboy Rock hummed. Despicable? When did the defense become despicable? I asked the Onion Gang to perform, wasn't it a fighting move? Shi Yi's words were so choked that the Cowboy Rock didn't know how to refute, so he could only continue to hum, humph. Stop quibbling. The strength is true. Flying legs, attack. Ha-cha. He pointed the ground with one foot and lifted the injured foot. Prepare to perform a sharp downward kick. Shi Yi said, "Cantu, let them know that we are not only strong in defense, but our offense is also fierce." Assault with a meteor. Crack. In fact, in this situation, there is no need for Shi Yi to use a meteor assault to expose the ultimate move of the Onion Ranger in advance. But Shi Yi must give these participants who are watching the game a fierce attack to let them know that the Onion Girl is not a new elf that is easy to bully. Cha! When the flying leg kick fell sharply, the Onion Gown raised the onion sword in his hand and stabbed upwards. The height of the Kong Yujian is actually a little shorter than that of the flying leg. The onion sword it raised was just under the crotch of the flying leg raised. Dash! A shock, coupled with the flying leg man's eyes that looked home and screams like a pig. The people watching the game on the spot opened their mouths and were speechless. Pong! As the flying leg hit a tree, it fell to the ground. Its eyes have already been circled. But its short arms were always covering its crotch and refused to take them away. The attack on the onion sword just now made Fila Lang feel like he almost saw the grandma in the sky. But compared to the pain that makes it faint, what it cares more about, is its almost reversed gender. Flying legs. Cowboy Rock hurried to the side of the flying leg. I saw that the flying leg man could no longer fight. I even needed urgent treatment in a certain place. He hurriedly put it into the ball, ran to Shi Yi, threw the fighting metal to Shi Yi and said, "We will fight again later. Then I will take revenge." After saying this harsh words, Cowboy Rock ran out of the forest. And in the forest, the spectators just now looked at each other, as if they were a little scared. "What? Don't challenge me anymore? You don't want to kill the Kong Eagle's first kill?" Shi Yi looked at the group of contestants in front of him and said with a smile, "I saw that you all wanted to challenge me just now. Come on, or join in the group. I can't accept it." Even Shi Yi said something like, "You can be a group leader." But this group of contestants still chose to cherish their lives. Oh no! It's a pity to the lives of our elves. Including their elves and male elves, they all covered their crotch, urging their master to go quickly. The further they go, the better they can leave this place of right and wrong. After seeing these contestants running far away, Shi Yi then showed a hint of relief. Looking at the onion waves, he felt like complaining, "Onion waves, I asked you to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Didn't I let you stab someone else? What should I do if this flying leg man stabs into a female elf?" Crab. Kong Yubing turned around and ignored Shi Yi's words. Loss. Chapter 72, Shi Yi's Rogue Strategy. Get the fighting metal with ease. Please order all. Linhai University, Dormitory number 402. Hey. Boss Fat, don't sleep. Get up quickly. Qin Xiang pushed Lu Dun and asked him to wake up soon. What are you doing? What are you doing? Is this early morning still allowed people to sleep? Didn't you have no classes this morning? Fat Dunner was just dreaming of conquering Liju Lu Shark. After being pushed by Qin Xiang, he woke up from his beautiful dream. It made him bite the Lu Shark even disappear. Qin Xiang, you must pay me a fierce bite land shark, or a sharp-fanged land shark or a round land shark. Seeing the fat man who was sleeping a little confused, Qin Xiang gave him a blank look. If you don't keep sleeping, there are also Kuai Long, giant monster, and bank IRAs in your dream. Those are all yours. No? Why are you so sarcastic? Tell me about it now. Fat Dunner raised her hand and wanted to beat Qin Xiang in front of her, who had caused him to lose the fierce bite of Lu Shat. Boss Fatty, watch it, Boss 11 is on the live broadcast. It's the first choice for the website. It's more than 1 million people. Qin Xiang hurriedly handed the phone to Fat Dunner. Fat Dunner suddenly woke up when she heard the name Shi Yi. What? What's the thing? Is it live on the 11th? Fat Dunner snatched the phone from Qin Xiang's hand and looked closely. A live broadcast room titled New Breeds of Elf Adventure has been popular with more than 1 million people, and people are constantly watching Barrage. The protagonists in the live broadcast room are Shi Yi and Kong Yubing. Shi Yi and the Onion roamed around in a forest. When you encounter trainers and other elves, you will challenge them. Every battle will not exceed half a minute. This new breed of elf is named Singer. Whoever you meet will be killed. The green onion in its hand was like an invincible sword. At this moment, I happened to meet another mosquito coil swimmer brought by a trainer and him. In the live broadcast room, Shi Yi directed the new breed of elf onion rovers to attack the mosquito reincarnation swimmer. Even though the mosquito coil swimmer resisted very fiercely, he was eventually cut off the green onion. After seeing these scenes, Fat Dunner was stunned. I'm. When did 11 become so fierce? Ah. No, 11 is already fierce. But why did he suddenly subdue a new breed of elf? He also participated in such a elf fighting conference. Qin Xiang reminded the stuck fat man. Ao. Elf fighting conference. Is this too awesome? No. I have to share the live broadcast room with the class group. Oh no. It's a battle department group, let everyone see 11's heroic figure. Immediately. In the group of the Elves Fighting Department of Linhai University, Class 1, and the Elves Fighting Department of Linhai University. Qin Xiang shared a live video link. Shen Kai, no? Qin Xiang, what are you sharing here? This is the battle group. It's not where you share the live broadcast of beautiful women, is it embarrassing to lose it? Wu Min, maybe it's because he wants to share it with his good friends, but he slipped into the group. Funny. Mo Shu, I started traditional craftsmanship early this morning. I am worthy of being a guy from Class 1 of the battle department. He is really a role model for us. Lu Dezao, ha ha ha. Ding dong, ha ha ha. Others, ha ha ha. Qin Xiang, no. Are you laughing at me? I am Lu Dun. Not Qin Xiang. Lu Dun held Qin Xiang's mobile phone and replied to the news from the battle group. Then added. Qin Xiang, you guys can read the content and then I'll see if you're still joking out. After Fat Dunner said this with Qin Xiang's ID. Everyone clicked the video in curiously. Certainly. There are still many sarcasm. But when the first, second, third, the students who click on the link to watch the live broadcast will see the content in the live broadcast video. Everyone was shocked. Su Yi, my wife. Isn't this Shi Yi? Why did he attend the elf fighting conference? There is also a new breed of elf. Killing randomly at the fighting conference. Shen Ning, I saw it too. Shi Yi is too strong, right? In the same 12 years, he Ruxiu. Shen Kai, sorry, I admit that I just spoke too loudly, I apologize. Ning Hao, worship the boss. I wish me success in promoting an elite trainer. The news spread as the students from the Elf Battle Department. Suddenly, the students of Linhai University were like ants that were exploding. Everyone rushed into this live broadcast room to watch Shi Yi's battle. 1 passes to 10, 10 passes to hundreds. Other schools, companies, and organizations in Linhai City have all poured into the live broadcast room and started watching live videos. In just half an hour, the popularity of the live broadcast room soared again, from 1 million to 3 million. As the party involved, Shi Yi did not know his popularity on the internet. Continue walking in the forest. 10 fighting medals. Shi Yi held the fighting medal in his hand and thought, if this continues, it is not a solution. There are more than 200 contestants in total. According to the top 4, they advanced to tomorrow's semi-finals. On average, the top 4 must get more than 50 fighting medals, right? At first, Shi Yi had thought about it, otherwise he would intercept it at the forest exit. When the sun is about to set, challenge the contestants coming out of the forest one by one. Then intercept the fighting medals on them. But, there is a rule that blocks Shi Yi's idea. That is, if you want to get more fighting medals from the other party, you must have enough fighting medals. You cannot use one of your own fighting medals to intercept 10 or even more fighting medals from who people. This requires. Shi Yi kept looking for other contestants in the forest. Otherwise, without knowing how many fighting medals other contestants have, there is no guarantee that I can advance to the top 4. Unless, you will receive more than 50 fighting medals in total. It seems that I have to participate in the bet. Shi Yi thought about it and felt that this was the fastest way to get the fighting medal at present. Otherwise, I challenged one by one, and I could only get 1 fighting medal each time, which was too slow. Shi Yi opened his eye of appreciation and began to search nearby opportunities and trainers. The eye of appreciation cannot directly see the trainer itself, but can see the opportunity above the trainer's head, and the elves' information they carry next to them. Relying on these 2 points, Shi Yi quickly locked the coordinates of other contestants. Move forward quickly. Just arrived in front of 2 white opportunities. Shi Yi saw that the battle between these 2 guys was over. The staff responsible for witnessing this bet battle handed over the 6 fighting medals they used for the bet to the winner. Come and fight. Shi Yi's voice sounded in discomfort. The 3 people present subconsciously glanced at Shi Yi. Seeing that the visitor was Shi Yi and the Onion Rangers were also taking the 2 contestants, they turned around and wanted to run away. They are all witnesses before the contestants who played against Shi Yi, and Cowboy Rock naturally understood how strong Shi Yi was. Hey! If I remember correctly, according to the rules of the Elf Fighting Conference, the challenged party cannot refuse to fight, otherwise he will have to hand over a fighting medal as punishment. Shi Yi recited the 7th rule of competition he heard from Chen Bahai loudly. The 2 of them listened to him. One of them said boldly, but the 8th rule stipulates that contestants who have just finished the battle can have half an hour of rest, and during this half hour, they can refuse to be challenged. Is that so, N? Then I will follow you too. When half an hour comes, I will challenge you. Shi Yi hugged his chest with his hands, looking rogue-like. You. These 2 contestants obviously did not expect that Shi Yi was so cunning. Brother, if you want to follow him, just follow him. I just lost 3 fighting medals to him, and there is only 1 left on him. I still point at it and turn over. The contestant who had just lost the battle suddenly begged Shi Yi. The winner, but the winner, had a pale face, glared at the contestant next to him, with a look of "Why are you still playing with blackthorns? You can leave, but I have a requirement. Go to a trainer with multiple fighting medals and tell them that there is a contestant here, it's very weak, but by chance I won multiple fighting medals and helped me trick them." Shi Yi stared at the contestant in front of him and said, "This." The contestant was stunned. He didn't expect Shi Yi to make such a request. He couldn't help but look at the staff member and tried to ask for help from the staff member. "I am only responsible for witnessing the bet, and I don't care about anything else." Hearing the staff, the contestant had no choice but to agree. "Okay, brother, I'm going to find other unlucky guys for you now." "Oh no! Other contestants?" After saying that, he ran away directly. Why should I help you find it?" the winning contestant asked tentatively. "Yes, but you have to store these 6 fighting medals in my place. Otherwise, I don't trust you enough." Shi Yi smiled. "Of course, you can also lose these 6 fighting medals to me in a legitimate way. As a reward for helping me do things. In the evening, I can give these 6 fighting medals to you as rewards." Hearing this, the newly winning contestant had a sad face. After a moment of helplessness, he had to agree to Shi Yi's request. Under the witness of the staff, his elf was beaten up by the Onion Ranger. Then he handed over 6 fighting medals, held the only remaining fighting medal in his hand, and went to help Shi Yi find someone. In the live broadcast room, the audience who saw Shi Yi's move, all of them couldn't help but send out the 666 barrage. "I'm so laughing. Everyone else is here to participate in the competition, only I, Brother Yi, is a scheming person. Are you a trainer with a new breed of elves? Whether it is a elves fighting or personal charm, it is just strong. No, I'm participating in a competition." How could he find 2 younger brothers? Are they all contestants? Everyone is evaluating. Shouldn't this behavior be condemned? What kind of virgin white lotus is upstairs? The staff next to him are the referees of the fighting competition, and the referee didn't even say a foul. Why are you clamoring for this? Are you pretending to be an internet saint? That's it. Jai Mei. Got him. Let him know the power of Yishan Jun. Puff, this is where you go? Yu Shi Yi's fans have even thought about the fan names. In the forest, Shi Yi waited for a long time, and suddenly 2 people walked towards him. One, of course, is the number 1 horseman sent by Shi Yi. Another one, with a green opportunity above his head, Shi Yi had seen this person. The owner of Mother Haoli. When he gradually got closer and saw that the weaker mentioned by the number 1 Malaman was Shi Yi. Looking at Madam number 1 with questions. No, are you crazy? He is a weak contestant? Wasn't you there when he fought with Mamazi Rock before? Where did you come from? He said he was weak. Just when the owner of this mother and daughter, he was full of lessons from the national treasures, was a man number 1. The sound of Shi Yi's footsteps reached his ears. Come and fight. The owner of Mother Haoli was sweating profusely after being named by Shi Yi. It's not hot either, this forest. What are you nervous? Don't bet 3, I won't bet too much. Shi Yi didn't know how many fighting medals this man had. But if you ask staff to witness the bet, it starts with 3 fighting medals, so Shi Yi would just bet 3. The mother-in-law trainer, in desperation, started a bet with Shi Yi. From the beginning to the end of the battle, only half a minute passed. Mother Haoli lay on the ground. It's great to be young, just fall asleep. Shi Yi said tisk. Mo Haoli's trainer is using injury medicine to give Mo Haoli after healing the injury. Before Shi Yi could speak, he ran away with his mother Haoli. I met a contestant along the way and tricked him directly to Shi Yi's side, causing him to lose 3 fighting medals. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room who were watching the live broadcast were all very happy. Ha ha ha. I'm rough. I'm so tired of rain, I'm going to pull someone else's umbrella. I'm so jokingly laughing. Indeed, this trainer of Mother Haoli actually took the initiative to become Yi Ji's number 3 horseman. Don't talk about this for now, look at it. Isn't this the pigeons who were deceived just now? He also went to trick other contestants into coming to 2.6. 666. I will watch the elf fighting conference every year. I thought last year's fighting conference was the most exciting session I've ever seen. Now it seems that I'm narrow-minded. This year's session is the one. Awesome! What a pair of rats with big breasts cans, and they are awesome. An hour passed. The number of horsemen on Shi Yi's side has reached 10. And Shi Yi's fighting medals reached 40. Sure enough, this is the fastest way to get the fighting medal. The forest is so big, I go to find the contestants one by one, and I want to find the year of the monkey and horse month. Just as Shi Yi smiled and greeted the next contestant. But I saw that the visitor this time, it was Dai Xiaoqian with a silver opportunity on her head. Lin Feng. Dai Xiaoqian exclaimed when she came here to face the battlefield. As Dai Xiaoqian gradually approached, she called again, it should be called Yu Shi Yi, right? When she said this, Dai Xiaoqian's expression changed. Obviously. She already knew that Shi Yi had lied to her. Actually, on that day, Elf Battle Club, after the battle between Taiwan No. 1 and the battlefield ended, Dai Xiaoqian went to investigate Lin Feng. But according to the investigation, the guy named Lin Feng seemed to have owed a lot of debts. He is moving bricks on the construction site to make money and pay back money. It was completely different from the Lin Feng she saw on the opposite battlefield. At that time, Dai Xiaoqian knew that this Lin Feng was a fake name. It was not until this morning, when Shi Yi and the staff made a small mistake in front of Linhai Gymnasium, that Dai Xiaoqian realized that Shi Yi's real name was not Lin Feng, but Shi Yi. Dai Xiaoqian, I agreed to see you in the finals, what? Do you want to play one game in advance? Chapter 73, Do you use the ghost-type abandoned monkey to attend the fighting conference? Please order all. I have always been a little worried about losing to you on the battlefield on station number 1 that day. Since we meet again here today, I think we can fight. Not to mention. Dai Xiaoqian glanced at the number 2 madam who brought her over. He said seriously, didn't you ask someone to help you find a contestant? He also said, he was a contestant with very weak strength and luckily won many fighting medals. I don't have many fighting medals, only 26. I want to take out 25 of these to bet against the competitor who thinks he is weak. How about it? Do you dare? Dai Xiaoqian looked at Shi Yi seriously. Judging from the tone of her speaking, it didn't seem like she was joking. Shi Yi glanced at the elf beside Dai Xiaoqian. It is a white-haired monkey with anger all over her body. The pupils were dark red, and their hands and feet were wearing black shackles. Both fists were also wearing red boxing gloves. It looks like everyone wants to beat him up. Elf, abandoned monkey? Level 49, senior late stage? Attributes, fighting, ghost system. Feature, don't admit defeat. When your ability is reduced by the opponent, the attack will be greatly improved. Individual value, HP, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 28, Special Attack, 25, Special Defense, 30, Speed, 30. Skills, Shadow Fist, Grab, Double Return, Throw, Gathering, Catching, Kicking, Down, Bluffing on Earth, Bluffing, Cross-slashing, Malicious Chasing, Fighting of Angry, Close Fighting, Shadow Claw, Sacrificing yourself to crash. Carrying Object, Boxing Gloves. Potential, Gym Level. The Abandoned Monkey. Shi Yi knows this elf quite well. It is the elf evolved after the hot monkey used the Fist of Angry 20 times. Judging from the appearance of this abandoned monkey, it has indeed been well cultivated. Just. Shi Yi stared at Dai Xiaoqian with a strange look and asked, "You are here to participate in the fighting conference with ghost-type elves. Are you really not blushing?" Hearing Shi Yi's words, Dai Xiaoqian asked without changing her face, "What?" The fighting monkey monster has evolved into a fighting hot monkey, and then into a fighting monkey. Just because there is an extra ghost-type attribute, it can't be considered a fighting elf. This sentence point 11 is indeed fine. But the abandoned monkey has the attributes of the ghost system, which leads to the general and fighting system moves, which are invalid for it. It can even be said, the abandoned monkey is originally a ghost body form like Gengui. How can the fighting moves be defeated? Where is the world monkey? No wonder Shi Yi saw Dai Xiaoqian win the championship of the elf fighting conference before. Can you not win by holding such a little cheating elf? I accept your challenge. Shi Yi took the initiative to take out 25 fighting medals and handed them to the staff beside him. Seeing Shi Yi agreeing to the fight, Dai Xiaoqian also took out 25 fighting medals and handed them to the staff member. Those mates recruited by Shi Yi saw that the bloody storm was about to arise here, and they all stopped shaking people, so they simply stayed here and prepared to watch the battle. At the same time, in the live broadcast room, the barrage area was also exploded. No, right? Are these two people going to start a war early? What's the situation? Who is this muscular woman? Why is she trying to mess with our brother Yi? Don't you know her? She is Dai Xiaoqian, a muscular woman who is passionate about fighting. Last year, she also participated in the elf fighting conference and achieved the second place. I remember. The elf she used to participate in the competition last year was a hot flame chicken. She was invincible at that time, but unfortunately, in the final, she lost to last year's champion. I'm so fierce? Then why didn't she come to win the championship this year? Then it must be. Dai Xiaoqian must have made up for the regrets of the elf fighting conference last year. She has only been practicing hard for a year and rebred a monkey to participate in the competition. I just watched it in another live broadcast room. She has defeated many contestants and they are all crushing and winning. No, right? Then isn't my brother Yi dangerous? He is still a ghost-type elf. No matter how strong my brother Yi's onion is, he can't fight if he can't hit the ghost. At first glance, you just haven't done your homework. Go to the elf's official website and check the information about the Onion Ranger. The characteristics of the Onion Ranger have been initially judged as courage. What is the courage characteristic? Do you understand? It is a characteristic that can make general and fighting moves hit the ghost system. It's burning. If you say that, I'm not sleepy. My melon seeds, drinks, and sparkling water are all ready, just waiting to see their battle. As the audience in the live broadcast room flew up on the barrage. In the forest, the news that Shi Yi and Dai Xiaoqian were about to fight were also spread. Suddenly, on the periphery of the battlefield, a large number of contestants were surrounded. Everyone is ready to watch this fighting battle. It can even be said that this battle is not an exaggeration to the final of the fighting conference that was pre-previewed. 2 people, if you are ready, please start the battle. The staff member who was responsible for collecting the fighting medals of both parties was elected to the center of the venue and became the referee of this match. You can start anytime. Let's get started. Shi Yi and Dai Xiaoqian nodded at the same time, and the referee immediately trotted to the side. Announced, the battle begins. The abandoned monkey, an angry fist. As soon as he came up, Dai Xiaoqian asked the monkey to use its unique skills in an angry fist. This is a skill that the more attacks you receive, the more angry you get, and the higher the damage you get. But this abandoned monkey was obviously not attacked yet, but she was already extremely angry. There is a feeling that the whole world owe it 1 million. I think Dai Xiaoqian should have done special training for this abandoned monkey in anger. Following the abandoned monkey running towards the onion rovers, Shi Yi immediately ordered, "See through." Crack! The onion rangers made a defensive gesture in the face of the fierce abandoned monkey. Pong! The angry fist of the monkey hit the onion shield of the onion ranger, making a loud boxing sound. Seeing this, the audience on the side praised the powerful force of Qi Shihao, but also felt a little confused. Why didn't Shi Yi choose to fight head-on? In the duel between fighting spirits, the best battle is the hand-to-hand combat with no defensive power. This is also why Shi Yi was fighting against Cowboy Rock before. The main reason why Cowboy Rock would be unhappy with Shi Yi asked the Kongwan to use his defensive skills. Humph! You can only resist it once when you see through it. Let's see what you will use to resist it next time. Dai Xiaoqian roared lightly, and then ordered, "Gone with the monkey, get another angry fist." Pucha! The monkey gave out an angry fist again, and this punch was even more angry than the one just now. He was determined to knock down the onion roaming soldiers with the onion shield. Young people, don't be so angry. Shi Yi looked calm and light, snapped his fingers and ordered the onion gang, "Meteor assault." Crack! Onion Traveler looked at the ghost monkey who was fisting at it in front of him, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. There is a feeling of righteousness in my heart. It was as if I had seen through the figure of this ghost monkey. He pulled away the onion shield held in his left hand and suddenly stabbed the onion sword held in his right hand. Boom! When the onion ranger's onion sword hit the ghostly figure of the abandoned monkey, a huge storm seemed to be rolling up around him. A sword seals the throat. The meteor assault of the onion ranger directly hit the key point of the abandoned monkey, and lifted away, and fly towards the distance along the rising storm. What? As the person involved, Dai Xiaoqian was obviously a little disbelief after seeing this scene. Why can your onion golfer use your skills to hit my abandoned monkey? This skill, is it a move outside the general and fighting system? Dai Xiaoqian came in to participate in the competition not long after seeing Kong Wandan in the morning. Before I could even go to the official website to check the information about Kong Yubing. I don't know that the Onion Ranger has a courageous characteristic, nor do I know what attribute is the new skill of Meteor Assault. So what about the general system or fighting system? Do you think the ghost body is an invincible existence? Don't forget that the elves have the characteristic of courage. After hearing Shi Yi's words, Dai Xiaoqian was suddenly shocked. Only then did I realize that this onion roaming soldier was an elf with courage. And while the two were talking, the abandoned monkey, which was assaulted by a meteor, was still flying towards the distance. He landed on a small hill in the distance before he suddenly smashed his body. It seems to have been severely damaged. Do you still have to continue fighting? Shi Yi did not go to see the monkey, but asked Dai Xiaoqian indifferently. This question is actually giving her a way out. From the battle just now, it is not difficult to see that the abandoned monkey is not the opponent of the Onion Ranger. Even if it is just a duel, it is enough to see the strength gap between the two elves. Even if we continue to fight, the ending will definitely be the winner. On the other hand, the abandoned monkey may be seriously injured. Then, Dai Xiaoqian couldn't continue to participate in the elf fighting conference. I admit defeat. Dai Xiaoqian was a little reluctant to leave this sentence and ran towards the place where the abandoned monkey fell in the distance. Seeing Dai Xiaoqian admit defeat and leave, the staff member of the part-time referee announced, "The Shi Yi contestant won the victory, these 50 fighting medals are yours." The staff walked to Shi Yi's side and handed the 50 fighting medals to Shi Yi. Among them, in addition to Shi Yi's 25 fighting medals, the other 25 fighting medals were trophies obtained from Dai Xiaoqian. In this way, I have 65 fighting medals, which is equivalent to being led to the semi-finals. Shi Yi smiled. "Everyone, I'll leave first, you guys work hard." Shi Yi waved to the contestants watching the competition, and walked out of the forest with a cool look. Everyone looked at Shi Yi with envy. Only that, no two-man, looking at Shi Yi's back with a grievance. I thought to myself, "Brother Yi, did you agree to return those 6 fighting medals to me? Have you forgotten this? The world is dangerous." Live broadcast room. I'm. My brother Yi is too handsome, right? And that onion rovers. One blow will kill the ghost-type abandoned monkey, cool. I announce. From today on, I will be Brother Yi's idol. Oh no! Brother Yi is my idol. Conjua Bing, you. Yes. My God. Hurry, tell me where is there an extinct green onion duck? I want to conquer a green onion duck. I also want such a handsome green onion golfer. Who doesn't want a handsome and powerful duck god upstairs? Where is your turn? Originally, the green onion duck was eaten as a reserve food and was almost extinct. Now there is such a strong green onion duck evolutionary form, Onion Ranger. Do you think it's your turn? Indeed, with the Alliance's urinary nature, we either protect all the remaining green onion ducks or catch them all. In the future, we probably won't see the alive green onion ducks in the wild. Crying. I didn't expect that my duck and duck would rise on the day. As a member of the Don't Eat Duck Protection Association, I finally saw the day when our organization rose. Praise Yi Shen. Praise Duck and God. And everything about the live broadcast room. Shi Yi was unaware of it. After leaving the forest area. 043. Shi Yi returned to the entrance of Linhai Gang Hall. Shi Yi? Why are you back? Chen Bahai was extremely puzzled when he saw Shi Yi coming out of the forest. Because the elves used by Shi Yi are new types of fighting spirits, Chen Bahai has paid more attention to Shi Yi. But he never expected that Shi Yi would leave early within just 2 hours after entering the forest. Could it be that he misread the person? This contestant named Shi Yi is actually a not-so-good trainer, including the strength of the Onion Ranger, isn't it very strong? Lord Chen, I'm here to submit the fighting medal. Shi Yi smiled slightly at the owner of Chen Bahai, then took out a total of 65 fighting medals on his body and handed them to the staff of the gym who were responsible for registering those participants who abstained from participating in the competition or lost all the fighting medals and were eliminated in advance. He said seriously, the total number of participants is 221. According to the average estimate, those who have won 55 fighting medals will be able to advance to tomorrow's semi-finals of the fighting conference. This is equivalent to winning 10 more fighting medals. In my opinion, I don't need to stay in the forest. When Shi Yi said this, his face looked calm and gentle. The owner of Chen Bahai Gate and the staff next to him were all disbelief. It's only been more than an hour, less than 2 hours. How can you get so many fighting medals? The owner of Chen Bahai Dao looked at Shi Yi with a look of surprise. At this time, in the gym, a gym apprentice who was responsible for live broadcast came out, and she said something to the owner of Chen Bahai in a low voice. The owner of the hall of Chen Bahai opened his pupils and stared at Shi Yi, saying in shock, didn't expect you to come up with this way to obtain a fighting medal. Ha ha ha. There are always tricks in competitions. Compared to being voluntary, I prefer to use this place. Shi Yi pointed to his head with his finger, then shrugged at the owner of the hall of Chen Bahai and said, if there is nothing wrong, I will leave first. Lord Chen, tomorrow's semi-finals will start, so you can ask the staff to notify me again. After saying that, Shi Yi took out 2 elf balls. A elf's ball is the Onion Ranger. Shi Yi took the Onion Ranger back into the elf's living space, and instructed it to cultivate well in it, and there are 2 more battles waiting for it tomorrow. Another elf ball is a desert dragonfly that has just evolved. Come out, desert dragonfly. Hey! Accompanied by a wave of intimate whispers. A strange-colored desert dragonfly appeared beside Shi Yi. Shi Yi turned over and jumped onto the back of the desert dragonfly. Regardless of the expressions of the owner of Chen Bahai Gang and others, he directly let the desert dragonfly take off and leave Lin Hai Gang. Chapter 74, Charcoal Servant Hatched. An evolutionary route that is independently chosen. Please support. After flying away from Lin Hai Gang Guan, Shi Yi let the desert dragonflies fly to the Elf Research Institute in the north of the city. Researcher Tang Yankai had previously greeted leaders in the Elf Research Institute, including the Elf Security Guard and the Door Guard who were responsible for the security of the Elf Research Institute. It is said that Shi Yi can freely enter and exit the research room where Tang Yankai is in the Research Institute. After Shi Yi flew to the gate of the Elf Research Institute, he let the desert dragonfly land. Hey! The desert dragonfly rubbed Shi Yi intimately. Since the evolution, the temperament of the desert dragonfly seems to have changed a little. It has become more clingy and always likes to pester Shi Yi. Be good, desert dragonfly, thank you for your hard work just now. Go back to the elf life space and have a good rest. Hey! After saying that, Shi Yi took the desert dragonfly back into the elf ball. Then slowly walked towards the gate of the Elf Research Institute. Old man, do you still remember me? I am Shi Yi, researcher Tang Yankai has greeted you. Shi Yi shouted at the old man in the guard room. His ears were not very good. Even though Shi Yi shouted loudly, he still didn't hear them clearly. What? What's the story of Tang? Tang Yankai? What's the point? Tang Yankai? What is Tang Yan? Old man, it's boring to play with me. Let me in quickly, I still have some serious business. Shi Yi half squinted his eyes and looked at the movie The Elf's Troubles that the old man watched in the guard room, and couldn't help but squint him. The old man laughed and said, ha ha ha, you can see this, Xiao Ai. Go in, I'll open the door. The old man pressed the remote control in his hand and opened the door of the Kentaro truck passage. I saw the old man open the wrong door. Shi Yi shook his head helplessly and had to enter the Research Institute through the Kentaro truck passage. The Elf Research Institute is prohibited from being empty. First, prevent the destruction of some devices arranged on the Elf Research Institute. The second is to avoid frightening some elves cultivated in the Research Institute. Shi Yi walked towards Tang Yankai's Research Institute courtyard, walked forward for nearly 400 or 500 meters, and finally arrived at this familiar yard. When he entered the courtyard, Shi Yi saw many wild elves playing inside, as if he liked the courtyard very much. At the same time, the golden galar beast on its head was also lying in the yard, moving, as if basking in the sun. Is the Day Beast here too? Shi Yi walked forward and greeted Day Beast. Yedong. The familiar yadong sound looks very lazy. I really envy you elves who live in the research institute. They live too comfortably, right? Shi Yi also stretched lazily. Then he used the spare key given by researcher Tang Yangkai to call the door of the laboratory. There was no one inside, the computer and instruments were on, and the electricity was on 24 hours a day, so researcher Tang Yangkai was too lazy to turn it off. Shi Yi passed through this research room and entered the guest bedroom next door. This is the room where Shi Yi stayed overnight. It was also the room where researcher Tang Yangkai said hello and said Shi Yi could come back to live at any time. The reason I came here was because the sack beast mother informed Shi Yi that it was the elf egg that had been warmed up in the volcanic area for a long time, and was finally about to hatch. That's why Shi Yi left the venue of the elf fighting conference early. Come out, Mom purses. Shi Yi released the sack beast mother in the elf's living space. In its hand, it was holding the elf egg that could be hatched at any time. Garu. The sack fish mother treated this elf egg very much like her own child. Thank you for your hard work in the volcanic area during this period, Bamboo Beast Mom. Shi Yi said gratefully to the sack fish mother. Garu. The sack fish mother said it was okay, and it was worth it to hatch this little guy. Immediately, the sack beast mother handed the elf egg to Shi Yi with confidence. Shi Yi picked up the elf egg of the charcoal servant and felt a sense of heat. This kind of heat is the unique high temperature of the elves' eggs of fire-type elves before hatching. Just like the water leap fish was always wet before hatching. Elf with different attributes will have different changes before breaking the shell. Shi Yi hurriedly placed the elf egg on the desk in the guest room, waiting quietly for the little guy to break his shell. About half an hour later, the sack bags climbed onto the table board and rolled on, but the elf egg still had no sign of breaking its shell. What's the situation? Can the Tan Xiao Xiao fall asleep inside, right? Shi Yi complained speechlessly. Just then, the elf egg moved. The elf egg swayed left and right, shaking violently. After a while, cracks appeared in the shell of the elf egg. Above the elf egg, an empty shell appeared directly. In the empty shell, a little orange-yellow Mars appeared. Seeing this, Shi Yi understood that the Tan Xiao Xiao was coming out. This ball of Mars is the flame burning above its head. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of eggshells being smashed. An elf, like a burned charcoal, appeared on the desk. An orange-red flame was ignited on the top of its head and the back of its neck. The flame temperature is very high, and it is several dozen centimeters apart, and Shi Yi can feel the heat. Charcoal. The charcoal servant is different from the leaping fish. Even if it has just hatched, it is still a baby elf, and it shows maturity far beyond that of infancy. Tan Xiaoshi began to examine the creatures in front of him, Shi Yi, Bagba, and Bagba Mom. Looking at the unknown creature in front of him, the eyes of Charcoal Xiao Xiao were filled with vigilance. Carbon, welcome you to this world. I am your trainer. It is the sack fish mother who has taken care of your elf egg for a week. This is the child of the sack fish mother, the sack fish, and our partner. Shi Yi could sense the emotions of the Tan Xiaoshi, and could also sense his uneasy heart at this moment. He hurriedly explained the current situation to it. Maybe. I heard the words the bamboo beast mom took care of its elf egg for a week. The look of the little servant Tan looking at the sack beast mother became softer. When he looked at Shi Yi and the pangbag again, the caution and anxiety in the heart of Tan Xiaoshi gradually weakened a lot. Charcoal. The little servant of Charcoal walked forward slowly on the desk and came to Shi Yi, as if looking at Shi Yi up and down. Sister Charcoal, don't be hostile to us. We are your trustworthy partners. Shi Yi stretched out his hand and stroked the hot head of the charcoal shit. A gentle healing force, the affinity of Changpan's power, was attached to the body of Tan Xiaoshi. The flame on the top of the head and back of the neck of the Tan Xiao Xiao disappeared instantly. Obviously, with the help of Changpan's power, Tanzaishi recognized Shi Yi. The intimacy of Shi Yi has also soared from 0 to almost full value. The flames in the eyes of the charcoal servant also changed slightly. From being a little hostility to being gentle independence. Charcoal. The little servant of charcoal jumped up from the desk and jumped directly into Shi Yi's arms. At this moment, Shi Yi was its most important companion. Be good. Shi Yi stroked Xiatan Xiaoshao's head and looked loving. It is different from the egg liquid that is covered with water-leaping fish after hatching. After the charcoal assistant hatched, he didn't even have a little egg liquid left on his body. Want to come? It is its flaming body that evaporates the egg liquid. After playing with the charcoal servant for a while, Shi Yi took out an empty elf ball and handed it to Tanzaishi. Karzaishi, I need to. Click. Before Shi Yi finished speaking, Tanzaishi slapped the elf ball with confusion. Received himself into the ball. Certainly. Shi Yi's elf balls can be connected to the elf's living space. After entering the elf ball, charcoal assassin. I came directly to the volcanic area in the elf's living space. When he was still in the egg, the charcoal servant was taken by the sack beast mother to live here. After feeling the residual heat of the volcanic area again, Tan Xiaoshao was convinced that this was its home. When the charcoal servant was excited to cheer. But Shi Yi was released from the ball again. Charcoal. Carbon. Tan Xiaoshao did some middle-aged moves. Shi Yi, the sack beast mother and the sack beast all saw it. For a moment, the little servant of charcoal was ashamed to find a crack in the ground to get into it. Fortunately, its face is black, and even if it blushed, no one could tell it. Carbon, although you were just born, I asked you to use that prop, which was a bit too anxious, but I still hope you can choose the form you want to evolve. Shi Yi looked at the Tanzaishi and took out the prop that could allow the Tanzaishi to evolve. A box of different colors on the left and right sides. On the left side of the box, there is a color that is mainly bright yellow and supplemented by orange and red. On the right side of the box, there is a color that is mainly dark blue and light purple as the supplement. Shi Yi handed the box to the charcoal servant. He said seriously, Carbon Xiaoshao, this prop can allow you to complete evolution, but if you want to evolve into the Red Lotus Armor Knight or the King Yan Blade Ghost, I hope you will make your own choice. After hearing Shi Yi's words, the little servant Tan stroked the box in a daze. There were touches on both sides, and after a long time of caressing, it seemed to prefer the color on the right, burned it on the right side of the box with a ball of fire, making its choice. Do you prefer the Kanjian Blade Ghost? Charcoal. Tan Xiaoshao nodded. Next moment, the box actually started to react. The dark blue on the right gradually began to swallow the bright yellow on the left. Until the dark blue completely replaces bright yellow. The box opened directly with a bang. Ding! The host was detected to make a choice, celebrate the box of Kai/spell of the spell, and the props inside turned into Kai of the spell? As the system prompt sounds, Shi Yi saw that a piece of purple armor suddenly appeared in the box. After seeing this purple armor, Tan Xiaoshao was filled with joy. He reached out to touch the armor directly. Next moment, the spell Kai turned into a stream of energy and poured into the body of the charcoal servant. Tan Xiaoshao's body suddenly emitted a white light. On the side, the mother and the little sack beast were both frightened when they saw this scene. Battlebug beast mother, I have lived for so long and have only evolved a few times. I still evolved briefly with props. You evolved at the beginning? You cheated, right? As the white light became stronger and stronger, Tan Xiaoshao's body grew sharply. It was not until the height of 1.7 meters that the white light suddenly dissipated. At this time, a strange aura surged in the room. Like the breath of a dead spirit, it enveloped the evolved, Kanjian Blade Ghost. The dark blue and purple body burned with a light purple flame. At the same time, Two energy swords made of flame energy appeared in the hands of the Kanjian Blade Ghost. The Kanjian Blade Ghost waved his manual energy sword and released a creeping aura. I am worthy of being a ghost swordsman. Just getting close makes people feel creepy. Shi Yi frowned and said. By the way, on the data panel, I checked the information about the evolved Kanjian Blade Ghost. Elf, Kanjian Blade Ghost? Level 10, Peak of Novice. Attributes, Fire, Ghost. Features, Broken Armor, when damaged by physical moves, defense will be reduced and speed will be greatly increased. Individual value, HP, 31, Attack, 31, Defense, 31, Special Attack, 31, Special Defense, 31, Speed, 31. Skills, Shadow Claw, Spark, Fright, Clear Smoke, Shadow Sneak Attack, Secret Attack. Carrying Object, Residual Energy of the Spell Kai. Potential, Champion Level. After seeing the information about the evolved Kanjian Blade Ghost, Shi Yi was shocked. As soon as he was born, his level was upgraded to level 10. His potential has also reached the championship level from the king level. This should be the benefit of the spell Kai, right? Shi Yi attributed all these changes to the Kai of the spell. After all, it is a prop given by the system, and it must have its own special features. When Shi Yi saw the skills of Kanjian Blade Ghost, Shi Yi frowned slightly, thinking that something was strange. Why did the skills this guy learned after his evolution are either ghost, evil, or poison? On the other hand, the fire-type skill is just a trivial spark. It's simply a shame for the fire system. Kanjian Blade Ghost, go back to the elf's living space first and have a good rest. Shi Yi saw that the Kanjian Blade Ghost was in a state of wanting to fight after he evolved. Let it go to the elf's living space and find the duck who also likes to fight. Mom Bamboo Beast, thank you for your hard work during this period, so have a good rest. Shi Yi once again thanked the purse mother. By the way, I took the sack beast mother and the sack beast back into the elf's living space. After doing all this, Shi Yi lay on the chair with a relaxed look on his face, turned on his phone, wanting to see what information he had. But unexpectedly, I found that the information on the communication software was so much more than that. I don't know who disclosed Shi Yi's contact information, and the number of people applying to add his friends has reached the upper limit. What's the situation? Shi Yi brushed the screen of his phone up and down and found that some unfamiliar people who had not been in contact for 800 years were sending messages. Shi Yi clicked on Ranwei's avatar and saw Ranwei's message. Ranwei, 11th. You are popular. You are popular. It's popular all over the internet. Now, not only Linhai University students know you, but everyone in Linhai City probably knows you too. Seeing this message, Shi Yi continued to flip up. Ranwei, 11th, you actually got a new species of elf? Don't tell me. It's not interesting enough. Sigh. Expression pack. Ranwei, screenshot of a live broadcast room. JPG, beg for it. After seeing this screenshot and many messages sent by Ranwei, Shi Yi suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. My body. I was so fucked by the elf fighting conference. But I was actually broadcast live on the entire network. P.S. Sorry, I have disturbed everyone. I would like to talk about it at the end of the chapter. The Little Author's book was published on July 22. Today, on August 9, I have 245,000 words in 19 days. On average, it is 10,000 more words per day, and after it is released, it is 15,000 words per day. I can't stand it anymore. I want to be lazy for 3 days, and today and the day after tomorrow, it's about 9,600 words apart. There is something going on tomorrow, so I will update about 4,800 words, which is considered as taking a leave. Next Monday, we will continue to update 15,000 words in 3 days. Sorry, I'm so tired, take a break. Chapter 75, Has Shi Yi become an internet celebrity? Invitation from major provincial alliances. Please order all. When Shi Yi opened the live broadcast room where Ran Wei took a screenshot, he looked full of question marks. Even though Shi Yi had left the forest, the scenes in the live broadcast room had nothing to do with Shi Yi. But the barrage is still Yi Shen awesome, duck god awesome, brother Yi is unparalleled in the world, we Yi Shen Jun do not cause trouble, and we are not afraid of trouble. Come. Fight. There were many such barrage, which made Shi Yi stunned. I just want to participate in a competition and intercept a silver opportunity. Why did I make such a trick? I won't become a legendary internet celebrity trainer, right? Shi Yi said speechlessly. It's not that Shi Yi looks down on the internet celebrity trainer, well, Shi Yi looks down on the internet celebrity trainer a little bit. On various video websites, you can get those internet celebrity trainers. As for strength, there is no such thing as a slightest. As for the popularity, it is ridiculously high. When the alliance really needs trainers to stand up, these internet celebrity trainers are all invisible. This also leads to the fact that Shi Yi and most normal people have a bad impression of internet celebrity trainers. I didn't expect that I would actually live the person I hate the most. Just when Shi Yi was mocking himself, suddenly I received a call. Is it Mr. Shi Yi? Yes, who are you? That's right, Mr. Shi Yi, I am the President and Secretary of the Linhai Provincial Elf Alliance. I call you mainly to ask you, will you come to the Provincial Alliance Center when you have time? A call from the Provincial Alliance? Shi Yi asked curiously, is there anything wrong? That's right, Mr. Shi Yi, our President has seen your performance at the Elf Fighting Conference today and wants to meet you in person. Shi Yi heard a female voice coming from the other end of the phone. For a moment, I was actually a little confused. President of Linhai Provincial Alliance Center? Shi Yi knew that this person was a 3-star professional trainer known as the Chinese Wolf Warrior. His strength is approaching the older generation of the 4 Heavenly Kings. Back then, he was even known as the first person under the 4 Heavenly Kings. Such a big shot actually wants to meet him? Shi Yi's heart beat wildly for a long time. Swallowed and responded, I understand, I will come to see the President, but... Shi Yi thought about it and it was already afternoon today. He would have to conduct special training on Kong Golem later, so there should be no time. Tomorrow will be the semi-finals and finals of the Elf Fighting Conference again. There was no way to take time to meet the legendary trainer. After thinking about it, he responded, the day after tomorrow, the morning after tomorrow, I will come to the Provincial Alliance 043 League Center to pay homage to the President. Okay, then I'm looking forward to your visit. After saying that, Shi Yi hung up the phone in his hand. I couldn't help but feel a little curious. That legendary trainer, is he looking for me? What can he do if he looks for me? Shi Yi couldn't figure it out. I wanted to meet him just by relying on the video from a live broadcast room. Could it be that the content of the screen in the live broadcast room today is so exciting? Thinking of this, Shi Yi opened the live broadcast room again and went directly to check the recording. After watching all the nearly 2 hours of recording and broadcasting, I couldn't help but sigh, I'm really pretending. The key is that these guys have no way to deal with me. Shi Yi nodded with satisfaction at his performance in the forest today. Then, combining those barrage, Shi Yi suddenly understood. When the legendary trainer saw my performance today, he felt that my future was promising and wanted to invest in me. Just when Shi Yi was guessing this, suddenly I received another call. This time, it was from Baichuan Province next door. The senior management of Baichuan Province also wanted to meet Shi Yi. In addition to the senior management of Baichuan Province, the senior management of several provincial alliances around Linhai province called and said they wanted to meet Shi Yi. Under Shi Yi's indirect attack. Finally, at the high-level entrance of a provincial alliance in the south, he heard the answer he wanted. Sure enough, the senior executives of these provincial alliances called to meet Shi Yi, all in order to win over Shi Yi and want to invest in him. That means, I have not only become an internet celebrity trainer, but also become a hot commodity in the eyes of senior executives of various provincial alliances. Shi Yi guessed. If there is a chance above my head, then its color must be golden now. The next day, Shi Yi received a call from Chen Bahai. It is said that it is the semi-finals and finals of the Elf Fighting Conference, but it has been changed. From Linhai Gang Hall, it was changed to Linhai City Elf Battle Dome. In the morning, the semi-finals of the Elf Fighting Conference will be held as usual. In the afternoon, the third-place competition will be held first, and then the championship and runner-up competition will be held. After seeing this message, Shi Yi was stunned for a moment and didn't understand the significance of the temporary change of the competition venue by the owner of Chen Bahai. And the reason why Chen Bahai changed the competition venue. The reason is too simple. It is the provincial alliance of Linhai province, who wants to catch this wealth that is so stormy. Last night, the owner of Chen Bahai Gate suddenly received a call from the provincial alliance, saying that he would focus on this elf fighting conference. The venue was changed from Linhai Gang Hall to Linhai City Elf Battle Dome. The main reason is that the elves battle the dome can accommodate more than 10,000 spectators, and the Linhai Gang Hall can only have a few hundred people. If the number of people is too small, it will not highlight the importance of the elf fighting conference. After learning what the superior means, Chen Bahai was so excited that he almost felt a shortage of oxygen. He took a long time to recover. He didn't expect that the live broadcast, which was originally used for supervision across the internet, actually, with the help of Shi Yi and Kong Yubing, made the Elves Fighting Conference funded by Linhai Gangguan become the focus of the All-China Alliance. 8 a.m. Shi Yi came outside the Elves Battle the Dome. What he didn't expect was that the entire elves were fighting against the giant dome was crowded with people. I couldn't squeeze in at all. And many passers-by actually held Shi Yi's fan cards in their hands. There are all kinds of light signs, posters with Shi Yi's avatar printed on it. After seeing this scene, Shi Yi suddenly realized. I understood everything at once. No wonder the Elf Fighting Conference had to temporarily change the venue. Is it because yesterday's video was popular on the internet, and an Elf Fighting Conference became an internet celebrity? Ah! No, I'm not an internet celebrity, I'm really popular. When Shi Yi saw this group of passers-by and fans, he hurriedly took out Kajur's mask and put it on himself. I was afraid that a baseball cap would not be able to suppress my handsome face and let them recognize it. In a crowded situation, Shi Yi finally squeezed into the interior of the Elf Battle Dome from the employee channel. It's too difficult. I saw Shi Yi coming to the waiting room. The three people who had been waiting in the waiting room had each stood up, as if they were coming to say hello to Shi Yi. Leading. He is an apprentice in Chen Bahai Gangguan that Shi Yi had met before. He nodded slightly at Shi Yi and greeted, Brother Yi, hello, my name is Shen Zhu. I'm very happy to see you. Hello, I'll be lucky. Shi Yi greeted him politely. The second person who came here was Chen Bahai's son, Chen Ji. Chen Ji. Chen Ji stretched out his hand, shook Shi Yi, and said seriously, Brother Yi, thank you for bringing us this huge traffic. No matter what the result of today's game is, I believe that the Elf Fighting Conference and Linhai Gangguan will become popular entries in the China League. As the son of the gym owner, I naturally have to thank Shi Yi for this wave of traffic. Ha ha ha, if it's because your Linhai Gang Hall held this competition well, which will attract so many spectators. Shi Yi continued to politely. The third person is Shi Yi's old acquaintance, Dai Xiaoqian. This muscular woman's clothes are still exposed today. There were fighting uniforms on the top and bottom, revealing his 8 eye-catching muscles and walking towards Shi Yi. Oh, Dai Xiaoqian! You finally advanced to the semi-finals? Congratulations! Shi Yi was the first to congratulate Dai Xiaoqian before speaking. Dai Xiaoqian's eyelids twitched slightly and said, "You kid, you really don't have any pot to carry any pot. You deserve a beating." Yesterday, Shi Yi defeated Dai Xiaoqian and took away her 25 fighting medals. Dai Xiaoqian relied on the only remaining fighting medal, which was equivalent to starting from scratch, and finally collected the fighting medals that could be promoted. When I heard Shi Yi mention this, I was naturally a little unhappy. After saying hello to the 3 of them, Shi Yi sat down in the waiting room. The scene of the elves versus the giant dome was attended one after another with audiences from all walks of life. The host, referee, and guest seats were all sitting one after another. The host started the show, first promoting Linhai City and Linhai City Alliance Center, then praising Linhai Gang Hall, and then talking about the elf fighting conference itself. In yesterday's forest qualifiers, the contestant with the largest number of fighting medals was Shi Yi, with a total of 65 fighting medals. The second place contestant is Chen Ji, with 42 fighting medals. The third contestant was Dai Xiaoqian, with 40 fighting medals. The fourth contestant was Shen Zhu, with 36 fighting medals. Therefore, today's semi-final match also directly divided their respective opponents. Shi Yi, the first place, fights against Shen Zhu, the fourth place. Chen Ji, the second place, fights Dai Xiaoqian, the third place. After seeing the semi-final match list listed by the organizer, Shi Yi was slightly stunned and said, "Is this, the original final was previewed in advance?" The appearance of Shi Yi, the guy who intercepted the opportunity, also changed the original status of the elf fighting conference. Previously, Shi Yi saw the result from the muscular woman's silver opportunity that the battle between Chen Ji and Dai Xiaoqian should be the final of the elf fighting conference. Now it has evolved into the semi-finals. I don't know, will the result of their battle change? Just when Shi Yi was still guessing in his heart, the competition has begun. As a contestant, Shi Yi and his opponent Shen Zhu entered the field from the battle channels on both sides. Shi Yi, who was still walking in the battle passage, heard the audience shouting his name together. "Brother Yi! Let's see your honor! Brother Yi! I want to see Kong Golf! I am a fan of Kong Golf! I don't know what kind of game Brother Yi will show us today. I'm so looking forward to it! Brother Yi! After the game is over, can you give birth to a monkey with me? Get out of the way, Brother Yi is our male fan, and the female fan is in line for the Onion Rovers." Under the passionate shouts of the audience, Shi Yi and Shen Zhu entered the venue at the same time. "Two contestants, if they are ready, please send out the elves you will fight against." The referee looked at the two contestants. Shi Yi and Shen Zhu nodded at the same time and took out an elf ball. It is worth mentioning, as senior executives of Linhai Provincial Alliance intervened in this elf fighting conference, the rules of the elf fighting conference were slightly changed. Originally, the elf used in the semi-finals and finals must be the elf reported to the forest examinations. But now, it has been changed to using another elves to fight. Certainly, in terms of level, a level 50 upper limit is set. Shi Yi guessed, it should be the owner of Chen Bahai domain. After seeing Shi Yi's Onion Rovers and the muscular woman's ghost monkey, he wanted his son Chen Ji to take corresponding restraint. But Shi Yi does not intend to replace the participating elf. And he himself only has a fighting spirit like Kong Yujian. Under the gaze of the audience, Shi Yi released Kong Yujian. As soon as the Onion Ranger appeared on the battlefield, he was like a noble Western swordsman standing there, looking at the enemy ahead, looking for flaws. Shen Zhu released his elf at the same time. It is a blue elf wearing a fighting Taoist uniform, fighting ghosts. Shi Yi glanced at the message that hit the ghost. Dispute Ghosts. Level, Level 50, Senior Peak. Potential, Gym Level. Is it true that it is the peak of seniority? Shi Yi murmured. But Shi Yi had actually guessed it a long time ago. The 4 people who advanced to the semi-finals, except for his Onion Rangers, who are also level 46, the other 3 people's elves should all be level 50. The level difference of level may forth be a bit different for elves with similar potential. But in front of the Onion Ranger, this level difference is like no difference. The battle begins. The referee gave the order. Shen Zhu couldn't wait to launch a fierce attack on the attack ghost. Strike the ghosts. Slash the tiles. GA. The attack ghost ran towards the Onion Rovers quickly, and its speed was not very fast. But the momentum it showed during its running was like a tide. On the Onion Ranger, we also use chopping tiles. This time, Shi Yi did not choose to see through the defense, but instead faced the front and head on. Want to come? The audience also loves to watch the close-knit fight between the fist and the flesh. Crack! The Onion Air Force was still standing in its original place, not moving. Until the attack on the ghost approached, the Onion Swift swung the Onion Sword in his hand, poured his own power into the Onion Sword, and used the Onion Sword to chop the tiles. On the other hand, when attacking ghosts, they use their hands to force them. He directly slashed on the Onion Sword of Onion Soldier. Pong! A loud collision sounded. The first wave of confrontation between the 2 elves looks a bit evenly matched. Strike the ghosts and kick them down. Shen Zhu seemed to be ready, and immediately let the striker use the lower kick after the 2 elves' tile-slashing confrontation. The body of the attack ghost sank, and he swept his legs quickly. Use the Onion Shield to resist, and then use Revenge. Crack! The Onion Air Force's eyes moved slightly, and he pointed the Onion Shield in his hand down to the ground. The heavy flying leg of the attack ghost kicked the Onion Shield directly. Onion Shield. The Kong Yujian's body was still motionless, and with his own perseverance, he resisted the attack of the lower plate of the attack on the ghost. Next moment, the Kong Yubing suddenly waved the Onion Sword in his hand and stabbed it directly in the chest of the ghost. Revenge is a fighting skill that doubles its power after being hurt. The attack on the ghost was like a violent collision in its entire body, and its entire body was tilted backwards. Spot! Brute force! Crack! The Onion roared forward and caught up with the attacking ghost, who was lying back and falling to the ground. He waved the Onion Sword again and slashed violently. Dong! The Onion Sword slashed hard on the ghost's head. The unstoppable brute force directly made the ghost pain lose consciousness. As the attack ghost fell to the ground, the system prompt sound also sounded at the right time. Ding! The metal monster was detected to obtain a large amount of additional experience points, and the level was increased to level 45. Evolving.